Chapter 1, Get Your Game On. Morning, 12 years after the day of the Kyuubi. The apartment of Uzumaki Naruto, slum, Kanahagakure no Sato. What? I and the living hell. The loud voice echoed throughout the small apartment, making the odd cockroach skitter back into the many cracks in the walls. Within the bedroom, a small boy, one Uzumaki Naruto, lay on his bed facing the ceiling. His eyes were wide with disbelief and astonishment. Why, might you ask? Floating about 1.5 feet away from his face was a small horizontal blue rectangle that had a few words written on it. You have slept on your run-down bed. HP and CP fully restored. Naruto blinked in half-asleep puzzlement at the notice. Hardly surprising, considering he had only just woken up. The orphaned boy stared at the odd box before slowly forming the ram hand sign. Kai. Release, he commanded as he attempted to end the genjutsu, illusion jutsu, that he was certain he was under. When the box didn't vanish, Naruto just shrugged. He had never once successfully dispelled a genjutsu in his entire life, so he hadn't really expected it to work this time. Deciding to just ignore the odd blue rectangle, Naruto sat up and stretched, yawning as he did so. He didn't have to go to the Konoha Shinobi Academy today, so he could get some training in without being jeered at by the Academy sensei. Except Iruka sensei. Naruto added to himself. Umino Iruka was the only teacher in Naruto's entire 6-year-long academy career that didn't discriminate against Naruto in any way, shape, or form, preferring to be scrupulously fair with the young blonde boy. Padding out into his hall, Naruto wrinkled his nose at the stench that was left over from the latest present thrown through a broken window by an unknown person. A bag of rotting dog turds, judging by the scent. Lovely. With a sigh, the boy walked to the kitchen and grabbed a clothes peg, a heavy-duty bin bag and plastic gloves from a drawer. Clamping the wooden peg over his nose, which was fairly sensitive to scents, Naruto then pulled on the gloves and got down to the dirty business of dealing with the source of the revolting odor. For the 12th time this month, the citizens of Konoha uniformly despised Naruto for some odd and unknown, to him, reason. Well, the civilians hated him. The various shinobi clans and Konoha shinobi forces members just ignored him, except for the academy staff, who hated him. Except for Iruka sensei. Finished with his unpleasant and disgusting task, Naruto walked to the balcony of his apartment, which was on the top floor of the building, and looked down. Ah, good. The bin was open. He carefully aimed for the bin and dropped the bag containing the turds. Naruto watched as the bag fell and landed inside the bin with a loud squelch. Seriously, got to find a new place to live. This is stupid. Naruto muttered as he peeled off the gloves and threw them into the kitchen bin before stomping off to the bathroom for his daily curse at the useless pipes that don't damn well work time that most people had a shower during. He had, on countless occasions, tried to get the landlord to do something about this. The few times the fat bastard hadn't tossed him out of his office, he had instead been threatened with eviction if he didn't shut up and bugger off. So, instead of a shower in the morning, Naruto generally bought a large bottle of drinking water from a nearby corner shop at thrice the listed price and poured it into a bowl, using soap instead of shampoo. It sucked by comparison to a proper hot shower, but needs must when demons drive. Because of him smelling a bit ripe, it didn't actually surprise him that he had never successfully asked his crush, Haruno Sakura, out on a date. Naruto smiled a bit as he pictured his emerald-eyed, pink-haired love interest. It never failed to cheer him up. Sure, she punched him out whenever he asked her on a date, but she acknowledged that he was there, that he existed. She had a legitimate reason to dislike him, which he accepted. He admitted to himself that he could stand to tone down the frequency of his date requests, which he did whenever he saw her. Most of the other kids in his year avoided him or tried to bully him, so he avoided them right back. The rest were either neutral towards him or slightly friendly with him. Sadly, the last group composed of all of the slackers. Akimichi Koji, who would rather eat than study, Nara Shikamaru, the laziest bastard Naruto had ever met, and Inyazuka Kiba, the guy who only stayed out of the position of dead last because he could actually use the stupid Bunshin no Jutsu, clone jutsu, while Naruto couldn't. Those three were friends of a sort that he hung out with occasionally when he ditched class, before they were dragged back by an irate Irika. Naruto yawned again as he walked into his bathroom, but froze as he passed the broken mirror that he had glued together from one a former neighbor had thrown out after his wife had thrown it at him when he came home drunk, again. Visible in the cracked surface was his head, above which floated a handful of blue words. The Gamer. LV4, Uzumaki Naruto. After turning to fully view his reflection, Naruto hesitantly waved his hand through the words, half expecting them to dissipate like smoke. Nope, they were still there. They just hung there. Okay, seriously starting to freak out here, he whispered. Except, he wasn't, for some reason. He was surprised, yes, but panicking? Starting to gibber inanely. Nope. He flinched a bit when another blue box appeared at the exact same distance the last one has appeared at. He peered at the title. Quest alert. What the hell is going on here, he wondered aloud before continuing to read. Wash down, dress up, you are going to head out for training soon. Get cleaned up and dressed in 10 minutes. Quest completion award, plus 50 EXP. Quest failure, plus 10 EXP. Accept. Y/N. Naruto stared at the rectangle with another bewildered expression. EXP. What the hell was that? And a time limit on how long it takes to get washed and dressed? What was with that? What the hell? Why not? He said aloud as he cautiously pressed the Y button, which he presumed stood for yes. At once, a countdown timer appeared in the corner of his sight, seeming to float in midair, and began to count down from 10 minutes. Naruto moved to the sink and turned the hot tap. Much to his delight, this was one day when the damn tap actually gushed water. After a quick wash, Naruto dressed himself up in his cheap orange workman's jumpsuit. He liked the color and how many pockets it had. Unfortunately, Sakura and her frenemy, Yamanaka Ino, despised it with a passion. As soon as he finished pulling on his blue shinobi sandals, the timer stopped. Naruto noted that it had taken him a little under 5 minutes to get ready. Another box popped up bearing another message. Congratulations. Quest complete. Completion reward, 50 EXP. Bonus award, finished in less than 5 minutes, 20 EXP. Okay, so he got an extra 20 EXP for finishing quickly. That was cool and everything, but he still had no clue what this EXP thing was. Before he could do anything, the box vanished and another one appeared. Quest alert. Race to the goal. You are hoping to train using the Academy's obstacle course today. Irika-sensei said he would meet you at 10 to help you train, but you only have 10 minutes to make it there now. Run like the wind and make it to the Academy's training field before you are late. Quest completion award, plus 100 EXP, plus 100 reputation with Umino Irika. Quest failure, plus 50 EXP, minus 50 reputation with Umino Irika. Accept. Y/N. Okay, Naruto wasn't the sharpest tack in the box, but even he knew what reputation was and he didn't want the only teacher that treated him decently to think less than him. Quickly taping the Y button, he zoomed out the front door and started to run at his top speed towards the Academy training field. As he ran, he felt a shiver make its way up his spine as he felt the usual cold glares of the civilian populace, intermixed with what he recognized as very mild killing intent. Another box popped up when Naruto was about halfway to the Academy. Skill created. As a result of constant endurance, you have created the skill Detect Bloodthirst. Detect Bloodthirst, passive, level 1, EXP 02.44. Allows the user to detect any killing intent within a set distance. With increased levels, the exact location of the key can be determined, as well as the name of the person emitting the key. Range, 30 meters. So by having people send ki at him, he got a skill to detect ki? Naruto still had no clue as to what was going on here, but this skill did seem like it would be useful. Noticing that he had slowed down when the box popped up, Naruto started running again, ignoring the unrelenting pressure of the glares with the ease of long practice. As the academy came into sight, Naruto noticed Iruka-sensei standing at the door talking with a silver-haired man that he recognized as Toji Mizuki, the assistant sensei of his class. He gaped for a moment when he noticed writing floating over both of their heads. Hard-working teacher. LV25 Umino Iruka. LV26 Toji Mizuki. Okay, this was weird. Not only was there odd blue writing above his head, apparently, there was writing above other people's heads as well. He hadn't noticed this before now because he did his best to ignore the people who glared at him. Hey! Iruka-sensei, he called cheerfully. The two Chunin teachers turned around at his call. Naruto noted that Mizuki had to suppress a look of dislike upon seeing him. He had known that Mizuki was just like the majority of the academy staff, but it still hurt slightly to know he was hated by one of his sensei. See you later, Iruka. Mizuki said to his fellow teacher, drinks at 5. Sure. Iruka nodded, see you at Aya's. With a nod, the silver-haired Chunin vanished in a puff of smoke just as Naruto ran up to Iruka, a wide grin across his face. Sorry for the wait, Iruka-sensei, he said as he came to a halt. Wait? Hardly, Naruto. You're early. Iruka said, looking slightly impressed. I had thought I would have to go looking for you like I do during class time. Oi! Naruto protested indignantly, I promised I'd be here, didn't I? I never break my word. True enough. Iruka chuckled, sorry for doubting you. Head over to the training field. I have to get something from my desk. You got it, Iruka-sensei. Naruto nodded before jogging off. When he got to the field, he was not surprised to see another box pop up. Congratulations. You arrived at the academy training field on time. Quest completion reward, plus 100 EXP, plus 100 reputation with Umino Iruka. Bonus reward, arrive 3 minutes or more early, plus 30 EXP, plus 20 reputation with Umino Iruka. So he had 120 points higher reputation with Iruka-sensei than he had had before. This was good, but as he didn't actually know how the whole reputation thing worked, he was a bit lost as to exactly what to do with this information. He distracted himself by looking around the training field. There were several wooden posts for taijutsu practice, a shooting range for practicing shuriken jutsu, as well as the obstacle course. Someone had left part of the seat of their trousers behind after a failed attempt at the course the previous day. Naruto groaned when yet another box popped up. When was he going to get an explanation about what the heck was going on here? Skill created. As a result of diligent observation, the skill observation has been created. Observation, passive/active, level 1, 00.00 EXP. A skill that allows the user to view information about people, animals, and objects that the skill is directed upon. The higher the skill's level is, the more information is gathered. 5 CP per use. OKAII. Naruto said slowly, this is starting to sound like one of those RPG things that Koji liked to talk about last year. Looking around, he saw a rusty kunai lying on the ground. Deciding it made a good test target, he stared at it for a moment, but nothing happened. Jutsu have to be invoked verbally when you first learn them, according to Iruka-sensei anyway, so maybe I have to say its name aloud as well. Naruto theorized to himself, growling when yet another window popped up. By thinking in a logical and concise manner, your WIS went up by 1. A tick mark appeared on Naruto's head at this. whoever was doing this was decidedly pissing him off. "Observe," he said softly as he stared at the kunao on the ground, prompting another small window to appear, replacing the other one. Rusty kunao. A kunao that was left outside for an extended period of time, it is now rusted and blunt. That was all the information that it had. Naruto frowned before directing his attention at the training posts for taijutsu and said, "Observe. Wooden training post. A wooden pillar of wood intended for use as a target for taijutsu. Striking this pillar gives you 5% EXP for every 5 minutes you spend punching it." Okay, that was weird. It give you 5% what EXP? Naruto sighed as there was only one way to find out. He walked over to the post and started punching it. After 5 minutes, another box appeared. Skill created. Through diligent training, the skill taijutsu conditioning has been created. Taijutsu conditioning, passive, level 1, 05.00 EXP. By conditioning your body to become tougher, your effectiveness when performing any taijutsu style increases. Passively increases effectiveness of any taijutsu style by 1%. Naruto just stared at the box before swiping at it with one hand, banishing it, before using observe on the pillar again. Wooden training post. A wooden pillar of wood intended for use as a target for taijutsu. Striking this pillar gives you 5% taijutsu conditioning EXP for every 5 minutes you spend punching it. Okay, so now that he had created the skill, it showed up in the description given by observation. Fair enough. What Naruto wanted to know is how observation knew he could create the ability. Naruto. Iruka-sensei's call broke him from his reverie. Naruto turned around to see his sensei walking towards him. He noticed Iruka looked a bit tired. Observation has leveled up. Naruto ignored the window and called out to Iruka, "Hey Iruka-sensei. What's up? You look tired." "Oh, it's nothing Naruto." Iruka replied, "Just marking essays late into the night for a friend. He's off ill, so I was put in charge of marking his class's essays as well as my own." Damn. Naruto hated paperwork, so he really felt for the Chunin. "So what are we training today?" "Well, I thought you could try and beat your personal record on the obstacle course first." Iruka suggested, "You are only a few seconds behind the current record holder, Nobusaki Tomoya, so it's a good place to start." Naruto resisted, rolling his eyes in exasperation as another box popped up. Seriously, this was getting old already. Quest alert. Training montage. Iruka is going to put you through a training regimen, so do your best. First objective, beat own personal time on the obstacle course in 3 attempts or less. Time to beat, 3.56. Objective completion reward, plus 100 EXP, plus 2 stat points. Bonus objective, beat the previous record holder's time of 3.22. Failure, plus 50 EXP. Yosh. Time to kick ass. Naruto declared as he hit the Y button to accept the quest. He stepped up to the start of the course and looked out at it. The course was a moderately difficult run of pitfalls, tripwire, automatic shuriken launchers that fired blunted wooden shuriken, as well as twists and turns that were all designed to hinder a person running the course, as well as tests them on their ability to think on their feet. On your marks. Iruka said as he pulled a stopwatch from his pocket. Naruto tensed up and prepared to run when Iruka gave the word. Go. Naruto exploded into motion, running straight down the center of the course, eyes darting left and right to search for the first obstacle. A few seconds later, a flurry of shuriken were sent flying at him. The blonde boy threw himself into a forward roll, narrowly avoiding the wooden projectiles, as well as leaping over a tripwire. The rest of the course was pretty standard, and by the time Naruto came to the end of it, he had built up a small amount of sweat. Iruka-sensei, what was my time? Naruto asked eagerly. 3.43 Iruka replied, you beat the time Naruto. Well done. Let me go again. Naruto practically begged. Okay. Iruka said, and hit a button that reset the traps and reloaded the shuriken launchers. On your marks. Naruto was practically vibrating in place as he waited for the go from Iruka-sensei. Go. Iruka called. Naruto raced across the course much faster than before. Now that he knew where most of the traps and shuriken launchers were, he was much better at dodging them. At the end of the course, he threw an imploring look at Iruka-sensei. 3.21 Iruka announced with a proud smile, you beat the record by a single second. Well done, Naruto. Hell yeah. Naruto cheered. Objective complete. Personal best time beaten, plus 100 EXP, plus 2 stat points. Course record beaten, mystery prize from Iruka at the end of the quest. Any, Iruka-sensei, who was this Nobusaki Tomoya guy anyway? Naruto asked, noting the fact that his teacher didn't seem to see the blue box floating in midair as he surreptitiously closed it. Oh, he was a genin from my class. Iruka replied, he washed out of the shinobi program because of a health problem in his last year. He was arrogant, but he set the standard for the obstacle courses that few managed to come near. He barely tried with the basic course, but got a good score anyway. Didn't the Densetsu no Sunin or that Itachi guy get better scores? Naruto queried. It seemed odd to him that a washout had a better time than some of the most famous, and infamous, ninja ever produced by Konoha. The Sunin were before the academy built the 3 obstacle courses in their current forms, so they don't count. Iruka replied, and yes, if he had taken this course, Itachi would have broken the time with ease, but his father requested he be put through accelerated training, so the only obstacle course he ever used was the advanced course. Obviously he now holds the top time for that particular course now. Naruto didn't know what to say about that, so he decided to move past it. So what's next? Shuriken Jutsu. Iruka replied, first, I'll go over the actions, then inspect your gear, then you will have time to practice it. Okay. Gotcha. Naruto nodded. As he expected, another blue box opened up. Quest update. Training montage, The Reign of Steel. Listen to Iruka's lecture on Shuriken Jutsu, then show him your shuriken. Once he either approves or replaces your shuriken, you have 10 throws. Second objective, attain a 80% successful hit ratio. Bonus objective, hit 3 vital spots on at least 1 targets. Objective completion reward, plus 100 EXP, plus 1 dex. Naruto endured the rather boring lecture on correct posture, strength, etc., that Iruka gave. He already knew everything that the man was talking about already. The 2 reasons that he was a 2-time failure at the academy were because of his inability to create a bunshin and his abysmal written work. He could throw shuriken and kunai just fine. Right then Naruto. Show me your shuriken. Iruka said once he, finally, finished his lecture. Naruto brought out his shuriken, most of which were fairly old. He had only been able to buy the damn things because the academy shop wasn't allowed to refuse to serve a student. Iruka frowned after he examined them. Naruto, these aren't real shuriken. They are imitation shuriken. What? Naruto yelped and then quickly used the observe skill on the shuriken Iruka was holding. Display shuriken. They look like the real deal, but they ain't. Twice as heavy as a real shuriken and horribly unbalanced, you would have more luck spitting against the wind than hit a target with these things. 32 accuracy when used as a thrown weapon. Thrown weapon. LV1. 2 damage. Damn it. Naruto cursed. Naruto, have you been using these all year? Iruka asked carefully. Ever since I bought them at the academy shop in my first year here. Naruto replied furiously, I couldn't replace them because every time I try, the damn shop is mysteriously out of stock. You do realize that you've been scoring just below average with these things. Irika gestured at the fake shuriken. I'm looking forward to how you do with actual Academy shuriken. Here you go. With that, Irika pulled a shuriken holster from his pouch and gave it to Naruto, who took it gleefully. Thanks Irika-sensei, he said happily. Whoa, this is much lighter than my old one. Check your holster. Irika said with a sigh, I think it's weighted as well. Naruto practically ripped off his old kunao and shuriken holder and emptied it out onto the ground. Weighing it in one hand against the new one, which was full of new shuriken, his old holster weighed far more than his new one. A feeling of hopeless anger welled up in him. What the hell have I ever done that's made every sorry son of a bitch in this damn village want to get in my way all the time? Naruto growled, I mean, seriously. Who goes to all this effort for a 12-year-old kid? Irika looked distinctly uncomfortable. Naruto. Sorry Irika-sensei. Naruto sighed as he let his anger go. It's been a pretty shitty week for me. Still sore about that spar against Sasuke? Irika guessed. The blonde pulled a sour face. He had been paired against Sasuke in a spar the previous day. The Avenger had sucker punched him out of the arena. The bastard needs to be taken down a peg. Naruto grumbled, I'm not going to let him win just like that. No way. I don't give up. Good attitude. Irika noted with a smile, now try your hand at the throwing range, okay. Gotcha. Naruto strapped on his new holster and walked to the edge of the range. The target dummies of the Academy Shuriken range, known affectionately as training kun, are human-shaped straw dummies with red and white circular target boards on them. There are 5 boards on the body, 1 per hand, 1 on the head, 1 over the heart and 1 over the groin area. The center of each target board is referred to as a vital area. Any hit with a kunao or shuriken to that area counts as a disabling hit to that area. In the case of the head and heart area, it counts as a kill shot. Observe, Naruto whispered as he heft one of his new shuriken into his line of sight as he pretended to get a good idea of how much it weighed. Academy Shuriken. An average quality shuriken used by students of the Konohagakure Shinobi Academy. It is well balanced and can, in a pinch, be used in combat, although this is more of a practice weapon than an actual weapon. Thrown weapon. LV3. 10 damage. Okay, so this shuriken is 5 times as effective as the damn fake ones he had been using up until now, and there is no accuracy penalty to using these ones, so he hoped he could at least get a decent score. With a quick flick of the wrist, he sent the shuriken he held at the target, but misjudged it because of how light it was compared to his old ones, so it flew wide, missing the dummy altogether. Damn it. Naruto cursed. Okay, test throw over. Now to get serious. Naruto then pulled another shuriken from his holster and, after confirming that it was indeed another Academy shuriken, threw it at the dummy, aiming for the groin area of the training kun dummy. Thunk. Atta. Dead center. Naruto fist-pumped at his successful hit, although he mentally winced at the thought of being struck there of all places by a shuriken. Ouch. To Naruto's delight, the next 3 throws were just as successful, with 3 shots to the center of the head, heart, and left arm. He missed the center of the right arm just barely according to Irika-sensei, but Naruto still felt good about his accuracy currently being 90%. He moved 3 pace to his left so he could target a fresh training kun and then let loose with his remaining 5 shuriken, scoring a hit with every single throw. Ah hell yeah! Naruto celebrated. He had just scored 90% with 9 hits out of 10. As he expected, another small box appeared. Congratulations! Objective complete. You attained a hit ratio of 80% or more. Objective completion reward, plus 100 EXP, plus 1 dex. Bonus objective completion reward, mystery award from Irika after the quest is over. Hidden objective reward, attain a hit ratio of 90% or more, plus 200 EXP. Even as he was reading that one, another box popped up over part of it. As a result of a specific action, the skill Shuriken Jutsu had been created. Shuriken Jutsu, passive/active, level 1, 00.00 exp 5 cp. Shuriken Jutsu is the art of thrown weapons. Any handheld blade weapon that has thrown weapon in its description can be used with this skill. Shuriken, Senbon, and Kunao are a few examples. Passively increases dex by 2%. Passively increases damage with thrown weapons by 5%. Actively increases accuracy of thrown weapons by 5%. I already knew how to throw shuriken before I got this skill. Naruto yelled to himself in a fit of pique, Kmen, ga. Another one just popped up. Through diligent training, your dex had increased by 1. Naruto decided to just dismiss the odd messages and figure out what they were all about later. He turned to face Iruka-sensei and waved his hands in what seemed like a random, excitable way, but was in fact him hitting the button-like things that closed the boxes. Did ya see that, Iruka-sensei? Naruto yelled excitedly, I did it. So you did. Iruka smiled at the boy who was practically bouncing with excitement. Now, the last part of the training I'm going to give you is Taijutsu. I want you to show me your forms for the Academy's Heikage style and I'll correct your forms as needed. Then we'll have a spar. Sound good to you, Naruto? Hell yeah! Naruto cheered. He really wanted to get better at Taijutsu so he could wipe the smirk off Sasuke's brooding, smug face. That and maybe prove to Sakura that he wasn't a complete loser. Quest update. You're on the final leg now. Demonstrate your Heikage style Taijutsu to Iruka and allow him to make corrections to your stances, punches and kicks before you engage in a spar with him. Third objective, last at least 4 minutes in a spar with Umino Iruka. Objective completion reward, plus 100 EXP, plus 1 VIT, plus 1 STR. Objective failure, plus 50 EXP. Bonus objective, make Iruka actually put some effort into sparring with you. Geez, whatever this box thing is, it's really grinding on my nerves. I already know that the Chunin sensei have to hold back a lot when they spar with students. Naruto thought sourly. Ready, Naruto? Iruka asked, drawing the blonde boy's attention back to the Chunin. Ready. Naruto replied and assumed the basic ready stance of Konoha's Heikage style that he had been taught. Iruka frowned again. Naruto, what is that supposed to be? The basic stance. Naruto replied in a confused voice. It's similar, but subtly different. Iruka said, it's a weakened version, I would say. The position of your legs is weak, leaving you vulnerable to low attacks. On top of that, your arms are out of position, leaving you open and vulnerable from all sides. But, Mizuki-sensei taught me this stance. Naruto protested. Did he now? Iruka muttered to himself, well, I'm correcting it. Place yourself like this. The scar-faced Chunin demonstrated the correct stance to Naruto, who shifted himself to mimic his teacher. Hey, this doesn't feel uncomfortable like the first stance does. Naruto commented. No fighting stance should feel uncomfortable, Naruto. Iruka told him, in a way, it's a good thing that you were uncomfortable with the first stance, as it will be easier for you to unlearn that one and then commit this one to muscle memory. Whatever you say, Iruka-sensei. Naruto replied, just so long as I can kick the team's ass in a spar. It took almost an hour for Naruto to perform the stances and kata of the Heikage style to Iruka's satisfaction. In that time, a small box popped up stating that his hard work had made his STR go up by 1. Alright, that should do it. Iruka said at last, just practice those in your own time and you'll do fine. Ready for that spar? Bring it on, Iruka-sensei. Naruto declared with an air of confidence and moved towards the sparring circle, followed by Iruka. Iruka brought out a coin and held it up. We'll start when this coin hits the ground, alright. When Naruto nodded, Irika flipped the coin into the air with a soft metallic chink. The coin spun lazily in the air before beginning its descent to the ground as Naruto and Irika tensed themselves. The coin hit the ground with a soft thud. Naruto exploded into motion, a fist flying at Irika even before the dust from the coin's landing started to rise. Taken off guard, Irika dodged to one side and struck out with a kick he deliberately slowed down so Naruto could see it coming. Naruto ducked under the kick and lashed out with a low kick that hit true on Irika's leg. It being the only thing keeping him upright as he was in mid-kick, the Chunin began to fall. Not bad. Irika thought as he slammed a hand onto the ground and sent a mildly strong and fast kick at his student. Crap, was all Naruto could say before the sandaled foot connected, sending him stumbling back a couple of feet. He had to admit that Irika-sensei really knew his stuff. He had only been sent back as far as Sasuke had sent him on the previous week's spar when he had lasted 2 minutes against the last Uchiha. My turn to attack, I'd say. Irika grinned at Naruto as he leapt athletically to his feet. He telegraphed a basic right straight at Naruto, but turned it into an elbow strike halfway. Naruto, having spotted the feint just before it had happened, leapt to one side and drove his fist into Irika's side, actually making Irika stagger back clutching his side. For such a small kid, he packs quite the punch, was what Irika was thinking as he held his side. He's pretty quick on his feet and knows how to make the best use of the fact that he's much smaller than me. Time to up the difficulty to the next level, I think. Up until this point, Irika had only been using the equivalent strength of an academy student who was average in taijutsu, but now he used the abilities of a student who specialized in taijutsu. Naruto ducked under a punch, dodged a kick and blocked a strong backhand. He was completely on the defensive now, which had always been the problem for Naruto. Even if his taijutsu had been good, Sasuke was faster and he had trained in a far more advanced style than the academy's Heikage style. I need to keep my cool. Naruto though, Irika-sensei is fighting at just above my level of strength and speed, meaning he isn't super fast. If I can read his strikes, there'll be a pattern that I can take advantage of, I hope. Irika kept up the onslaught for a couple of minutes while he easily read Naruto's plan in his eyes. He made a mental note to teach the kid a poker face as it was far too easy to read him. Naruto made his move as Irika drew his arm back from a punch. He grabbed onto it, used the arm as leverage to forcibly pull Irika down to his level before leaping up and slamming his knee into the instructor's chin. Not entirely a part of the Heikage style, it was nonetheless effective, making the Chunin see stars for a moment. Ow, sneaky Naruto. Irika said as he put up one hand, signaling the end of the spar. That last move wasn't in the Heikage style, but I will grant you that it is effective. Eh. Naruto chuckled nervously. I knew you were looking for me to use one of the standard counterattacks, so I decided to try something you weren't expecting. Well, it worked. Irika rubbed his jaw ruefully. Don't try that with your classmates though. They'd be knocked out or lose some teeth or something. Gotcha. Naruto nodded. Congratulations. Objective complete. Lasted at least 4 minutes in a spar with Irika. Objective completion reward, plus 100 EXP, plus 1 VIT, plus 1 STR. Bonus objective complete. Irika used low genin level speed against you. Bonus objective completion reward, mystery prize from Irika after quest completion. As Naruto read this, another couple of boxes popped up next to it. Your level has gone up by 1. Level 4, Level 5. You have 5 attribute points to spend. Naruto had a vague idea of what that referred to, so he turned his attention to the other one. As the result of training, the skill Beginner's Heikage Style Taijutsu has been created. Beginner's Heikage Style Taijutsu, Passive/Active, Level 1, 00.00 EXP. The basic style of Taijutsu taught at the Konohagakure Shinobi Academy. Heikage style has no particular inclinations towards attack or defense, instead having the characteristic of being easy to learn. The beginner's set is basic punching, kicking, and a few basic grapples. Passively increases STR by 5%. Passively increases Dex by 5%. Passively increases STA by 5%. As a result of a special action, the skill Knee Driver has been created. Knee Driver, active, level 1, 00.00 EXP. A taijutsu move that combines the upward motion of a jump with both the strength of the user's own muscles with the downward force exerted as the user drags the enemy's head down to meet their rising knee. Increases unarmed attack by 10% during this skill's duration. 5% chance of causing stun status effect. Naruto looked at the screens blankly before closing them. This was getting out of hand. He looked at Iruka-sensei, who hadn't seemed to notice him pressing something in midair. "What's next, Iruka-sensei?" Naruto asked eagerly. "Sorry Naruto." Iruka said, "I have to report to Hokage-sama about this year's genin candidates, so I'll be heading off in a moment." "Aww." Naruto slumped. He was just warmed up. "Now, I know you're disappointed, so I have some consolation prizes for doing so well today." Iruka told him with a small smile and unrolled a scroll, spreading it out across the ground. On it were 3 storage seals. "For doing so well on the obstacle course, you've got this." Iruka unsealed the first item in a cloud of smoke. What appeared from the seal was a brown book emblazoned with the title Intermediate Hokage Style emblazoned on the front. "Once you're certain that you have the basics down pat, read this and come to me with any questions." Iruka told an ecstatic-looking Naruto, "And I mean it when I tell you to only read this once you've mastered the basics. You might hurt yourself if you try something too advanced for you." "Hi, sensei." Naruto nodded reluctant acceptance to this qualifier. "Next, for doing so well on the Shurikenjutsu range, you have this." Iruka unsealed another scroll. "It's a scroll on how to perform a quick draw technique. Once you have it down, it'll really improve your Shurikenjutsu." "Cool." Naruto had always wondered if something like that had existed. "Finally, for doing so well in our spar not long ago, you have this." The item that was unsealed this time was a book on various types of exercises. "If you follow the steps in this book, you'll improve your body and get fit enough to be a shinobi." "Iruka-sensei, thank you." Naruto was a bit tongue-tied. He hadn't been given all that much from people. The Hokage had given him several small items over the years that Naruto treasured: his nightcap, a framed picture of the two of them eating ramen at Ichiraku's, and his green goggles were the 3 he liked the most. "No problem Naruto." Iruka smiled as he ruffled the boy's unruly hair. "Helping students out is the job of a teacher." Iruka led the 3 prizes into the scroll, rolled it up and gave it to Naruto. "You have received the item 3 prizes storage scroll." Ignoring the window, Naruto gave Iruka a hug and a grin. "Thanks again Iruka-sensei." Naruto though for a moment, "Annie, do you know how I can get faster? I was so slow there it wasn't even funny." Yes, Naruto could be cocky, but he was also honest enough with himself that if he saw a fault, he would take steps to correct it. Iruka thought for a moment. "Training weights would definitely help you out there. So would following the running exercises I gave you in that book. Combining the 2 would give you the best results, I think. But, where do I get training weights? And would they even sell me any?" Naruto wondered worriedly. "I'll take you to a shop I know tomorrow at midday." Iruka promised. "Just make sure you stay out of trouble today, alright?" "Hi." Naruto replied. There went the prank he had planned for later in the day. Ah well. Some sacrifices had to be made in order to kick Sasuke team's butt. "Make sure you do." Iruka said sternly. "Now, I'd better be off. See you tomorrow Naruto." Iruka vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving Naruto shaking his head. "I have got to learn how to do that," he muttered. A second later, another box popped up. "Congratulations. You have successfully completed your training with Irika and have become stronger for it. Quest completion reward, plus 500 EXP. Bonus reward, impressed Irika, plus 150 reputation with Umino Irika, plus 150 reputation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. OKAII. Naruto said slowly as he tucked his scroll into an inside pocket of his jumpsuit. Next mission, find out what the heck this RPG-like window thing is. He wasn't surprised to see another box pop up at what he said. Quest alert. You are perplexed about these messages, which is understandable. Return to your rundown apartment and read the book on top of your bedside table for the answers. Quest completion reward, plus 400 EXP, answers. Quest failure reward, more reminders about location of the book. Accept. Y/N. The N button was grayed out and when Naruto pressed it curiously, nothing happened. Shrugging, he pressed Y, making the box disappear. What the hell is going on? Naruto muttered, I don't even have a bedside table. Shrugging, the orphan turned and started making his way back to his apartment where he hoped he would find answers to this whole mysterious blue box business. Office of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hokage Tower. And that is my report for today, Hokage-sama. Irika finished. The Chunin was standing at attention in front of a large wooden desk. Behind that desk sat an old man wearing white and red robes and a fancy-looking hat with the kanji, fire, emblazoned upon it. So there is no doubt in your mind? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. The venerable old man clasped his hands in front of him as he gazed at Irika impassively. Hi, Hokage-sama. Irika replied, Uzumaki Naruto's shinobi education has been grievously sabotaged, although thankfully not beyond recovery. With just a couple of hours of one-on-one instruction, I was able to deduce that his weaknesses are deliberately induced by outside parties, rather than lazy habits developed as a lack of attention to the lessons. And Naruto told you that his incorrect taijutsu was taught to him by Toji Mizuki. Sarutobi pressed. Yes. Irika didn't like ratting out a friend, but he also didn't like his friend sabotaging a student, regardless of what that student held within himself. I believe that Mizuki has let his hatred of the Kyuubi blind him to the truth of who Naruto is. I am hardly one to talk though, as I was the same before you talked to me. Even before I did that, you were leaning towards realizing the truth for yourself, Irika-kun. Sarutobi corrected him, Mizuki however is not. I believe he requires a closer examination. Nico. Hi, Hokage-sama, a purple-haired woman wearing the uniform of the Umbu and a cat mask barked as she seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Detail a team to keep an eye on Toji Mizuki. I want to know what he does in and out of the academy better than he does. Also keep an eye on who he talks to. A little too much information about our graduates is being found out not long after each class and a man's hatred can make his morals rot, especially if left to simmer for a decade. By your command, Hokage-sama. Nico vanished with a puff of smoke. Surely he wouldn't betray Konoha. Irika muttered to himself. He already has by attempting to stunt the growth of a boy with immensely high potential as a shinobi. In addition, I have received some unsettling reports from several spies that confirm that information has been leaked that an Academy Chunin sensei could easily access. Sarutobi said with a sigh, my thanks for your report, Irika-kun. Please come by to give me your report on how the shopping trip goes tomorrow. Presuming Naruto doesn't prank anyone today, I will. Irika replied. I have the feeling he will behave himself. Sarutobi replied as he began his fight against paperwork yet again. He wants to become stronger, so he will do what it takes to do that. As Irika left the office, he thought about his friend Mizuki. He really hoped that the man hadn't done anything worse than what had been uncovered today, because if he had, Mitarashi Anko will have a new play toy. Irika concluded grimly. Chapter 2, Rules and Friendships. Oh, for the love of... Again. Naruto sighed in mild exasperation. He had just entered his apartment after his training session with Iruka-sensei when, much to his irritation, he had discovered yet another plastic bag of dog crap sitting amid the shattered glass of his living room window. Seriously? Twice in one day? Naruto complained aloud, whoever is doing this has no imagination and way too much time on their hands. Sighing heavily, the blonde orphan made his way to the kitchen to get the unpleasant task of cleaning his living room up out of the way, again. Naruto had no proof, but he suspected that whoever was responsible for the whole dog crap thing was the person who had been harassing him for years, ever since he moved into his apartment at the age of 5. Broken windows, vandalized doors, one time he had even come home to his door busted down and his apartment wrecked. The main problem was that he had no idea who was doing it. Any time this kind of thing happened, he was either at the academy, out doing shopping or in his bed asleep. Now then, where's that book that the weird box/window thing was talking about? Naruto muttered as he walked into his bedroom. Aha! There, upon a brand new wooden table, was a thick book with the title The Gamer's Guide emblazoned in elegant gold writing on the front cover. People might call Naruto stupid, and it was true he wasn't the sharpest sword in the armory, but it didn't take a genius to connect the dots here. So, this is the book the quest wants me to read. Naruto said as he eyed the book and table suspiciously. Call him paranoid if you like, but books and tables don't generally appear from nowhere. The last time he had just accepted a situation at face value, it had been when he found a bowl of ramen freshly made in his kitchen one day when he woke up. He had spent the next 2 days either sitting on the toilet or barfing his guts up, so once bitten, twice shy is Naruto's motto for strange, unexplained items appearing before him. After staring at the book for a moment, Naruto gingerly reached out a hand and carefully picked it up, half expecting it to blow up or something. What actually happened was that a box/window appeared, floating an inch or so above the surface of the book's cover. When he shook the book, the box/window stayed the same distance away from the cover without so much as wavering. You have acquired the Gamer's Guide? Do you wish to learn this? Y/N. Finally, some answers. Naruto muttered as he hit the Y button. Much to his shock, the book dissolved into a blue light that rather looked like chakra. It swirled around him for a moment before vanishing, prompting another box/window to open. Congratulations! You have unlocked the guide. To open the guide, merely say guide aloud. Guide, Naruto said. A new window opened as the first one closed automatically. Welcome to the guide. Please select a topic from below to view. Introduction Q. Attribute points and attributes. Raising stats. Level. Quests. Flaws. Skills. Reputation. There were a couple more options beneath that, but Naruto ignored them as his eyes were drawn to the first option. Iruka-sensei had drummed it into him that the basics were the most important part of a shinobi's skill set, so he had to master those first before moving on to more advanced subjects. Besides, the introduction button had a golden Q sign next to it, so Naruto supposed that that indicated the quest objective. Seating himself on his bed, the blonde academy student hit the introduction button, making another window pop up immediately. Now maybe he'd get some answers. Greetings, chosen gamer of this world. If you are seeing this, then Gaia has chosen you to wield this power. Who or what the hell is Gaia? Naruto wondered aloud before he read the next line, which answered his question, sort of. If you don't know who or what Gaia is, then read up about it in the library. More specifically, read about the Gaia theory. That isn't really that important right now though. The most important fact for you to know is that you have been given an ability known as the Gamer Dot. Great, now this damn box/window thing is giving me homework. Naruto bemoaned. He got enough of that at the academy. The Gamer is a powerful ability, given only to those deemed worthy by Gaia. Across multiple parallel universes, realities, and worlds, only a small handful of people are deemed worthy of holding this power, so consider yourself honored. Yeah, I get it, the damn box power is strong. Naruto groused, now tell me what it can do. Okay, obligatory impressive speech, over. Now we get to the meat of the matter. The gamer has the ability to turn repeated actions into skills. It doesn't matter what you can do, fire lasers, swing swords, fly or whatever else. Anything can be turned into skills, even something as mundane as washing the dishes. That's really weird. Naruto's sweat dropped as he read the last part. Washing dishes. Seriously. What the hell kind of weird-ass ability did he have? Almost uniformly, all aspects of the gamer are invoked verbally, as you have no doubt surmised by now. You have at several pages with information and abilities that you can invoke merely by saying the name of the page. First, the status page. This displays several things, your stats and perks, your current level and your current HP and MP/SP/CP, as well as your flaws, special status, inventory and currently equipped equipment. Next is the skills page. This displays all the skills you have learned, as well as their current level, a small description of what they do and their effects. The perks page shows you your current perks and their effects. The flaws page shows you all of the current flaws that you have, as well as their effects, negative or otherwise. The quests page shows you all the quests you are currently undergoing, as well as the quests you have completed in the past. Finally, the reputation page shows you your standing with various people, groups, clans, cities and nations. Naruto blinked at this. It was a lot to take in, but the blonde orphan suspected that this would be very, very useful once he actually knew what the hell all of that blurb meant. There is one final thing to inform you of, gamer. Every single person who receives this power has had one of three reactions. Some choose to try and ignore their power and carry on as they did before they were granted this power. That never turns out well. Some become a force for good or evil using this power. The majority of people who receive this power take this route, although not many survive taking the evil route for some reason. The final route people choose to go is that of the original and first wielder of this ability, survival. Regardless of which path you choose to walk, life as you once knew it is gone, never to return. You could at least sound sympathetic, you bastard. Naruto huffed indignantly. Now, this concludes the introduction. Kindly read the rest of the guide for more detailed information on all that has been mentioned previously. More information will be added as you discover more aspects of your ability. All that is left is for me to wish you good luck as the chosen gamer of your world. The Game Master. Hanzi Han. Naruto sat quietly for a moment and contemplated this new turn to his life. He was still very suspicious, but none of the information he had been given indicated that there was any negative consequences of this ability, except the strong possibility of dying if he became evil or ignored it. To quote his friend, Nara Shikamaru, this was troublesome. Still, there also didn't seem to be any way for him to get out of this. Naruto wasn't sure, but the writing seemed to suggest that this was irrevocable. He wasn't being given a choice here, he had the power, so he had to deal with it. The blonde boy knew he couldn't ignore it. Irika-sensei had given several lectures about the consequences of ignoring problems. The point being that they tended to bit you on the ass if you ignored them for too long. So, I'd better learn everything I can about this gamer thing, now that I have it. Naruto mused aloud. Course of action decided, he closed the introduction window and was about to hit the stat points and stats button when another window popped up. Congratulations! You have unlocked the guide and received basic answers about your new ability. Quest completion reward, plus 400 EXP. Closing that one, Naruto developed a tick mark on his forehead as yet another one popped up. Quest alert. Scrolling through life, having learned about your ability, you should now check out Irika-sensei's gifts. Objective: learn at least one of the skills in the books by the skill absorption aspect of the gamer. Quest completion reward, plus 500 EXP, plus 20 Academy Shuriken. Accept. Y/N. Skill absorption? Oh, the book destroying thing? Right. Naruto said as he hit Y. Cool. Time to check out Irika-sensei's scroll. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out the scroll containing the 3 books Irika-sensei had given him. Well, 2 books and 1 scroll, but you get the picture. Unrolling it, Naruto carefully unsealed all 3 items, the fast draw technique scroll, the intermediate Heikage style book and the book of exercises. I can't learn the Taijutsu book cause I promised Irika-sensei, so that leaves this one. Naruto grabbed the scroll, making the expected window pop up. You have acquired the Hiko-Yoshin fast draw technique scroll. Do you wish to learn it? Y/N. Bet your ass I do. Naruto muttered as he hit Y with his free hand and watched as, just like the guide, the scroll dissolved into blue light before vanishing into him. Hiko-Yoshin fast draw technique, passive and active, LV1, 00.00 EXP. The Hiko-Yoshin, or Flying Leaf Blade, technique is a basic fast draw technique used by Genin-level shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato in order to more efficiently draw thrown weapons and use shuriken jutsu. Passively increases users' drawing speed with thrown weapons by 5%. Actively increases thrown weapon speed by 1%. Actively increases thrown weapon damage by 1%. This is so kick-ass. Naruto declared as he fist-pumped in victory. Now for the other one. In short order the book, 101 exercises was absorbed. Rather than give him a skill, however, it gave him a permanent plus 8% EXP increase when he was physically exercising. Congratulations! Scrolling through life, you have learned a technique from the gifts Irika gave you. Quest completion reward, plus 500 EXP, plus 20 Academy Shuriken. Hidden objective completed, learn an additional skill. Hidden objective reward, plus 40 Academy Kunao. Hell yeah! Naruto cheered, this is awesome. After he calmed down from his celebration, Naruto remembered the fact that his window was still broken from the bastard who broke it this morning. With a sigh, he walked out into the hall and opened a largish cupboard, revealing several lengths of wood and stacks of glass. After the first 50 or so times that his window had been smashed by the mysterious vandal, the landlord had told Naruto that as whoever it was that was smashing his window was only doing it to his window, he could fix the damn things. This had been when he was 7. After a crash course in joinery, glass cutting and carpentry, Naruto had been able to make a reasonable-looking window. Moreover, as his window was smashed at least once a week, he got plenty of damn practice at it. Something that Naruto had browbeaten his bastard landlord into doing was that the fat bastard had to at least buy the supplied for him to do the repairs. There. Naruto wiped some sweat from his brow. About an hour later, that'll do it, until the bastard breaks the window again. Naruto sighed when 3 windows popped up once he had finished putting away his tools. Skill created. As the result of repeated actions, the skill joinery has been created. Joinery, passive, LV26, 55.68 EXP. Joinery is very basically shaping wood to fit a surface, usually for a house. Requires joinery tools in order to use. Passively increases the success ratio of successful joinery actions by 30%. Passively reduces the amount of wood wasted in joinery actions by 25%. Skill created. As the result of repeated actions, the skill glass cutting has been created. Glass cutting, passive, LV27, 98.10 EXP. Cast in a bad light by cat burglars and the like, the legal use of glass cutting is to cut sheets of glass up, mostly for use in windows. Requires tool, glass cutter to use. Passively increases success ratio of successful glass cutting action by 40%. Passively reduces chance of breaking glass by 10%. Skill created. As the result of repeated actions, the skill apprentice carpentry has been created. Apprentice carpentry, passive, LV15, 36.28 EXP. Basic carpentry has been around for thousands of years and is the most basic form of building that there is that isn't using mud and straw. Apprentice carpentry is the basic building of things without a fine finish. Requires either carpentry tools or joinery tools to use. Passively adds a 5% increase to the success ratio of any action involving the cutting or shaping of wood. Passively decreases the amount of wasted wood from any carpentry or joinery action by an additional 5%. Okay. Naruto said slowly, why the heck are these new skills at such high levels? As he thought about it, a possibility occurred to him. All of the skills he had gotten in the last day had almost uniformly been at level 1, and they had either been things he had either done wrong in the past or hadn't paid any attention to. Carpentry, joinery and glass cutting on the other hand were things he had forced himself to get better at and had practiced fairly diligently at, so maybe if he created a skill he was fairly skilled in already, it made the skill at an appropriate level proportionate to how skilled he was at it. It sounded likely, but he had no idea how to prove it. Shrugging, Naruto dismissed the matter and started cleaning up the dust left over from his impromptu construction work. His stomach roared in protest, as he hadn't eaten since the cup ramen he had had for breakfast. Right? Ichiraku's it is, he decided. Naruto hastily finished the cleaning before running out to his favorite eatery. On the way, he noticed that everyone he saw had their name, a level, and a title of some sort floating above their head. Most of them were fairly standard ones like housewife, builder, and the like, but he saw a couple that surprised him. One kunoichi that he saw, with purple hair, a mini skirt, and a trench coat, had the title of Loyal Kunoichi of the Leaf floating above her head as she chomped down a stick of dango. Why would she have that kind of title? Naruto thought. Another odd thing about the woman was that her level was a trio of question marks, which was really puzzling for Naruto, who decided to investigate, discreetly. Observe, he whispered as the window popped up in front of him. Name, Mitarashi Anko, Takubutsu Jonin, LV, dash, dash. HP, dash, dash, slash, dash, dash. CP, dash, dash, slash, dash, dash. Mitarashi Anko is a Takujo in Umbutian, hated and feared by the populace and a large portion of the on-duty shinobi forces because of her past affiliation with the traitor Orochimaru. Despite her fanatical loyalty to Konoha, she acts out deliberately to prove that the opinions of the civilians matter nothing to her. Wow. That bites. Naruto muttered as he walked on. She had it almost as bad as he did with the civilians. Heck, she kinda had it worse because of the fact that some of the on-duty shinobi hated her as well. Walking into the ramen stand that was his home away from home, Naruto espied the words floating over Tuki and Ayam. Ichiraku Tuki, LV15. Master Ramen Chef. Ichiraku Ayam, LV6. Apprentice Ramen Chef. Okay, that was about the normal level for a civilian of Tuki's age. Ditto for Ayam. Ninja levels were much higher, with most genin wavering between level 15 and 25, while chunin were from 25 on up. Naruto presumed that anyone who had question marks instead of numbers for their level was a Takujo or higher. Tukiji-san. Ayamne-chan, he called. Oh. Naruto, how are you today? Tuki called from where he was wiping the counter. Heh. Just started a heavy training regime databia. Naruto replied with a confident smile, definitely gonna graduate this time. Ahaha. I hope you do. Tuki laughed. Now, what do ya want to eat? Miso, pork, and chicken, and keep it coming. Naruto declared. Comin' up, Tuki said, getting to work on his best customer's order. How have you really been, Naruto-kun? Ayame asked shrewdly. She knew the kind of things that happened to Naruto and his home on a regular basis. Naruto smiled ruefully at Ayame. Nothing worse than normal, Ayame-chan. Iruka-sensei gave me prizes for completing a remedial class on evasion, shurikenjutsu, and taijutsu. He did, huh? Ayame said, one eyebrow rising up in surprise. That was nice of him. Ah, here's your first bowl. Eat up. Naruto dug in eagerly. Ramen was truly the food of the gods. Throughout the years, Naruto had never had to worry about being poisoned or beaten while inside Ichiraku's. He did tend to avoid the ramen stand on his birthday, so the place which was so good to him wasn't damaged by his well-wishers. 8 bowls of ramen, and half an hour later, Naruto headed back to his apartment, full to the brim with his favorite food. Much to his relief, his window was still intact. I guess I'd better do a bit more research on this weird power of mine. Naruto mused aloud. Because he never really had any friends, he had developed the habit of thinking aloud. First sign of madness be damned. Guide, Naruto said, making the blue window appear again. So many topics, meh. I'll read them from the top down. Saying that, he tapped the button labeled Attribute Points and Attributes, making a window appear. Attribute Points and Attributes. Every time you level up, 5 attribute points are automatically generated, which you can then use to increase your own attributes. Your attributes are representations of your physical and mental abilities. For ordinary people, their attribute points are automatically distributed to their strongest areas as soon as they level up. A person who possesses the gamer, however, can distribute their points themselves, thereby making themselves smarter/stronger/faster than an ordinary person is capable of. Holy shit! Naruto exclaimed. Your attributes are split into 3 categories: physical, mental, and special. Physical attributes deal with the strength and speed of your body. They are strength, STR, dexterity, dex, speed, SPD, and stamina, STA. STR is the raw physical strength of your body. This determines how much weight you can carry, as well as the base damage you deal out in combat. Dex represents how nimble and agile you are, determining your accuracy as well as attack speed and attack evasion. SPD is how fast you are overall. This determines your movement speed. This stat receives a buff if your STR and Dex are at the same level. Note, locked until special condition is fulfilled. STA represents how sturdy you are, determining a great deal of your hit points, resistances to various status effects and fatigue. The mental attributes represent your mental prowess. They are intelligence, int, and wisdom, WIS. Int represents your ability to learn and reason, especially in problem solving. It determines how much CP you have, as well as how effective your offensive and defensive skills are. Determines your memorization ability. WIS is your common sense, basically. It determines your CP regeneration rate, your ability to read other people's emotions and body language, as well as resistance against mental attacks, pain, and torture. Determines your problem-solving ability. Special attributes are unaffected by your mind or body. They are generally of things that affect you without you being able to affect them, other than raising their attribute points. The only special stat you have access to at this time is luck. Luck is a mysterious thing. It affects a multitude of things, random encounters, monster drops, and critical hits among other things. Naruto shook his head as the information he just read soaked into his mind. This is a cheat skill. If he used this right, he could get stronger than Sasuke team in no time flat. Absently he closed the 2 windows as he tried to remember the command to bring up the window with his attributes on it. Status dot. Naruto tried and was rewarded with a small window appearing in front of him. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Class, the gamer. Level, 5 next level, 35.43%. Title, Academy Student, plus 25% EXP to LV10. Age, 12. HP, 700/700. CP, 700/700. STR, 11, -5. STA, 25, -5, plus 10. Dex, 10, -5. Int, 15, plus 5. WIS, 5. Luck. Special status. Passive, plus 5 int, plus 10 VIT, plus, percent EXP2. Skill. Passive, plus 100 HP, plus 100 CP per level, Prankster King, passive, minus 15% reputation gains, plus 10 EXP to trap skill, plus 10% EXP to stealth skill. Perks, Benton's Blessing. Outside the box. Flaws, eyesore. Pariah. Headstrong. Attribute points, 7. Uzumaki Naruto is a two-time failure of the Konohagakure Shinobi Academy. Ostracized by the village and his peers for an unknown reason, he nevertheless stands proud, unwilling to let the words and attitude of the villagers get to him. Naruto blinked in surprise. Okay, this was weird. Interesting but weird. Why was his wisdom that low? Was he really that lacking in common sense? He was expecting to not be smart, but this was a bit much. Just about the only decent stat among his attributes was his stamina. Geez, Irika-sensei was right, I am a stamina freak. Naruto muttered. He turned his attention to his special status. 2 of them were unnamed and 1 even added an unknown amount of EXP to an unnamed skill. The Prankster King status gave him mixed feelings. On one hand, he was pissed that his reputation gains were reduced by 15%. On the other, the bonuses to his stealth and trapping skills were not to be sneezed at. Spotting the attribute points at the bottom, Naruto felt a bit conflicted. What should he do here? Improve his mental stats to be more in balance with his physical stats, or improve his physical stats so he isn't kicked around like a football during a taijutsu spar by Sasuke team. On one hand, getting smarter will make class work easier. Naruto thought, on the other hand, getting physically stronger will make that team stop beating me in a spar, which would really kick ass. Choices, choices. In the end, he decided to level out his STR and Dex at 13, whilst putting the remaining 4 points into WIS. His STA didn't really need any points at the moment and, while low compared to his STA, his int was so-so. As for his luck, he didn't even know what the damn hell it was at. Either it was in minus numbers or it was ludicrously high, probably thanks to that Benton's Blessing perk. Having dealt with that, Naruto then checked out the inventory part of the window. Divided in half horizontally, the bottom half was a series of boxes about the size of Naruto's thumb, while the top half had a paper doll-like figure with various boxes around it. 2 boxes had pictures with the top and bottom halves of his jumpsuit in them and another 2 had his ninja sandals and t-shirt in them. So these are what I currently have equipped then. Naruto surmised, let's see. He tapped the picture of his jacket and a small window opened up. Orange jumpsuit jacket. A hideous orange jacket that practically screams I am here, come get me, to anyone within sight. No one with any degree of common sense would wear this monstrosity as an active duty shinobi. Plus 5 def. Minus 20% to stealth. Gives equipped person the eyesore flaw. Durability, 5/30ths. Oi! What the hell? Naruto yelped, my jacket is orange, comfortable, orange, has loads of pockets and is orange. What more could you ask? Grumbling under his breath, the blonde orphan glared at the window indignantly. Eyesore? What the hell kind of flaw is that? He tapped it impatiently. Eyesore, passive. Your choice in clothing leaves so much to be desired that words cannot sufficiently describe it. -5% reputation. -20% to all social interactions. Additional -10% to social interactions with females. Shit. Naruto slumped. This must be part of the reason Sakura-chan hated him so much. Ino as well, he supposed, but Sakura-chan was the one he was most concerned about. Well. Naruto sighed, I guess I can buy a temporary outfit tomorrow with Iruka-sensei, if the place he's taking me to sells clothes. Another window popped up, leaving Naruto staring at it in deadpan at what it said. Quest alert. Clothes make the man. Discovering the flaw that your current attire gives you, you decide to buy something suitable to replace it the next day when Iruka-sensei takes you shopping. Objective, purchase a new wardrobe to replace your current one. Quest completion reward, plus 500 EXP, plus 30 Academy Shuriken. Quest failure, plus 50 EXP, eyesore flaw becomes permanent. Accept. Y/N. The hell? Naruto deadpanned, this ability gets more and more damn confusing. Screw it. I'll damn well do it. Naruto hit the Y button. Now, most people who know Naruto would be surprised by his quick acceptance of the fact he needed to replace his clothes, given his declared love and devotion to the color orange. His stubbornness and hard-headedness was also something of an urban legend in Konoha. The thing that most people missed was the fact that, while all of that was true, Naruto could change his mind if he saw enough evidence was presented to him. And, given the gamer ability was telling him that his clothes were not only impeding his social interactions, especially with a certain pink-haired Konoichi in training, but impeding his stealth abilities, he was damn well not stupid enough to resist that kind of evidence. Now then, training time. Naruto decided. He grabbed his new Konao and Shuriken holster and strapped it around his right leg before running out to find a free training field. One could never practice enough, after all. The next day, early morning. Outside Uzumaki Naruto's apartment door. Naruto. Iruka called as he knocked on the door. He had arrived to take Naruto shopping and was slightly concerned when he noticed that the window was broken. Judging from the fact that the glass is all on the inside, the window was smashed from the outside. Further, the pattern of the glass indicates that it was something heavy being thrown at the center of the window that smashed it. Iruka's mind analyzed the crime scene very swiftly. Conclusion, a vandal smashed it with a stone. Just then, a bleary-looking Naruto opened the door. He had a wooden clothes peg on his nose and rubber gloves on his hands. Iruka-sensei? What are you doing here so early? The blonde asked. I had some unexpected free time this morning, so I thought I'd stop in and take you to the shop now rather than later. Iruka replied, why have you got a clothespin on your nose? Come in and you'll see. Naruto replied. He turned around and headed back into his apartment. Ojimashime-su. Pardon me for intruding. Iruka muttered as he entered Naruto's home. He took off his sandals and followed his student into his living room, immediately understanding why Naruto had blocked his nose with that clothespin. A bag of excrement was lying on his floor, presumably thrown in by the person or persons who had smashed the window. Judging by the smell, someone had left the contents of the bag to rot and ferment for a week at least. Iruka was surprised to see Naruto quickly and efficiently clean up the mess, depositing the bag and its contents over the balcony where the building's bin was located at the bottom and using the correct cleaning products to remove the stain and remaining odor from his carpet, before picking up the shards of glass and depositing them in his bin. That was very practiced. Iruka remarked, how did you get so good at cleaning up a mess like that? The window getting smashed has happened every week or so since I was 7, but the rotten dog crap. That's new, it's only happened for the last 3 weeks or so. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, every single day too. What a pain. Irika was very tempted to march out and find the ones responsible for this. Do you have any idea who is responsible? Nope. Naruto replied at once, it always happens either when I'm asleep or at the academy. I tried to set traps once, but my landlord caught me and threatened to evict me if I tried to set any. Could it be the landlord? Irika muttered. Nah. He was seriously pissed at me for letting someone break my window. Naruto replied, he got really pissed when it happened another 49 times in a row. I have to fix the window as well, so it's one hell of a pain in the ass for me too. Irika went still. Naruto, did I just hear you wrong, or did you just say that you fix the windows when they get broken? The Chunin's voice was surprisingly sharp as he said this, making Naruto blink in surprise as he removed his gloves and clothespin. Yeah. Watch. Naruto said casually. The scarred Chunin-sensei watched in amazement as his 12-year-old student measured and cut wood and glass with a practiced hand. He acted like he had done this so many times that it had ingrained itself into muscle memory. The end result was, by any standards, a very nice-looking window. It was unpainted and a bit rough here and there, but overall it was very well done for a 12-year-old. Naruto, remind me how long you've been doing this? Irika asked in a calm manner. Since I was 7. Naruto shrugged lazily, as if it wasn't a big deal. Anyway, now that is taken care of, should we get going? Naruto. Irika didn't know what to say here. His student was obviously used to this happening to him, but he felt that it wasn't right to force a boy of Naruto's age to act like a joiner. He decided to report this to Hokage-sama after he had taken Naruto to the shop. Alright then, he nodded at Naruto, make sure you have your wallet. Gama-chan's right here. Naruto took a fat wallet from his pocket. It was green and designed to look like a toad. That looks stuffed to the gunnels. Irika chuckled, there should be more than enough in that to get a decent set of weights in that. Do you think it'll extend to a new wardrobe too? Naruto asked hesitantly. Naruto. Irika was surprised. Normally the blonde boy dug his heels in and refused to even consider getting a new outfit. He did love his orange. It's just, I've been thinking, and maybe orange isn't a good color for a ninja to have. Naruto admitted, but I will have orange when I'm off duty, damn it. Irika chuckled. Even when compromising on something, Naruto still managed to win. Follow me, he said as he led Naruto out of his apartment. The teacher and student chatted amicably about irrelevant things until they came to an out-of-the-way shop with the sign Higurashi Weapons and Ninja Apparels emblazoned above the door. Wow! Naruto gaped in awe at the sheer size of the shop. They must have an entire armory of weapons and stuff here. Among other things, yes. Irika said with a smile, Higurashi's is the best shop in the village for ninja tools and equipment. The quality of the custom-made weapons is legendary, as are the regular wares. You'll find some good stuff here, Naruto. If they'll sell to me. Naruto reiterated bitterly. They'll sell to you. Irika reassured him, I've known old Tatsuhiko for years. He's tough, but fair, and has never refused to sell to a customer that I know of. Heartened by Irika's encouragement, Naruto followed him into the shop. Inside, the main floor of the shop was rack upon rack of swords. Katana, ninjato, notaki, tanto, yoroidashi, wakaizashi, chokyuto, kodaki, tachi, and even a handful of zanbato were literally filling the room. A long counter at the back of the room was loaded up with kunao and shuriken, ninja wire and soldier pills of all kinds. A girl who was only a year or so older than Naruto sat behind the counter polishing a kodaki. She had brown hair done up in a pair of buns on her head, steel gray eyes, and wore a pink top. A hitayate was tied around her head to signify her status as a shinobi of Konohagakure. Ah! Welcome to Higurashi Weapons and Ninja Apparels. The girl placed the blade on the counter when she noticed them. Irika-sensei, it's been a while. Tenten. You look well. Irika replied, is Guy still driving you nuts? Oh yes. Tenten replied sourly, youth this and burning brightly that. Lee is just as bad. Sounds tough. Irika chuckled, by the way, where's Tatsuhiko? Oyaji's out of town to bring in a new shipment of chakra metal. Tenten said, Kaya-san went with him to make sure he comes back quickly instead of doing a bar trawl like last time. Didn't he get a tattoo the last time that happened? Irika mused aloud, Connie-san's name wasn't it? Yup. Kaya-san was really irked with him for that. Tenten replied with a roll of her eyes, anyway, who is this that you've brought with you? This is Uzumaki Naruto. Irika introduced his student, who smiled shyly at Tenten, he's looking for some weights, as well as a new ninja outfit. Graduation isn't for a while. Tenten said with a frown, though I can see why he needs a new outfit, those kami-forsaken orange monstrosities are barely holding themselves together. Well, excuse me. Naruto grumbled. Ah, don't worry about it. Tenten flapped her hand at him, we'll find you something to replace that outfit. How much have you got to spend? Not including food expenses and my rent. Naruto pondered, about 70,000 ryo. Tenten gaped at him for a moment. That will get you quite a lot, she said at last. Which would you like to get first? Weights or clothes? Naruto looked at Irika for advice. Clothes. Irika said firmly, you can then get weights that can be concealed beneath the clothes. What he said? Naruto told Tenten, who giggled. This way then. Tenten led them through a door in the side of the room. The next room was a smorgasbord of ninja clothes and armor. There were racks of the standard Konoha Chunin and Jonin outfit, as well as a great many other uniforms. Where the heck should I start to look? Naruto wondered aloud. Try wandering around and point out something you want to look at more closely. Irika suggested, and Tenten, have you anything new in that you could show Naruto? The girl mused, there was a new shipment of ninja outfits in from a one-time sale in Arashi no Kuni, Land of Storms. I think there's one left. I could pull it out for Naruto-san to look at. Just call me Naruto, the blonde told her, I'm not one for formality. Sure. You just call me Tenten as well, the kunoichi replied with a smile, wait here. She walked into a room off to the side to fetch the shipment she had spoken about. Naruto meanwhile gazed at all of the clothes in the room and felt more than a little overwhelmed by the selection. How was he to choose any clothes from among all of this? It was like giving a starving man a feast. For now, I think you should get something simple to wear for day-to-day wear at the academy. Irika advised, sensing that Naruto was out of his depth. Once you get closer to graduation, you can come back and order something to be your standard ninja outfit as a genin. Sounds like an idea. Naruto replied in relief. Now that he had a guideline, he calmed down and began looking. He found a lightly armored shirt that went over a t-shirt that didn't look as if it restricted his movement by any serious degree. It came in 3 different colors, black, dark red and dark green. Observe, Naruto whispered in an undertone. Konoha battle top, Amakusa style black. A standard shirt made for entry-level genin in Konoha. It is lightweight and resilient to shuriken and thrown kunao. Def +7. Durability, 45/45. Okay, this is way better than my jacket. Naruto admitted to himself, I'll get a couple of these, black, of course. Sakura-chan looks good in red, but I don't. And I don't like green. He placed 3 Amakusa shirts to one side and looked through the trousers section, completely ignoring the shorts. No way was he going to look anything like Sasuke team, in his silly-looking toy boy shorts. Konoha battle breeches, Amakusa style black and gray. Standard trousers for entry-level genin in Konoha. Lightweight, it is lightly armored to resist thrown weapons. Def +7. Durability, 45/45. Not bad. 3 of these as well, I think. Naruto thought. Just then, Tenten came back in with a box in her hands. Whoa. Took a while to find the one I was looking for, she muttered. Damn Oyaji and his bad organization skills. Tatsuhiko always was bad at that. Irika remarked, I'm surprised that Connie-san doesn't lose her temper with him about it. Kaya-san does. Tenten said with a grin, last week she chased him around the house with a frying pan. She's been taking lessons from Nara Yoshino then. Irika shuddered slightly at the mention of the Nara matriarch. So, what have you got in the box for Naruto? Well, it's a funny story that. Tenten replied, the guy who made the set only managed to make and sell 10 or so sets before he died. One of the buyers was my Oyaji. It's a complete set of shinobi armor, designed to resemble regular clothes. The whole ensemble actually provides slightly more armor than the regular Chunin and Jonin outfits, although it is slightly heavier as a payoff. Sounds like an awesome outfit. Naruto said in awe. It is. Tenten confirmed, it even has detachable areas for if you have to visit a tropical area and additional attachable parts for a winter country. I think Naruto would like a look at it. Irika said dryly as he saw Naruto's eyes shining at how adaptable the outfit was. Tenten placed the box on the floor, opened it up and removed a top from it, showing it to Naruto and Irika. Wow! Naruto muttered. The top was a size bigger than Naruto himself. Black, with blue stripes in a simple bar-like pattern. The sleeves stopped just short of the elbows and it came with a blank metal shoulder protector. Overall, it looked kick-ass. I'll take it. Naruto said firmly. Nice choice. Tenten said, do you want anything on the shoulder plate? Naruto detached the spiral symbol from his jumpsuit's left arm and handed it over to her. This please, he told her. Interesting. The kunoichi muttered, what is it? Jiji told me it's my clan symbol. Naruto shrugged, dunno who the Uzumaki were, but I'm the last of them. I see. Tenten looked a bit sad at that, so you're an orphan too? Naruto looked surprised by this question. I'm adopted. Tenten explained, seeing the look of confusion on his face. Kaya-san can't have kids, so they adopted me from the orphanage. Oh, yeah, I am. Naruto replied, tough, isn't it? Yeah, well, I'm good now. Kaya-san and Oyaji love me like a real daughter. Tenten said with a fond smile on her face. I'm happy for you. Naruto told her honestly, now, how much does this outfit plus the 3 shirts and trousers come to? Let me see. Tenten did a quick mental calculation, 35,000 ryo. Huh. Cheaper than my jumpsuits. Naruto commented. What do you mean? Irika asked curiously. For 3 jumpsuits at Old Man Hasegawa's, it costs me 50,000 ryo. Naruto replied. Why that? Tenten seethed, how dare he actually charge money for those hideous excuses for clothes? I'll tell Oyaji about this. What can he do about it? Naruto asked curiously. He's the chief of the Konoha Ninja Suppliers Guild. Tenten explained, he always cracks down hard on people who sell cheap crap to the shinobi forces or academy students. And Hasegawa isn't a registered member of the guild, so he's in deep shit. Heh. Serves him right. Naruto smirked, ah well. These will do for now. Next is weights, I think. Yeah. Got just the ones. Tenten reached into her pocket and pulled out what looked like 4 black sweatbands. Sweatbands? Naruto asked with a sweat drop. Nope. Tenten shook her head, they have special fun on them that allows you to alter their weight. Theoretically, you could make them as heavy as a mountain, though you wouldn't be able to move. Irika-sensei. Naruto asked dubiously. She's not tricking you, Naruto, the scarred Chunin told him. Most Chunin use chakra weights very similar to them for training. 4 of them, Tenten. If he wants to improve his body equally, then he has to have one for each limb. Tenten pointed out, Lee only has two that he wears on his legs, but he does ridiculous weight training for his arms to compensate for that. This way, Naruto can train his arms and legs equally. True, but they are expensive. Iruka countered, a set of 4 costs 50 to 60,000 ryo. As he's purchasing the last of a stock item, I'll discount it down to 40,000. Tenten offered. Done. Iruka shook hands with her. Naruto, pay her. Sighing a bit, Naruto took out Gama-chan and counted out his spare cash, all 70,000 ryo of it, into Tenten's hands, plus an extra 5,000 for the rest. Thank you for your purchase and please use Higurashis for all your ninja tool needs. Tenten rattled off on automatic. Naruto, could you write down your address here so I can deliver the shoulder plate once Oyaji's engraved the emblem onto it? Sure. Naruto scribbled the address down on the proffered piece of paper. Oyaji and Kaya-san won't be back until the day after tomorrow and he'll take his time with the engraving, so you won't get it for at least a week. Tenten informed him. Met. It's going to be my ninja outfit once I graduate, so it's fine. Naruto assured her. Graduation wasn't for another 8 months or so the delay wasn't significant. Right then. Naruto, do you have a sealing scroll? Iruka asked. Just the one you gave me, Iruka-sensei. Naruto took it from his pocket. Do you remember how to seal things? Pulse a very small amount of chakra into the seal in order to seal or unseal anything. Naruto quoted, the larger the item or the more items you are trying to seal, the more chakra is required. Well, you do listen. Iruka marveled, only use slightly more chakra than normal for sealing this lot, alright. Right. Naruto touched a finger to the paper, which Iruka had stacked with the clothes, and channeled the smallest amount of chakra he could into it, making the clothes vanish in a small cloud of smoke. That was cool. Tenten remarked, most people have to use their whole hand to do that. Me included. If I use my whole hand, the scroll implodes. Naruto shrugged, I have so much chakra that it can't be controlled easily. Hell, the whole leaf exercise thing doesn't work because the leaf shred itself as soon as I touch it with chakra. Seriously, the bun-haired girl asked in disbelief. Naruto held out a hand to Iruka, who sighed, took out a leaf and gave it to him. The blonde placed it on his forehead and, as he'd explained, the leaf was shredded into tiny pieces. Have you tried tree climbing or water walking? Tenten asked after she recovered from her shock. They are more advanced chakra control exercises that you don't usually learn until you're a genin, but it looks like you'll have to start from the top down. Naruto looked at Iruka. Sensei. I'll have a word with Hokage-sama, he replied. Normally, academy students are discouraged from learning anything that advanced unless they're from a clan like the Hyuga, but I think he'd make an exception in this case. Yadadatabia. Naruto cheered. Today rocked. Chapter 2, Rules and Friendships. Oh, for the love of... Again. Naruto sighed in mild exasperation. He had just entered his apartment after his training session with Iruka-sensei when, much to his irritation, he had discovered yet another plastic bag of dog crap sitting amid the shattered glass of his living room window. Seriously? Twice in one day? Naruto complained aloud. Whoever is doing this has no imagination and way too much time on their hands. Sighing heavily, the blonde orphan made his way to the kitchen to get the unpleasant task of cleaning his living room up out of the way, again. Naruto had no proof, but he suspected that whoever was responsible for the whole dog crap thing was the person who had been harassing him for years, ever since he moved into his apartment at the age of 5. Broken windows, vandalized doors. One time he had even come home to his door busted down and his apartment wrecked. The main problem was that he had no idea who was doing it. Any time this kind of thing happened, he was either at the academy, out doing shopping or in his bed asleep. Now then, Where's that book that the weird box/window thing was talking about? Naruto muttered as he walked into his bedroom. Aha! There, upon a brand new wooden table, was a thick book with the title The Gamer's Guide emblazoned in elegant gold writing on the front cover. People might call Naruto stupid, and it was true he wasn't the sharpest sword in the armory, but it didn't take a genius to connect the dots here. So, this is the book the quest wants me to read, Naruto said as he eyed the book and table suspiciously. Call him paranoid if you like, but books and tables don't generally appear from nowhere. The last time he had just accepted a situation at face value, it had been when he found a bowl of ramen freshly made in his kitchen one day when he woke up. He had spent the next 2 days either sitting on the toilet or barfing his guts up, so once bitten, twice shy is Naruto's motto for strange, unexplained items appearing before him. After staring at the book for a moment, Naruto gingerly reached out a hand and carefully picked it up, half expecting it to blow up or something. What actually happened was that a box/window appeared, floating an inch or so above the surface of the book's cover. When he shook the book, the box/window stayed the same distance away from the cover without so much as wavering. You have acquired the Gamer's Guide? Do you wish to learn this? Y/N. Finally, some answers. Naruto muttered as he hit the Y button. Much to his shock, the book dissolved into a blue light that rather looked like chakra. It swirled around him for a moment before vanishing, prompting another box/window to open. Congratulations! You have unlocked the guide. To open the guide, merely say guide aloud. Guide, Naruto said. A new window opened as the first one closed automatically. Welcome to the guide. Please select a topic from below to view. Introduction Q. Attribute points and attributes. Raising stats. Level. Quests. Flaws. Skills. Reputation. There were a couple more options beneath that, but Naruto ignored them as his eyes were drawn to the first option. Iruka-sensei had drummed it into him that the basics were the most important part of a shinobi's skill set, so he had to master those first before moving on to more advanced subjects. Besides, the introduction button had a golden Q sign next to it, so Naruto supposed that that indicated the quest objective. Seating himself on his bed, the blonde academy student hit the introduction button, making another window pop up immediately. Now maybe he'd get some answers. Greetings, chosen gamer of this world. If you are seeing this, then Gaia has chosen you to wield this power. Who or what the hell is Gaia? Naruto wondered aloud before he read the next line, which answered his question, sort of. If you don't know who or what Gaia is, then read up about it in the library. More specifically, read about the Gaia theory. That isn't really that important right now though. The most important fact for you to know is that you have been given an ability known as the Gamer. Great, now this damn box/window thing is giving me homework. Naruto bemoaned. He got enough of that at the academy. The Gamer is a powerful ability, given only to those deemed worthy by Gaia. Across multiple parallel universes, realities, and worlds, only a small handful of people are deemed worthy of holding this power, so consider yourself honored. Yeah, I get it, the damn box power is strong. Naruto groused, now tell me what it can do. Okay, obligatory impressive speech, over. Now we get to the meat of the matter. The Gamer has the ability to turn repeated actions into skills. It doesn't matter what you can do, fire lasers, swing swords, fly or whatever else. Anything can be turned into skills, even something as mundane as washing the dishes. That's really weird. Naruto's sweat dropped as he read the last part. Washing dishes. Seriously. What the hell kind of weird-ass ability did he have? Almost uniformly, all aspects of the Gamer are invoked verbally, as you have no doubt surmised by now. You have at several pages with information and abilities that you can invoke merely by saying the name of the page. First, the status page. This displays several things: your stats and perks, your current level and your current HP and MP/SP/CP, as well as your flaws, special status, inventory and currently equipped equipment. Next is the skills page. This displays all the skills you have learned, as well as their current level, a small description of what they do and their effects. The perks page shows you your current perks and their effects. The flaws page shows you all of the current flaws that you have, as well as their effects, negative or otherwise. The quests page shows you all the quests you are currently undergoing, as well as the quests you have completed in the past. Finally, the reputation page shows you your standing with various people, groups, clans, cities and nations. Naruto blinked at this. It was a lot to take in, but the blonde orphan suspected that this would be very, very useful once he actually knew what the hell all of that blurb meant. There is one final thing to inform you of, gamer. Every single person who receives this power has had one of three reactions. Some choose to try and ignore their power and carry on as they did before they were granted this power. That never turns out well. Some become a force for good or evil using this power. The majority of people who receive this power take this route, although not many survive taking the evil route for some reason. The final route people choose to go is that of the original and first wielder of this ability, survival. Regardless of which path you choose to walk, life as you once knew it is gone, never to return. You could at least sound sympathetic, you bastard. Naruto huffed indignantly. Now, this concludes the introduction. Kindly read the rest of the guide for more detailed information on all that has been mentioned previously. More information will be added as you discover more aspects of your ability. All that is left is for me to wish you good luck as the chosen gamer of your world. The Game Master. Hanzi Han. Naruto sat quietly for a moment and contemplated this new turn to his life. He was still very suspicious, but none of the information he had been given indicated that there was any negative consequences of this ability, except the strong possibility of dying if he became evil or ignored it. To quote his friend, Nara Shikamaru, this was troublesome. Still, there also didn't seem to be any way for him to get out of this. Naruto wasn't sure, but the writing seemed to suggest that this was irrevocable. He wasn't being given a choice here, he had the power, so he had to deal with it. The blonde boy knew he couldn't ignore it. Irika-sensei had given several lectures about the consequences of ignoring problems. The point being that they tended to bit you on the ass if you ignored them for too long. So, I'd better learn everything I can about this gamer thing, now that I have it. Naruto mused aloud. Course of action decided. He closed the introduction window and was about to hit the stat points and stats button when another window popped up. Congratulations! You have unlocked the guide and received basic answers about your new ability. Quest completion reward, plus 400 EXP. Closing that one, Naruto developed a tick mark on his forehead as yet another one popped up. Quest alert. Scrolling through life, having learned about your ability, you should now check out Irika-sensei's gifts. Objective: learn at least one of the skills in the books by the skill absorption aspect of the gamer. Quest completion reward, plus 500 EXP, plus 20 Academy Shuriken. Accept. Y/N. Skill absorption? Oh, the book destroying thing? Right. Naruto said as he hit Y. Cool. Time to check out Irika-sensei's scroll. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out the scroll containing the 3 books Irika-sensei had given him. Well, 2 books and 1 scroll, but you get the picture. Unrolling it, Naruto carefully unsealed all 3 items, the fast draw technique scroll, the intermediate Heikage style book and the book of exercises. I can't learn the Taijutsu book cause I promised Irika-sensei, so that leaves this one. Naruto grabbed the scroll, making the expected window pop up. You have acquired the Hiko-Yoshin fast draw technique scroll. Do you wish to learn it? Y/N. Bet your ass I do. Naruto muttered as he hit Y with his free hand and watched as, just like the guide, the scroll dissolved into blue light before vanishing into him. Hiko Yoshin Fast Draw Technique, Passive and Active, LV1, 00.00 EXP. The Hiko Yoshin, or Flying Leaf Blade, technique is a basic fast draw technique used by Genin level shinobi of Kana Hagakure no Sato in order to more efficiently draw thrown weapons and use shuriken jutsu. Passively increases users' drawing speed with thrown weapons by 5%. Actively increases thrown weapon speed by 1%. Actively increases thrown weapon damage by 1%. This is so kick-ass. Naruto declared as he fist-pumped in victory. Now for the other one. In short order the book, 101 exercises was absorbed. Rather than give him a skill, however, it gave him a permanent plus 8% EXP increase when he was physically exercising. Congratulations! Scrolling through life, you have learned a technique from the gifts Irika gave you. Quest completion reward, plus 500 EXP, plus 20 Academy Shuriken. Hidden objective completed, learn an additional skill. Hidden objective reward, plus 40 Academy Kunao. Hell yeah! Naruto cheered, this is awesome. After he calmed down from his celebration, Naruto remembered the fact that his window was still broken from the bastard who broke it this morning. With a sigh, he walked out into the hall and opened a largish cupboard, revealing several lengths of wood and stacks of glass. After the first 50 or so times that his window had been smashed by the mysterious vandal, the landlord had told Naruto that as whoever it was that was smashing his window was only doing it to his window, he could fix the damn things. This had been when he was 7. After a crash course in joinery, glass cutting and carpentry, Naruto had been able to make a reasonable looking window. Moreover, as his window was smashed at least once a week, he got plenty of damn practice at it. Something that Naruto had browbeaten his bastard landlord into doing was that the fat bastard had to at least buy the supply for him to do the repairs. There. Naruto wiped some sweat from his brow. About an hour later, that'll do it, until the bastard breaks the window again. Naruto sighed when 3 windows popped up once he had finished putting away his tools. Skill created. As the result of repeated actions, the skill joinery has been created. Joinery, passive, LV26, 55.68 EXP. Joinery is very basically shaping wood to fit a surface, usually for a house. Requires joinery tools in order to use. Passively increases the success ratio of successful joinery actions by 30%. Passively reduces the amount of wood wasted in joinery actions by 25%. Skill created. As the result of repeated actions, the skill glass cutting has been created. Glass cutting, passive, LV27, 98.10 EXP. Cast in a bad light by cat burglars and the like, the legal use of glass cutting is to cut sheets of glass up, mostly for use in windows. Requires tool, glass cutter to use. Passively increases success ratio of successful glass cutting action by 40%. Passively reduces chance of breaking glass by 10%. Skill created. As the result of repeated actions, the skill apprentice carpentry has been created. Apprentice carpentry, passive, LV15, 36.28 EXP. Basic carpentry has been around for thousands of years and is the most basic form of building that there is that isn't using mud and straw. Apprentice carpentry is the basic building of things without a fine finish. Requires either carpentry tools or joinery tools to use. Passively adds a 5% increase to the success ratio of any action involving the cutting or shaping of wood. Passively decreases the amount of wasted wood from any carpentry or joinery action by an additional 5%. Okay. Naruto said slowly, why the heck are these new skills at such high levels? As he thought about it, a possibility occurred to him. All of the skills he had gotten in the last day had almost uniformly been at level 1 and they had either been things he had either done wrong in the past or hadn't paid any attention to. Carpentry, joinery and glass cutting on the other hand were things he had forced himself to get better at and had practiced fairly diligently at, so maybe if he created a skill he was fairly skilled in already, it made the skill at an appropriate level proportionate to how skilled he was at it. It sounded likely, but he had no idea how to prove it. Shrugging, Naruto dismissed the matter and started cleaning up the dust left over from his impromptu construction work. His stomach roared in protest, as he hadn't eaten since the cup ramen he had had for breakfast. Right? Ichiraku's it is, he decided. Naruto hastily finished the cleaning before running out to his favorite eatery. On the way, he noticed that everyone he saw had their name, a level, and a title of some sort floating above their head. Most of them were fairly standard ones like housewife, builder, and the like, but he saw a couple that surprised him. One kunoichi that he saw, with purple hair, a mini-skirt, and a trench coat, had the title of Loyal Kunoichi of the Leaf floating above her head as she chomped down a stick of dango. Why would she have that kind of title? Naruto thought. Another odd thing about the woman was that her level was a trio of question marks, which was really puzzling for Naruto, who decided to investigate, discreetly. Observe, he whispered as the window popped up in front of him. Name, Mitarashi Anko, Takubutsu Jonin, LV, dash, dash. HP, dash, dash, slash, dash, dash. CP, dash, dash, slash, dash, dash. Mitarashi Anko is a Takujo in Umbuti and I hated and feared by the populace and a large portion of the on-duty shinobi forces because of her past affiliation with the traitor Orochimaru. Despite her fanatical loyalty to Konoha, she acts out deliberately to prove that the opinions of the civilians matter nothing to her. Wow. That bites. Naruto muttered as he walked on. She had it almost as bad as he did with the civilians. Heck, she kinda had it worse because of the fact that some of the on-duty shinobi hated her as well. Walking into the ramen stand that was his home away from home, Naruto espied the words floating over Tuki and Ayam. Ichiraku Tuki, LV-15. Master Ramen Chef. Ichiraku Ayam, LV-6. Apprentice Ramen Chef. Okay, that was about the normal level for a civilian of Tuki's age. Ditto for Ayam. Ninja levels were much higher, with most genin wavering between level 15 and 25, while chunin were from 25 on up. Naruto presumed that anyone who had question marks instead of numbers for their level was a Takujo or higher. Tukaji-san. Ayamne-chan, he called. Oh. Naruto, how are you today? Tuka called from where he was wiping the counter. Heh. Just started a heavy training regime databia. Naruto replied with a confident smile, definitely gonna graduate this time. Ahaha. I hope you do. Tuka laughed. Now, what do ya want to eat? Miso, pork, and chicken, and keep it coming. Naruto declared. Comin' up, Tuka said, getting to work on his best customer's order. How have you really been, Naruto-kun? Ayam asked shrewdly. She knew the kind of things that happened to Naruto and his home on a regular basis. Naruto smiled ruefully at Ayam. Nothing worse than normal, Ayamne-chan. Iruka-sensei gave me prizes for completing a remedial class on evasion, shurikenjutsu, and taijutsu. He did, huh? Ayam said, one eyebrow rising up in surprise. That was nice of him. Ah, here's your first bowl. Eat up. Naruto dug in eagerly. Ramen was truly the food of the gods. Throughout the years, Naruto had never had to worry about being poisoned or beaten while inside Ichiraku's. He did tend to avoid the ramen stand on his birthday, so the place which was so good to him wasn't damaged by his well-wishers. 8 bowls of ramen and half an hour later, Naruto headed back to his apartment, full to the brim with his favorite food. Much to his relief, his window was still intact. I guess I'd better do a bit more research on this weird power of mine. Naruto mused aloud. Because he never really had any friends, he had developed the habit of thinking aloud. First sign of madness be damned. Guide Naruto said, making the blue window appear again. Huh, so many topics, meh. I'll read them from the top down. Saying that, he tapped the button labeled Attribute Points and Attributes, making a window appear. Attribute Points and Attributes. Every time you level up, 5 attribute points are automatically generated, which you can then use to increase your own attributes. Your attributes are representations of your physical and mental abilities. For ordinary people, their attribute points are automatically distributed to their strongest areas as soon as they level up. A person who possesses the gamer, however, can distribute their points themselves, thereby making themselves smarter/stronger/faster than an ordinary person is capable of. Holy shit! Naruto exclaimed. Your attributes are split into 3 categories: physical, mental, and special. Physical attributes deal with the strength and speed of your body. They are strength, STR, dexterity, dex, speed, SPD, and stamina, STA. STR is the raw physical strength of your body. This determines how much weight you can carry, as well as the base damage you deal out in combat. Dex represents how nimble and agile you are, determining your accuracy as well as attack speed and attack evasion. SPD is how fast you are overall. This determines your movement speed. This stat receives a buff if your STR and Dex are at the same level. Note, locked until special condition is fulfilled. STA represents how sturdy you are, determining a great deal of your hit points, resistances to various status effects and fatigue. The mental attributes represent your mental prowess. They are intelligence, int, and wisdom, WIS. Int represents your ability to learn and reason, especially in problem solving. It determines how much CP you have, as well as how effective your offensive and defensive skills are. Determines your memorization ability. WIS is your common sense, basically. It determines your CP regeneration rate, your ability to read other people's emotions and body language, as well as resistance against mental attacks, pain, and torture. Determines your problem-solving ability. Special attributes are unaffected by your mind or body. They are generally of things that affect you without you being able to affect them, other than raising their attribute points. The only special stat you have access to at this time is luck. Luck is a mysterious thing. It affects a multitude of things, random encounters, monster drops, and critical hits among other things. Naruto shook his head as the information he just read soaked into his mind. This is a cheat skill. If he used this right, he could get stronger than Sasuke team in no time flat. Absently he closed the 2 windows as he tried to remember the command to bring up the window with his attributes on it. Status dot. Naruto tried and was rewarded with a small window appearing in front of him. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Class, the gamer. Level, 5 next level, 35.43%. Title, Academy student, plus 25% EXP to LV10. Age, 12. HP, 700/700. CP, 700/700. STR, 11, -5. STA, 25, -5, plus 10. Dex, 10, -5. Int, 15, plus 5. WIS, 5. Luck. Special status. Passive, plus 5 int, plus 10 VIT, plus, %EXP2. Skill. Passive, plus 100 HP, plus 100 CP per level, Prankster King, passive, minus 15% reputation gains, plus 10 EXP to trap skill, plus 10% EXP to stealth skill. Perks, Benton's Blessing. Outside the box. Flaws, eyesore. Pariah. Headstrong. Attribute points, 7. Uzumaki Naruto is a two-time failure of the Konohagakure Shinobi Academy. Ostracized by the village and his peers for an unknown reason, he nevertheless stands proud, unwilling to let the words and attitude of the villagers get to him. Naruto blinked in surprise. Okay, this was weird. Interesting but weird. Why was his wisdom that low? Was he really that lacking in common sense? He was expecting to not be smart, but this was a bit much. Just about the only decent stat among his attributes was his stamina. Geez, Iruka-sensei was right, I am a stamina freak. Naruto muttered. He turned his attention to his special status. 2 of them were unnamed and 1 even added an unknown amount of EXP to an unnamed skill. The Prankster King status gave him mixed feelings. On one hand, he was pissed that his reputation gains were reduced by 15%. On the other, the bonuses to his stealth and trapping skills were not to be sneezed at. Spotting the attribute points at the bottom, Naruto felt a bit conflicted. What should he do here? Improve his mental stats to be more in balance with his physical stats, or improve his physical stats so he isn't kicked around like a football during a taijutsu spar by Sasuke team? On one hand, getting smarter will make class work easier. Naruto thought, on the other hand, getting physically stronger will make that team stop beating me in a spar, which would really kick ass. Choices, choices. In the end, he decided to level out his STR and Dex at 13, whilst putting the remaining 4 points into WIS. His STA didn't really need any points at the moment and, while low compared to his STA, his int was so-so. As for his luck, he didn't even know what the damn hell it was at. Either it was in minus numbers or it was ludicrously high, probably thanks to that Benton's Blessing perk. Having dealt with that, Naruto then checked out the inventory part of the window. Divided in half horizontally, the bottom half was a series of boxes about the size of Naruto's thumb, while the top half had a paper doll-like figure with various boxes around it. 2 boxes had pictures with the top and bottom halves of his jumpsuit in them and another 2 had his ninja sandals and t-shirt in them. So these are what I currently have equipped then. Naruto surmised, let's see. He tapped the picture of his jacket and a small window opened up. Orange jumpsuit jacket. A hideous orange jacket that practically screams I am here, come get me, to anyone within sight. No one with any degree of common sense would wear this monstrosity as an active duty shinobi. Plus 5 def. Minus 20% to stealth. Gives equipped person the eyesore flaw. Durability, 5/30ths. Oi! What the hell? Naruto yelped, my jacket is orange, comfortable, orange, has loads of pockets and is orange. What more could you ask? Grumbling under his breath, the blonde orphan glared at the window indignantly. Eyesore? What the hell kind of flaw is that? He tapped it impatiently. Eyesore, passive. Your choice in clothing leaves so much to be desired that words cannot sufficiently describe it. Minus 5% reputation. Minus 20% to all social interactions. Additional minus 10% to social interactions with females. Shit. Naruto slumped. This must be part of the reason Sakura-chan hated him so much. Ino as well, he supposed, but Sakura-chan was the one he was most concerned about. Well. Naruto sighed, I guess I can buy a temporary outfit tomorrow with Iruka-sensei, if the place he's taking me to sells clothes. Another window popped up, leaving Naruto staring at it in deadpan at what it said. Quest alert. Clothes make the man. Discovering the flaw that your current attire gives you, you decide to buy something suitable to replace it the next day when Iruka-sensei takes you shopping. Objective, purchase a new wardrobe to replace your current one. Quest completion reward, plus 500 EXP, plus 30 Academy Shuriken. Quest failure, plus 50 EXP, eyesore flaw becomes permanent. Accept. Y/N. The hell? Naruto deadpanned, "This ability gets more and more damn confusing. Screw it. I'll damn well do it." Naruto hit the Y button. Now, most people who know Naruto would be surprised by his quick acceptance of the fact he needed to replace his clothes, given his declared love and devotion to the color orange. His stubbornness and hard-headedness was also something of an urban legend in Konoha. The thing that most people missed was the fact that, while all of that was true, Naruto could change his mind if he saw enough evidence was presented to him. And, given the gamer ability was telling him that his clothes were not only impeding his social interactions, especially with a certain pink-haired Kunoichi in training, but impeding his stealth abilities, he was damn well not stupid enough to resist that kind of evidence. Now then, training time. Naruto decided. He grabbed his new kunao and shuriken holster and strapped it around his right leg before running out to find a free training field. One could never practice enough, after all. The next day, early morning. Outside Uzumaki Naruto's apartment door. "Naruto." Irika called as he knocked on the door. He had arrived to take Naruto shopping and was slightly concerned when he noticed that the window was broken. Judging from the fact that the glass is all on the inside, the window was smashed from the outside. Further, the pattern of the glass indicates that it was something heavy being thrown at the center of the window that smashed it. Irika's mind analyzed the crime scene very swiftly. Conclusion: a vandal smashed it with a stone. Just then, a bleary-looking Naruto opened the door. He had a wooden clothes peg on his nose and rubber gloves on his hands. "Irika-sensei? What are you doing here so early?" the blonde asked. "I had some unexpected free time this morning, so I thought I'd stop in and take you to the shop now rather than later." Irika replied, "Why have you got a clothespin on your nose? Come in and you'll see." Naruto replied. He turned around and headed back into his apartment. "Ojamashimasu. Pardon me for intruding," Irika muttered as he entered Naruto's home. He took off his sandals and followed his student into his living room, immediately understanding why Naruto had blocked his nose with that clothespin. A bag of excrement was lying on his floor, presumably thrown in by the person or persons who had smashed the window. Judging by the smell, someone had left the contents of the bag to rot and ferment for a week at least. Irika was surprised to see Naruto quickly and efficiently clean up the mess, depositing the bag and its contents over the balcony where the building's bin was located at the bottom and using the correct cleaning products to remove the stain and remaining odor from his carpet, before picking up the shards of glass and depositing them in his bin. "That was very practiced," Irika remarked. "How did you get so good at cleaning up a mess like that?" "The window getting smashed has happened every week or so since I was 7, but the rotten dog crap. That's new, it's only happened for the last 3 weeks or so." Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. "Every single day too. What a pain." Irika was very tempted to march out and find the ones responsible for this. "Do you have any idea who is responsible?" "Nope." Naruto replied at once, "It always happens either when I'm asleep or at the academy. I tried to set traps once, but my landlord caught me and threatened to evict me if I tried to set any." "Could it be the landlord?" Irika muttered. "Nah. He was seriously pissed at me for letting someone break my window." Naruto replied, "He got really, really pissed when it happened another 49 times in a row. I have to fix the window as well, so it's one hell of a pain in the ass for me too." Irika went still. "Naruto, did I just hear you wrong or did you just say that you fix the windows when they get broken?" The Chunin's voice was surprisingly sharp as he said this, making Naruto blink in surprise as he removed his gloves and clothespin. "Yeah. Watch," Naruto said casually. The scarred Chunin-sensei watched in amazement as his 12-year-old student measured and cut wood and glass with a practiced hand. He acted like he had done this so many times that it had ingrained itself into muscle memory. The end result was, by any standards, a very nice looking window. It was unpainted and a bit rough here and there, but overall it was very well done for a 12-year-old. Naruto, remind me how long you've been doing this? Irika asked in a calm manner. Since I was 7. Naruto shrugged lazily, as if it wasn't a big deal. Anyway, now that that is taken care of, should we get going? Naruto. Irika didn't know what to say here. His student was obviously used to this happening to him, but he felt that it wasn't right to force a boy of Naruto's age to act like a joiner. He decided to report this to Hokage-sama after he had taken Naruto to the shop. Alright then, he nodded at Naruto, make sure you have your wallet. Gama-chan's right here. Naruto took a fat wallet from his pocket. It was green and designed to look like a toad. That looks stuffed to the gunnels. Irika chuckled, there should be more than enough in that to get a decent set of weights in that. Do you think it'll extend to a new wardrobe too? Naruto asked hesitantly. Naruto. Irika was surprised. Normally the blonde boy dug his heels in and refused to even consider getting a new outfit. He did love his orange. It's just, I've been thinking, and maybe orange isn't a good color for a ninja to have. Naruto admitted, but I will have orange when I'm off duty, damn it. Irika chuckled. Even when compromising on something, Naruto still managed to win. Follow me, he said as he led Naruto out of his apartment. The teacher and student chatted amicably about irrelevant things until they came to an out-of-the-way shop with the sign Higurashi Weapons and Ninja Apparels emblazoned above the door. Wow! Naruto gaped in awe at the sheer size of the shop. They must have an entire armory of weapons and stuff here. Among other things, yes. Irika said with a smile, Higurashi's is the best shop in the village for ninja tools and equipment. The quality of the custom-made weapons is legendary, as are the regular wares. You'll find some good stuff here, Naruto. If they'll sell to me. Naruto reiterated bitterly. They'll sell to you. Irika reassured him, I've known old Tatsuhiko for years. He's tough, but fair, and has never refused to sell to a customer that I know of. Heartened by Irika's encouragement, Naruto followed him into the shop. Inside, the main floor of the shop was rack upon rack of swords. Katana, ninjato, notaki, tanto, yoroidashi, wakaizashi, chokyuto, kodaki, tachi, and even a handful of zanbato were literally filling the room. A long counter at the back of the room was loaded up with kunao and shuriken, ninja wire and soldier pills of all kinds. A girl who was only a year or so older than Naruto sat behind the counter polishing a kodaki. She had brown hair done up in a pair of buns on her head, steel gray eyes, and wore a pink top. A hitayate was tied around her head to signify her status as a shinobi of Konohagakure. Ah! Welcome to Higurashi Weapons and Ninja Apparels. The girl placed the blade on the counter when she noticed them. Irika-sensei, it's been a while. Tenten. You look well. Irika replied, is Guy still driving you nuts? Oh yes. Tenten replied sourly, youth this and burning brightly that. Lee is just as bad. Sounds tough. Irika chuckled, by the way, where's Tatsuhiko? Oyaji's out of town to bring in a new shipment of chakra metal. Tenten said, Kaya-san went with him to make sure he comes back quickly instead of doing a bar trawl like last time. Didn't he get a tattoo the last time that happened? Irika mused aloud, Connie-san's name wasn't it? Yup. Kaya-san was really irked with him for that. Tenten replied with a roll of her eyes, anyway, who is this that you've brought with you? This is Uzumaki Naruto. Irika introduced his student, who smiled shyly at Tenten. He's looking for some weights, as well as a new ninja outfit. Graduation isn't for a while. Tenten said with a frown, though I can see why he needs a new outfit. Those kami-forsaken orange monstrosities are barely holding themselves together. Well, excuse me. Naruto grumbled. Ah, don't worry about it. Tenten flapped her hand at him, we'll find you something to replace that outfit. How much have you got to spend? Air, not including food expenses and my rent. Naruto pondered, about 70,000 ryo. Tenten gaped at him for a moment. That will get you quite a lot, she said at last. Which would you like to get first? Weights or clothes? Naruto looked at Iruka for advice. Clothes. Iruka said firmly, you can then get weights that can be concealed beneath the clothes. What he said? Naruto told Tenten, who giggled. This way then. Tenten led them through a door in the side of the room. The next room was a smorgasbord of ninja clothes and armor. There were racks of the standard Konoha Chunin and Jonin outfit, as well as a great many other uniforms. Where the heck should I start to look? Naruto wondered aloud. Try wandering around and point out something you want to look at more closely. Iruka suggested, and Tenten, have you anything new in that you could show Naruto? The girl mused. There was a new shipment of ninja outfits in from a one-time sale in Arashi no Kuni, Land of Storms. I think there's one left. I could pull it out for Naruto-san to look at. Just call me Naruto, the blonde told her. I'm not one for formality. Sure. You just call me Tenten as well, the kunoichi replied with a smile. Wait here. She walked into a room off to the side to fetch the shipment she had spoken about. Naruto meanwhile gazed at all of the clothes in the room and felt more than a little overwhelmed by the selection. How was he to choose any clothes from among all of this? It was like giving a starving man a feast. For now, I think you should get something simple to wear for day-to-day wear at the academy. Iruka advised, sensing that Naruto was out of his depth. Once you get closer to graduation, you can come back and order something to be your standard ninja outfit as a genin. Sounds like an idea. Naruto replied in relief. Now that he had a guideline, he calmed down and began looking. He found a lightly armored shirt that went over a t-shirt that didn't look as if it restricted his movement by any serious degree. It came in 3 different colors, black, dark red and dark green. Observe, Naruto whispered in an undertone. Konoha battle top, Amakusa style black. A standard shirt made for entry-level genin in Konoha. It is lightweight and resilient to shuriken and thrown kunao. Def +7. Durability, 45/45. Okay, this is way better than my jacket. Naruto admitted to himself, I'll get a couple of these, black, of course. Sakura-chan looks good in red, but I don't. And I don't like green. He placed 3 Amakusa shirts to one side and looked through the trousers section, completely ignoring the shorts. No way was he going to look anything like Sasuke team, in his silly-looking toy boy shorts. Konoha battle breeches, Amakusa style black and gray. Standard trousers for entry-level genin in Konoha. Lightweight, it is lightly armored to resist thrown weapons. Def +7. Durability, 45/45. Not bad. 3 of these as well, I think. Naruto thought. Just then, Tenten came back in with a box in her hands. Wyo. Took a while to find the one I was looking for, she muttered. Damn Oyaji and his bad organization skills. Tatsuhiko always was bad at that. Iruka remarked, I'm surprised that Connie-san doesn't lose her temper with him about it. Kaia-san does. Tenten said with a grin, last week she chased him around the house with a frying pan. She's been taking lessons from Nara Yoshino then. Iruka shuddered slightly at the mention of the Nara matriarch. So, what have you got in the box for Naruto? Well, it's a funny story that. Tenten replied, the guy who made the set only managed to make and sell 10 or so sets before he died. One of the buyers was my Oyaji. It's a complete set of shinobi armor, designed to resemble regular clothes. The whole ensemble actually provides slightly more armor than the regular Chunin and Jonin outfits, although it is slightly heavier as a payoff. Sounds like an awesome outfit. Naruto said in awe. It is. Tenten confirmed, It even has detachable areas for if you have to visit a tropical area and additional attachable parts for a winter country. I think Naruto would like a look at it. Irika said dryly as he saw Naruto's eyes shining at how adaptable the outfit was. Tenten placed the box on the floor, opened it up and removed a top from it, showing it to Naruto and Irika. Wow! Naruto muttered. The top was a size bigger than Naruto himself. Black, with blue stripes in a simple bar-like pattern. The sleeves stopped just short of the elbows and it came with a blank metal shoulder protector. Overall, it looked kick-ass. I'll take it, Naruto said firmly. Nice choice. Tenten said, do you want anything on the shoulder plate? Naruto detached the spiral symbol from his jumpsuit's left arm and handed it over to her. This please, he told her. Interesting. The kunoichi muttered, what is it? Jiji told me it's my clan symbol. Naruto shrugged, dunno who the Uzumaki were, but I'm the last of them. I see. Tenten looked a bit sad at that, so you're an orphan too? Naruto looked surprised by this question. I'm adopted. Tenten explained, seeing the look of confusion on his face. Kaya-san can't have kids, so they adopted me from the orphanage. Oh, yeah, I am. Naruto replied, tough, isn't it? Yeah, well, I'm good now. Kaya-san and Oyaji love me like a real daughter. Tenten said with a fond smile on her face. I'm happy for you. Naruto told her honestly, now, how much does this outfit plus the 3 shirts and trousers come to? Let me see. Tenten did a quick mental calculation, 35,000 ryo. Huh. Cheaper than my jumpsuits. Naruto commented. What do you mean? Irika asked curiously. For 3 jumpsuits at Old Man Hasegawa's, it costs me 50,000 ryo. Naruto replied. Why that? Tenten seethed, how dare he actually charge money for those hideous excuses for clothes. I'll tell Oyaji about this. What can he do about it? Naruto asked curiously. He's the chief of the Konoha Ninja Suppliers Guild. Tenten explained, he always cracks down hard on people who sell cheap crap to the shinobi forces or academy students. And Hasegawa isn't a registered member of the guild, so he's in deep shit. Heh. Serves him right. Naruto smirked, ah well. These will do for now. Next is weights, I think. Yeah. Got just the ones. Tenten reached into her pocket and pulled out what looked like 4 black sweatbands. Sweatbands? Naruto asked with a sweat drop. Nope. Tenten shook her head, they have special fun on them that allows you to alter their weight. Theoretically, you could make them as heavy as a mountain, though you wouldn't be able to move. Irika-sensei. Naruto asked dubiously. She's not tricking you, Naruto the Scar Chunin told him, most Chunin use chakra weights very similar to them for training. 4 of them, Tenten. If he wants to improve his body equally, then he has to have 1 for each limb. Tenten pointed out, Lee only has 2 that he wears on his legs, but he does ridiculous weight training for his arms to compensate for that. This way, Naruto can train his arms and legs equally. True, but they are expensive. Irika countered, a set of 4 costs 50 to 60,000 ryo. As he's purchasing the last of a stock item, I'll discount it down to 40,000. Tenten offered. Done. Irika shook hands with her, Naruto, pay her. Sighing a bit, Naruto took out Gama-chan and counted out his spare cash, all 70,000 ryo of it, into Tenten's hands, plus an extra 5,000 for the rest. Thank you for your purchase and please use Higurashis for all your ninja tool needs. Tenten rattled off on automatic, Naruto, could you write down your address here so I can deliver the shoulder plate once Oyaji's engraved the emblem onto it? Sure. Naruto scribbled the address down on the proffered piece of paper. Oyaji and Kaya-san won't be back until the day after tomorrow and he'll take his time with the engraving, So you won't get it for at least a week. Tenten informed him. Met. It's going to be my ninja outfit once I graduate, so it's fine. Naruto assured her. Graduation wasn't for another 8 months or so the delay wasn't significant. Right then. Naruto, do you have a sealing scroll? Iruka asked. Just the one you gave me, Iruka-sensei. Naruto took it from his pocket. Do you remember how to seal things? Pulse a very small amount of chakra into the seal in order to seal or unseal anything. Naruto quoted, the larger the item or the more items you are trying to seal, the more chakra is required. Well, you do listen. Iruka marveled, only use slightly more chakra than normal for sealing this lot, alright. Right. Naruto touched a finger to the paper, which Iruka had stacked with the clothes, and channeled the smallest amount of chakra he could into it, making the clothes vanish in a small cloud of smoke. That was cool. Tenten remarked, most people have to use their whole hand to do that. Me included. If I use my whole hand, the scroll implodes. Naruto shrugged, I have so much chakra that it can't be controlled easily. Hell, the whole leaf exercise thing doesn't work because the leaf shred itself as soon as I touch it with chakra. Seriously, the bun-haired girl asked in disbelief. Naruto held out a hand to Iruka, who sighed, took out a leaf and gave it to him. The blonde placed it on his forehead and, as he'd explained, the leaf was shredded into tiny pieces. Have you tried tree climbing or water walking? Tenten asked after she recovered from her shock. They are more advanced chakra control exercises that you don't usually learn until you're a genin, but it looks like you'll have to start from the top down. Naruto looked at Iruka. Sensei. I'll have a word with Hokage-sama, he replied. Normally, academy students are discouraged from learning anything that advanced unless they're from a clan like the Hyuga, but I think he'd make an exception in this case. Yadadatabia. Naruto cheered. Today rocked. Chapter 4, Training Days. After classes. Training field, Konohagakure Shinobi Academy. It was a rather pouting Naruto who stood in front of Iruka after the academy was over for the day. He didn't like the fact that he had been punished for something that Mizuki-sensei had done. Why the pout, Naruto? Iruka asked. It was Mizuki-sensei who pushed the vase over and broke it. Naruto grumbled, it almost brained me to be a dot. Iruka smiled. I know, Naruto, but I just needed the excuse to put you in detention so I could train you in the Bunshin no Jutsu alternatives, as authorized by Hokage-sama. This cheered Naruto up immensely. Yada. I knew Jiji would come through for me. Naruto, you should show the Hokage more respect than that. Iruka chided him mildly. He's been my Jiji to me longer than he's been the Hokage. Naruto replied, he was the old man in a funny hat that helped me out when the orphanage got tough on me. It's kinda hard to break the habit. Besides, I think he likes being called Jiji. Iruka conceded both of Naruto's points. If the Hokage wanted to make Naruto stop calling him Jiji, he would have done so a long time ago. Okay, moving on to the lesson. Iruka reached into a pocket on his Chunin's vest and pulled out a small square of paper, which he then handed to Naruto. Eh? What's this? Naruto asked as he inspected the paper dubiously. This, my student, is chakra paper. Iruka replied as he went into lecture mode. As you may remember from your classes, a shinobi can use all kinds of ninjutsu, but with the elemental ninjutsu, most shinobi tend to have elemental affinities. This means that there are jutsu you will naturally find easier to use and consume less chakra to use. Okay. Cool. Naruto commented, so, what does this have to do with my problem with the Bunshin no Jutsu? I'm getting to that. Iruka replied, there are a considerable number of Bunshin no Jutsu in the world, of which the illusory Bunshin is the least useful, but easiest to learn, for most people. More chakra-intensive clone techniques exist, of which the most basic are elemental clones, the Mizu Bunshin and Iwa Bunshin. If your affinity matches up, I'll teach you how to use them. Alright? What do I do, Irika-sensei? Naruto asked excitedly. Finally, a way for him to learn a clone jutsu that didn't come out looking like he was dying. Channel chakra a small amount only, into the paper. Irika directed him, if it crinkles, you are a lightning affinity. If it gets wet, you are a water affinity. If it crumbles, you are an earth affinity. If it catches fire, you are a fire affinity, and if it is cut, you have a wind affinity. Yosha. Let's go. Naruto declared and then carefully channeled some of his chakra into the strip of paper, which did two things. First, it cut in half, and then both halves crumbled slightly. A primary wind affinity, with a weak earth sub-affinity. Irika said with a nod, a good combination of elements. Why's that, Irika-sensei? Naruto asked. Wind is a rare element in Konoha. Heck, it's a rare element in the entire world. Irika explained, it is known as the war element as it is able to attack and defend with equal ease, at the same time even. The downside is that it takes a lot of training to master this element. That sounds kick-ass. Naruto said excitedly. It is, rather. Irika replied with a smile. Earth, on the other hand, offers incredible defensive capabilities, allowing you to reshape the landscape to suit you, set traps hidden beneath the surface and even some pretty nice offensive techniques as well. It is also one of the easiest elements to learn. Why's that? Naruto asked with a confused look on his face. Earth is solid, unchanging, and only moves slowly. Irika explained, it doesn't change much by nature and is thus easy to control. Wind is constantly shifting, changing, and taking different forms, which is why it is so hard to use. Huh, I've never thought about it like that. Naruto remarked, anyway, I have an earth affinity, so are you gonna teach me the Iwa Bunshin? Yep. Irika nodded, now let's see, what the... He began searching his pockets and pouches for something before sighing in exasperation. Somehow, I seem to have misplaced the scroll for the Iwa Bunshin no Jutsu. Irika said in resignation, I'll have to go off to the shinobi section of the library and see if I left it there. While I'm gone, you can learn the tree climbing exercise. How will climbing trees help me? Naruto asked in confusion. Without your hands. Watch. Irika went over to the academy building and made the ram hand sign before, much to Naruto's amazement, walking straight up the wall to the top of the building and back down to the ground. So cool. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes shining in amazement. Learning tree climbing is one of the things that your Jonin sensei usually teaches you after graduation, as Tenten said. Irika went into lecture mode again, your feet are the hardest part of your body to channel chakra to, and so if you can channel chakra there, you can channel chakra anywhere on your body. In addition, it slightly builds your reserves up while doing it. Irika led Naruto to a tree and passed him a kunao. Climb one of these trees and use the kunao to mark your progress. The scar-faced Chunin directed his student, keep your mind clear and do not get frustrated. As I taught you with sealing items in scrolls, experiment with how much chakra to use on each foot. Too little and you'll slide off, too much and you'll be pushed away from the tree. Gotcha, Irika-sensei. Naruto nodded with a grin. With a final admonishment to work hard, Irika vanished in a puff of chakra smoke. Now then. Naruto turned his attention to the skill creation windows he had been ignoring while Irika-sensei had been talking to him. Skill created. Natural primary wind affinity, passive, LV1, 00.00 EXP. The affinity of wind is rare in the elemental nations, although more are born in Kaze no Kuni than anywhere else. Even those who possess the affinity rarely train it because of the sheer difficulty in mastering it compared to other elements. For those with the determination and perseverance to master it, however, the wind element can be a weapon of unparalleled power and subtlety. Strong against, lightning. Weak against, fire. Passively reduces the amount of chakra for Futon Jutsu by 1%. Passively increases the effectiveness of Futon Jutsu by 1%. Skill created. Secondary Earth Affinity, passive, LV1, 00.00 EXP. Earth affinities are not uncommon in the elemental nations, although Ishi no Kuni and Tsuka no Kuni are the ones who have more born there than any other country. Earth ninjutsu is seen as primarily an element of defense, but in the right hands one can make traps, launch counterattacks, and even alter the landscape itself. Strong against, fire, water. Weak against, lightning, wind. Passively decreases the chakra cost of Doton Jutsu by 1%. Passively increases the effectiveness of Doton Jutsu by 1%. Kick-ass. Naruto smirked before spotting the quest window that floated to one side. Quest alert. Climb to the top. Irika-sensei has given you the task of attempting the tree climbing exercise. Do your best to fulfill his expectations. Quest objective, reach level 2 of the tree climbing exercise before Irika-sensei returns. Quest completion reward, plus 500 EXP, Doton, IWA Bunshin no Jutsu Scroll, plus 100 reputation with Umino Irika. Quest failure, Doton, IWA Bunshin no Jutsu Scroll. Accept. Y/N. Another quest that I can't ignore. Met. Naruto shrugged as he tapped the Y button. He was going to do this anyway, so the reward was just icing on the cake. Placing one foot on the nearest tree, Naruto made the ram hand sign as Irika-sensei had done and started channeling a trickle of chakra to his foot, which actually seemed to resist the energy. Gradually and carefully raising the amount of chakra he sent into his foot, he stopped when his foot adhered to the tree bark. Okay, that's about a quarter of what I use for my improved version of the Henge no Jutsu. Now for the other foot. Naruto thought. Quickly reproducing the same amount of chakra in his other foot before placing it on the tree, Naruto then started running up the tree, only to fall off after 2 steps. What the hell? Naruto yelped as he fell on his butt. Damn it. Let's try that again. It took more than a few false starts, but eventually, Naruto managed to run up the tree for a few steps before falling down again. After a few repetitions of this, he finally created the skill. Skill created. As a result of repeated actions, you have created the tree climbing skill. Tree climbing, passive/active, LV1, 23.99. The tree climbing exercise is one of the first chakra control exercises a fresh genin learns after graduation from the academy. Fulfilling several roles, this training exercise is the forerunner of the more difficult water walking exercise, as well as laying the foundation for the tree jumping skill. Passively increases chakra control by 1%. Passively raises CP by 1%. Actively allows the user to stick to any solid surface that is not a chakra repellent. Costs 15 CP/minute. Yada. Naruto cheered, now to start building this skill up. Apparently, Irika-sensei wasn't kidding about negative feelings dragging him down. What he had neglected to tell Naruto was that feeling confident actually helped him do better at it. The blonde orphan was giving thanks that, for whatever reason, he had monstrous stamina. Stamina 35 for the win. Naruto thought as he finally managed to get halfway up the tree. He noted the half a dozen or so windows that floated around him, all bearing similar messages. Feel the burn, burn the feeling. Your STR had gone up by 1. Keep on keeping on. Your STA has gone up by 1. 3 each, so his already impressive STA was at 38 now, while his STR was at about 18 or 19. At this rate, he would go all the way up to STA 40 before he leveled up. Speaking of which, tree climbing has leveled up. Level 1 to 2. Hell yeah. Naruto grinned, let's see how far I can get it before Irika-sensei gets back. This was typical of Naruto. He saw people who did just enough and no more than that as boring, unambitious, idiots. When he had the choice, he always tried to exceed expectations. When Iruka shunshined back into the clearing, Naruto was still going strong and had just managed to get to level 3 in tree climbing. "Naruto, you can stop now," Iruka called in amusement. He could tell that the excitable boy hadn't stopped since he had started, yet he was barely winded. "How'd I do?" Naruto asked with a slight bit of smugness as he waltzed down the tree, only slipping part of the way down. "Not bad for an hour's work," Iruka said approvingly. "Sorry it took so long, somebody tried to book out all the copies of the IWA Bunshin no Jutsu and I had to do mete out some educational guidance to sort things out." Naruto shivered at the cold tone that his favorite teacher had taken. If he had to guess, the boy would say that whoever had gotten on Iruka's bad side, not something Naruto had ever aspired to do. "Well, at least you managed to get a copy," Naruto said with a cheerfulness he didn't really feel. Someone was trying to get in his way, again. How the hell did these people get their information? He had only asked Iruka-sensei about an alternative to the Bunshin yesterday. "I did. Here you go, Naruto." Iruka handed him a scroll that was lined with brown lines. "Congratulations. Climb to the top quest completed. You have successfully reached level 2 of tree climbing before Iruka returned. Quest completion reward, plus 500 EXP, Doton, IWA Bunshin no Jutsu scroll, plus 100 reputation with Umino Iruka." Naruto subtly closed the window as he grinned at the scroll. He was just about to open it when an umbu wearing a cat mask shunshined into the training field in a swirl of leaves. "Uzumaki Naruto, the Hokage requests your presence at once," the masked shinobi stated. "Please accompany me to the Hokage Tower." "In the middle of after-school detention?" Iruka asked with a frown. Hokage-sama arranged the materials to be taught here himself. What could need Naruto's immediate presence, Nico-san? "I am sorry, Umino-san, but something disturbing has occurred that requires Uzumaki-san's presence," the umbu replied. "Rest assured, it will not take long to resolve, but it does require haste to do so." "Okay then." Iruka sighed. "Off you go with Nico-san." Naruto nodded and walked over to the umbu, who grabbed his shoulder and vanished with him in another swirl of leaves. The feeling of being carried along in a shunshin was, surprisingly unpleasant. Naruto felt himself move at fast speeds, faster than he could run, and he developed tunnel vision from that. By the time he and the umbu materialized in front of the Hokage Tower, he had made a note to work on his awareness so that didn't happen again. "Are you alright, Uzumaki-san?" Nico asked. "Side-along shunshins are more turbulent than regular ones." "Yeah, I'm good," Naruto replied as his stomach churned slightly. "I think I'll walk next time though." "Understandable." Nico nodded. "Now, let's get you to Hokage-sama." In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his eyes tiredly as he waited for Naruto to show up. This would not be a pleasant talk for the boy. Sitting in a pair of chairs were members of the Konoha regular police, the only police force left in Konoha after the Uchiha massacre. Made up of civilians with bare bones training in subduing other civilians, they had been overshadowed by the Uchiha military police and had tried to replace them, only to be shot down rather firmly by Sarutobi. Several prominent and concerned citizens pretty much controlled the regular police, and he knew that almost all of them hated Naruto for what he carried within him. Today was merely another expression of that hatred. "Jiji," Naruto called as he entered, "ready to turn the hat over to me yet?" "Oh ho ho ho." Sarutobi chuckled. "Sadly no, Naruto-kun. Take a seat. These two gentlemen have some unpleasant news for you." Naruto threw a quizzical look at the two men as he sat down. They were very ordinary-looking people, utterly forgettable faces, average height, and the like. They wore the brown and green uniforms of the regular police and carried the jut of their rank from a hoop on their belts. "Uzumaki-san," one of the officers said, a badly concealed sneer concealed in his words, "I regret to inform you that someone has broken into your apartment and vandalized it." Again. Naruto sighed, "How badly vandalized is it?" "Every piece of furniture has been smashed to kindling, every wall has rude expletives carved or painted onto their surfaces, all books and scrolls have been urinated upon, and every door and window in the apartment has been smashed as well," the other man recited. "Whoever carried this out was very thorough." "Amen." Naruto groaned, "My landlord is gonna be pissed at me for this." "Indeed he is," Uzumaki-san, the first man said. He pulled a piece of paper from his pouch and handed it to Naruto. "This is a notice of eviction from your landlord, effective immediately." "What?" Naruto yelped. "Amen." "Naruto-kun, do you have your wallet?" Sarutobi asked. "The police claim it wasn't in the wreckage." "Gama-chan never goes more than a hand's length away from me," Naruto said as he pulled the Toad design wallet from his pocket. "Good. That's something at least." Sarutobi nodded before turning his attention to the policeman. "Find out who did this or I'll have a new military police force set up within the next month." "Understood." "Hi, Hokage-sama," the apparent senior man replied shakily before leading his fellow policeman out of the door. Almost immediately, Naruto's cheerful facade sagged slightly as he leaned back in the chair with another sigh. "I'll have to go back to the apartment to check if my hidden stash of books and scrolls is among the ruined books," he grumbled. "Nico, go to Naruto-kun's former apartment and search it for any hidden books or scrolls." Sarutobi ordered. "If you can, try and determine how many people conducted such disgraceful actions against Naruto-kun." "Hi, Hokage-sama. I'll depart at once," Nico replied from her hidden position, making Naruto start. He hadn't noticed her entering the room at all. Mentally, he upped his respect for Umbu-level stealth techniques. "Now then, Naruto-kun, this presents me with something of a dilemma, as all rentable accommodations in Konoha have registered a disinclination to rent property to prospective tenants who are victims of a campaign of vandalism and discrimination," Sarutobi said with a sigh. The actual phrasing of the landlords' union was that demon brat isn't getting into our houses, but Sarutobi saw no reason to tell this to Naruto. "I can always camp out, Jiji," Naruto suggested. "It would be good practice for fieldwork once I graduate." Sarutobi blinked at that. Naruto did make a good point, but he was not about to send his surrogate grandson out to a field to pitch a tent if he had any say in the matter. "An admirable suggestion, Naruto-kun, but I believe several of my Umbu would object to such an arrangement, as well as myself," Sarutobi replied diffidently. "As it so happens, there is a block of apartments in my possession that is suited to your needs, but it has not been lived in a considerable length of time, so it will have to be cleaned first." "Whereabouts is it?" Naruto asked. "It's on the edge of the clan district," Sarutobi replied. "Oh, you mean the former Umbu HQ?" Naruto nodded, prompting three jaws to drop in reaction as Sarutobi and the two remaining Umbu took this in. "Naruto-kun, do tell how you know that," Sarutobi asked carefully once he had reattached his jaw. "It was a secret." Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Most people in Konoha can tell where Umbu HQ is by the large amount of suspiciously polite, but firm guards saying private residence only to anybody who goes close to the building despite the apartments for rent sign outside the door." Sarutobi felt like bashing his head against the oaken surface of his desk at this. "I'll have a word with Umbu Commander Saru about a less obvious cover story. To return to the point, will that building suffice for you?" "Wait, I get the run of the building?" Naruto asked. "As nobody lives there, not even a building supervisor, yes," Sarutobi replied. "I have a cleaning crew making the building habitable as we speak, but it will not be ready for a couple of hours." "Oh. Okay." Naruto nodded. "That gives me time to learn the Iwa Bunshin no Jutsu." "So you have an earth affinity?" the old man inquired. "I'm actually a primary wind affinity, sub-earth affinity." Naruto replied. A good pair of elements. Sarutobi approved. Irika-kun told me you are thinking about buying weapons after graduation. Yeah, a pair of Tanto and a Kodaki. Naruto replied, it's going to cost a lot to buy them though. I just hope I'm not on the same team as Sasuke team after graduation. Oh. Sarutobi invited Naruto to continue. Sasuke team doesn't like me much and I don't really like him all that much either. Naruto explained, and if we're on the same team, we won't get along very well, meaning our Jonin sensei will probably stick to D ranks until we get out teamwork up to scratch, which is to say, never, so it'll take forever to save up enough to buy a half-decent set of weapons. The Hokage nodded in acknowledgement of his surrogate grandson's point. Teamwork was strongly emphasized throughout the entirety of the academy and Naruto was far from stupid. He was a bit slow on the uptake sometimes, but he was more than able to put two and two together. The sad thing was that, regardless of academic standings, Naruto was highly likely to be put on the same team as Sasuke. The Inoshikacho were to be reformed in this generation by the three clan heirs. A tracking team was to be formed comprised of the heirs of the Hyuga, Aburame, and Inyazuka, leaving Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Naruto as a heavy assault team. No other teams were expected to pass the real Genin test. We'll see how things pan out at graduation, the Hokage said aloud. Things are not set in stone as of yet, so do your best and I will be willing to hear who you would like to be teamed up with, as well as the reasons why. Naruto looked confused. Sarutobi decided to elaborate. When graduation rolls around, the academy sensei sends me a list of proposed teams based on compatible abilities and skills. I am also required to consider requests from the parents of students for specific team assignments, he explained. I then gather the Jonin sensei and I have to hear requests from them for specific students they might wish to have included on their teams. The entire thing is then a question of compromise between academy scores, parental requests, the Jonin sensei requests as well as reality. Reality. Naruto frowned. Do you know a tradition about what happens with the Rookie of the Year, top kunoichi and dead last? Sarutobi asked. They're put on a team. Naruto scowled. I'm the dobe, Sakura-chan is the top kunoichi and Sasuke team is the Rookie of the Year. How did you find out about that? The old man asked curiously. It wasn't exactly a secret per se, but it was usually concealed from academy students so they couldn't fudge their scores to get on or off a specific team. I heard about it. Naruto shrugged. The civilians were talking about who Uchiha-sama would be teamed up with. Not for the first time, the Sandaime felt like throttling the civilians who had loose lips. Well then, now that you know about it, let us explore the reason for it. The Hokage sighed. The original reason the tradition was started was so that the two students who excelled could help bring up the skills of the dead last. Over the years, it was instituted as an immutable facet of the graduation process, which is a ridiculous thing to do. I can see why it was done the first time, but why is it made a permanent arrangement? Naruto frowned as he considered it. Because it proved to be an effective setup, at first anyway. Sarutobi replied. The first dozen years produced very good shinobi that went on to advance to Chunin and then Jonin. After that, the wars interfered. People died too soon, before they had a chance to prove themselves or learn more. The entire system was ultimately proven to work, by me. Huh? Naruto looked confused. My students, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, the so-called Densetsu no Sunin, were the most powerful shinobi of their generation. Sarutobi explained, they were strong enough, together, to hold off Sanshou no Hanzo, Hanzo the Salamander, an S-rank shinobi from a Megakure once they reached Jonin. Whenever I try to abolish the tradition, the academy points to them as a defense against it, despite Orochimaru's subsequent descent into insanity and betrayal. Wow! The look of amazement on Naruto's face was utterly unfeigned. To apply reality to this situation, it is very rare that three shinobi of such potential are put on the same team, So it is actually a very silly tradition to keep up. Sarutobi continued, moreover, you and Sasuke do not get along. What about Harano Sakura? What do you think will happen if she is added to the mix as she is now? Naruto knew he was being asked for an honest opinion of her, leaving his crush aside. Sakura-chan will likely fangirl over Sasuke and put me down, hoping to gain Sasuke's approval, he said reluctantly. He liked Sakura, but knew how she would act. He wasn't blind to her faults. I agree that it's a likely scenario. Sarutobi nodded. Now think about how teamwork will suffer with that kind of group dynamic. Not a pleasant scenario, is it? I have got to get my grades up. Naruto moaned. On occasion, the grade angle is ignored in favor of balance. Sarutobi sighed, you may not have noticed, but it is rare that the Rookie of the Year, Top Kunoichi and Dead Last are wholly of shinobi or civilian origin. Still, the consensus is to group those from shinobi clans together as they are generally superior to those from civilian families. There are exceptions, such as Jiraiya, Higurashi Tenten and Rock Lee. I've met Tenten. Naruto nodded. She did mention someone called Lee. Isn't he the one who was given an exemption to graduate despite the fact he can't use nin or genjutsu? Sarutobi noticed the slightly bitter way Naruto said that and internally winced. Aloud he said, yes. He is an exceptional taijutsu user, just as Tenten is well on her way to being an expert weapon mistress, with nigh unparalleled skill with shuriken jutsu. Jiraiya is one of the most powerful shinobi on active duty at the moment and was the person who taught the Yondaime Hokage all he knew. So you see, there is no bias against civilians in Konoha, just a bias against anyone who doesn't pull their own weight. I see. Naruto didn't understand everything, but he gathered the fact that his Jiji was giving him a lesson and strove to try and understand it. What are you suggesting, Jiji? As she is right now, Harano Sakura is a genjutsu/mednin candidate. Sarutobi sighed, that is, if she lives past her first C rank, which is unlikely at the moment. Reading between the lines of the academy reports, her taijutsu is just barely sufficient, her shuriken jutsu is adequate and her skill with genjutsu is impressive. Her chakra reserves are small and she continues to diet, reducing her physical energy compared to her mental energy. This also means she tires easily and thus cannot train for extended periods of time. Naruto was taken aback. Why was the Hokage sharing this with him? Because I have a solution to this problem and I need your help to execute it. The Hokage replied when he voiced this question. Despite her current issues, Harano Sakura is someone who has the potential to be great. A genjutsu mistress, a great mednin, infiltration, there are many possibilities as to what she could be. Are you willing to help me help her? Of course. Naruto nodded. After all his Jiji had done for him, if he could repay him, all he had to do was ask. He saw several small windows appear out of the corner of his eye, but as none of them were a quest window, ignored them for now. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi said with a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Now, the situation is this, the person who was responsible for smashing your former apartment's window since you were 7 was a member of the Harano clan, Harano Isuka, who is Harano Sakura's second cousin. Tomorrow after the academy, you will be called for a meeting with me, as well as Harano Mabuki and Sakura in order to resolve the issue. This is what I would like you to do. Sarutobi outlined his plan and then asked if that would be alright with him. Do you think they'll accept it? Naruto asked doubtfully. Mabuki is not stupid. Sarutobi snorted, for one of her blood relatives to be caught doing this kind of petty crime is a deeply shameful thing. She will allow it so long as the matter goes no further than this and the matter is buried in the depths of the bureaucracy. Okay then. I'll help you out, Jiji. Naruto grinned and forced himself not to jump as Nico appeared from nowhere with a cardboard box tucked under one arm. Hokage-sama, I discovered this box in a secret panel behind where Uzumaki-san's dresser used to be, the Umbu operative reported as she handed the box to Naruto. In addition, I would estimate that at least 3 people were responsible for the destruction of Uzumaki-san's property, although there is no clue as to who they were other than the urine on the decoy books Uzumaki-san left out. Decoys. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow at Naruto at this. My place has been broken into a couple of times before. Naruto replied uncomfortably, after the first time, I carved the secret panel out so whenever I left the apartment, no one other than an umbu or a very thorough searcher could find anything I hid in it. Naruto opened the box to reveal his academy textbooks, a couple of photos of him when he was younger with the Hokage at Ichiraku's, as well as the book on intermediate Heikage Taijutsu that he had been given by Irika. I don't suppose my new clothes were spared? Naruto asked Nico, who shook her masked head. All your jumpsuits and new purchases were shredded to pieces, the umbu replied. I am sorry, Uzumaki-san. It's okay. Naruto sighed, I'll just have to wash the set I have on every day. Wait, let me guess, my appliances are either stolen or broken beyond repair. An accurate guess, Uzumaki-san. Nico replied, there looked to have been gratuitous use of a crowbar or some similar blunt object. All have been smashed beyond reasonable repair. Sarutobi felt a growing anger at whomsoever had perpetrated this crime and resolved to put an umbu team onto investigating it as soon as was feasible. I do believe this revelation upgrades Naruto-kun's status to critical, he said aloud. Nico, kindly inform the work crew at the former umbu HQ that household appliances will also be required. Naruto-kun, I'll give you some money as emergency funds so you can buy some more clothes. You don't have to do this for me, Jiji. Naruto protested as the umbu vanished again. I can handle myself. I do actually, it is under the guidelines for guardians of orphans. Sarutobi replied, even if it wasn't required, I'd still do it because I want you to be happy. I want you to be able to at least relax at home, if nowhere else. Moving you into the former umbu HQ will help with that, as it is still watched by a team of umbu to make sure no one attempts to enter it to find secrets that might have been left behind after the HQ was moved. Jiji. Naruto smiled at his surrogate grandfather. Thank you. 2 hours later. Amekage Apartments. This is an odd set of apartments. Irika deadpanned. He and Naruto were standing outside the blonde orphan's new home with scrolls full of new clothes, food, and other basic daily accessories secreted about their persons. The academy teacher had been furious when Naruto had told him what had happened to his home and was really tempted to aid the police in their investigation, but he managed to rein himself in and help Naruto with his shopping instead. Their trip to Higurashi's was interesting. Tenten had just shaken her head when Naruto what had happened to his home and clothes before helping him pick out a rather nice wardrobe. He had also updated his address with her so she knew where to deliver his shoulder plate once her father returned from his trip. It had made Irika quake with fury when Naruto had to use the henge in order to enter a grocery store without being thrown out, although the part of him that was a teacher appraised the skill with which Naruto used the basic jutsu. Now the teacher and student pair were eyeing the building that was Naruto's new home, and they were not all that impressed. The building was about the average height for an apartment building in Konoha and was a dirty gray color. It was run down, dirty, and the sign above the door had been plundered of a few letters. How much do you think orange paint is, Irika-sensei? Naruto asked thoughtfully. No. Just no. Irika said flatly, you are not painting this building orange. It's against the building codes. Naruto just looked at the teacher with an expression that screamed bullshit. Well, it isn't technically against regulations, but loud colors are strongly and strictly advised against. Irika relented. Anyway, where is your apartment in this place? Same place as my old place, right at the top. Naruto replied and led his sensei into the building. The interior was better than the exterior, but not by much. The carpets in the corridors were worn, the wallpaper peeling off in places, and there was a slight smell of neglect in the air that made the pair's noses wrinkle in disgust. I really hope that the apartment is in better condition than the corridors are. Irika remarked as they climbed the stairs. Jiji said he had people cleaning my new place up as we spoke. Naruto pointed out, that was over 2 hours ago. I think the apartment is probably alright, Irika-sensei. At length, they reached the door of Naruto's new apartment and unlocked it. The two were very surprised to see the wooden floor of the central corridor gleaming like it had been freshly polished. The wallpaper, a plain cream color, was brand new and the sweet smell of sandalwood tickled Naruto's nose. This is promising, he remarked to his sensei, who nodded. Both of them were impressed by the flat as they toured the place. It was slightly larger than Naruto's old place and all of the furnishings were brand new and of high quality. The cooker, washing machine, and rice cooker were also brand new and the cupboards were stuffed full of food and water. I think we're good, don't you think? Naruto asked with a smirk. It's a good thing I didn't bet against you. Irika remarked with a sigh. Benton likes me. Naruto agreed. An hour later. After Irika left, Naruto sat down and read the windows that had popped up while he had been talking with his Jiji. About 3 of them were the same. You diligently paid attention to the Hokage's lecture. Your WIS has gone up by 1. Damn. Looks like listening to Jiji is just as good as going to class. Naruto whistled. Now, what are these ones? You have impressed the Hokage with your analysis of team dynamics and personality analysis. Plus 100 reputation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have impressed the Hokage with your willingness to aid your fellow classmates. Plus 100 reputation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Huh, not bad, he nodded before turning to the quest notification window that had popped up as soon as he closed the last of the other notifications. Quest alert. Tending the cherry blossom, Harano Sakura is an Uchiha fangirl and is gravely neglecting her training. You have been given the chance to bring her to her senses and set her on the path of being a real kunoichi. Quest objective, persuade Harano Sakura and Harano Mabuki to start Sakura down the path of a proper kunoichi. Quest completion reward, plus 1000 EXP, plus 750 reputation with Harano Sakura, plus 2000 Ryo. Quest failure, plus 500 EXP. Accept. Y/N. Like I'm going to refuse. Naruto grumbled as he hit the Y button. Now then, let's be having that scroll. You have acquired the Doton, Iwa Bunjin no Jutsu scroll. Do you wish to learn it? Y/N. Hell yeah. Naruto stabbed the button with his free hand and watched as the scroll dissolved into blue light and was absorbed into his body. Doton, Iwa Bunjin no Jutsu, active, LV1, 00.00 EXP. The earth clone or rock clone technique is the most sturdy of the clone jutsu, save for the legendary Mokuton and its Moku Bunjin, requiring a solid hit in a critical location to destroy them. In addition, unlike the other elemental clones, if a Iwa Bunjin is destroyed, it breaks into pieces of rock, which can be used for other Doton ninjutsu. Iwa Bunjin can only use non-elemental or Doton ninjutsu and is almost as strong as the user. Hand signs, Ram Monkey Horse Ram. When activated, the user spits out a rock, which is then shaped into a clone or clones of the user. The clone, S, will follow the orders of its creator. Iwa Bunjin have no mental stats and have the physical stats of the creator of them minus 20%. Minimum number that have to be created, 5. Maximum number that can be created, 10. Cost 75 CP/clone. Awesome. Naruto cheered, let's try it out, up on the roof. One of Naruto's favorite additions that this new apartment was connected to the roof via a door next to the kitchen. On the roof, there were empty flower beds that Naruto itched to plant something in, but restrained himself from doing so, for now, at least. Right then. The blonde muttered once he was out on the roof, Ram, monkey, horse, ram. Doton, Iwa Bunjin no Jutsu. Naruto spat out a large rock, feeling like he was barfing up a watermelon, which split and turned into 5 exact copies of himself. Whoa! Naruto gaped at the sight of duplicates of himself standing in front of him. This is surreal. Try seeing it from the other side. One Iwa Bunjin retorted, we only have enough chakra to last an hour if we don't use any jutsu. Hey, I'm sorry that you're only a clone, but them's the breaks. Naruto shot back, how the hell are you even replying to me like this? Are Iwa Bunjin supposed to do this? How the hell would we know? Another Iwa Bunjin asked, we have your physical capabilities, not your knowledge of anything but Doton Jutsu, which is a single jutsu. You know we're lucky to even be able to use this jutsu at all. Naruto reminded his clones, the jutsu library at the academy doesn't have anything but E-rank jutsu, and none of them are elemental jutsu. The jutsu section of the actual library would be good, but we can't get in there without that crabby old lady throwing us out. This sucks, another Iwa Bunjin grumbled. That's life. Naruto shrugged. By thinking deep thoughts, your WIS has gone up by 1. Shut up. Naruto growled as he closed the window. The next day, end of the academy day. Final year classroom. Harano Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto. Nico said, appearing just after Iruka-sensei dismissed them for the day, your presences are required by the Hokage at once. What did you do for it? Ino catcalled. Nothing. Sakura retorted, Naruto baka, what did you do? I did nothing. Naruto replied, a member of the Harano clan broke the law, which is why we have been summoned. We'd better not keep Chiji waiting. Sighed along Shunshin again, Nico-san. This summons does require that method, I am afraid. Nico replied. Sighed along, what now? Sakura asked as she came down to stand in front of the Umbu, more than slightly intimidated by the Black Ops Kunoichi. Shunshin. As in Shunshin no Jutsu. Naruto explained as he moved next to her, you haven't eaten much today, have you, Sakura-chan? No. The pink-et shook her head slowly as she replied pensively. Good. You might throw up otherwise. Nico said bluntly, hold still. She grasped their shoulders and made the 3 of them vanish in a large puff of chakra smoke. Upon reaching their destination, Sakura began to dry retch at the unfamiliar sensation of the Shunshin. A hand rubbing soothing circles into her back made the vomiting sensation fade to nothing. The pink-et looked up to see a concerned Naruto looking at her before he removed his hand from her back. You okay, Sakura-chan? He asked. Why yeah, that was really unpleasant though. Sakura replied, ugh, is that what it's like to use the Shunshin no Jutsu? No, merely the after effect of being sidelong shunshined. Nico replied, this way please. Sakura then noticed they were in front of the Hokage tower and hurried to follow the Umbu operative, Naruto trotting along in her wake. What's this all about, Naruto? Sakura asked, dropping the baka from his name in the seat of government of the Hidden Leaf Village. You'll find out in a few minutes, Sakura-chan. Naruto replied easily, I will say it is something that the Harano clan will find embarrassing. Sakura frowned. Naruto was being unusually evasive today. Any other day he would be falling over himself to tell her what was going on in order to impress her. Now that I come to think about it, he hasn't asked me out in, how long has it been? Sakura thought in mild shock, a couple of days, at least. Has he given up on me? Rather than the delight that she had thought she would feel at the prospect, she felt a pang of loss. Sakura was, contrary to her bold and brazen front, rather lacking in the self-confidence front. The frequent taunts and teasing by Ami and her clique regarding her forehead and pink hair as a child had only been made bearable by her friendship with Yamanaka Ino. Then, both of them had started crushing on Uchiha Sasuke and they had become rivals, constantly competing with each other for Sasuke's approval and affections. A small, but persistent, part of her railed at what she had done to her relationship with her best friend. Naruto chasing her had secretly been rather flattering for the pink et. It had confirmed that yes, in spite of Sasuke's indifference, she was attractive and desirable. This made putting him down and smacking him when he got too persistent a little awkward for her. She had still done it, but every so often the guilt got to her and she had stoically endured his wooing of her in order to assuage it. Caught up in her thoughts, she only realized that they were in front of the Hokage's office when Nico knocked on the door. "Hokage-sama, I have brought Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura, as ordered," Nico said as she entered before vanishing into thin air. Naruto and Sakura entered the office to see not only the Hokage as expected, but also Sakura's mother, Haruno Mabuki, the head of the Haruno clan. Tall, regal, with short-cut brown hair, and dressed in a red kimono with the white circle symbol of the Haruno on the center of her back and over where her heart was, Mabuki was an intimidating sight. What is going on here? Sakura thought in frustration as she opened her mouth to greet her mother and the village leader. With Naruto. Naruto watched as Sakura bowed to his Jiji and greeted him respectfully before doing the same to her mother. "Hey Jiji," Naruto added in after she was done, "Good day, Haruno-san." "Sakura. Uzumaki-san," Mabuki replied stiffly as she beckoned her daughter over to her side. Naruto walked over to the chairs opposite them and takes a seat as Sakura's mother continues to speak, irritation clear in her voice. "Now then Hokage-sama, the children are here, so could you kindly explain why you have summoned us all? I was in the middle of the monthly audit when your Umbu messenger entered my room and delivered your message." The Haruno clan was a small civilian clan that had many mercantile interests, Naruto had been told by his Jiji the previous day. Smart and savvy, they had their fingers in a lot of pies throughout Hai no Kuni. Shops, caravans, auction houses, all bearing the circle crest of the Haruno clan and taking a hefty share of the profits. They donated generously to the village, contributing 2% of its annual income, which was phenomenal for any civilian clan, let alone one that had less than 70 people in it. At approximately midnight the day before yesterday, Haruno Isuka was discovered in the middle of attempting to smash Naruto-kun's window by members of Umbu set to discover who was responsible for the serial vandalism that was being visited upon Naruto-kun's apartment, and she was taken into custody. Sarutobi said firmly, making both Mabuki and Sakura freeze in disbelief as the old man continued. Under questioning by Mitarashi Anko, she confessed to having been responsible for acts of harassment and vandalism against Naruto-kun going back 5 years. What kinds of vandalism? Mabuki choked out, her face white. "She smashed my window once, perhaps twice a week for the last 5 years. Naruto answered for the Hokage. Recently she took to throwing rotting dog crap through my window as well." Ugh. Sakura wrinkled her nose at the thought. "I had her questioned again this morning based on something Naruto-kun mentioned to me yesterday." Sarutobi said softly, his eyes as hard as flint. "She confessed to organizing 2 groups of people to ransack Naruto-kun's apartment 3 and 4 years ago respectively. Under some pressure, she admitted to also organizing the gutting of Naruto-kun's apartment yesterday while he was at the academy. She had arranged it the previous day and has given us a list of people's names, of whom all are now in custody. So then, the charges are multiple counts of harassment, 3 counts of conspiracy to destroy private property, multiple counts of destruction of private property and 11 counts of littering, although those last ones are non-incremental charges and are thus not included for any reason other than how much damage Haruno Isuka has done." The faces of the 2 members of the Haruno clan were a picture of a mixture of different emotions. Sakura was shocked, horrified, and dismayed by what her cousin had perpetrated, while Mabuki's face was seemingly blank and unemotional. It would have fooled anyone were it not for the fact that her emerald green eyes were sparking with panic, fear, and anger. She knew of Naruto's burden and had cautioned Sakura to be careful around him. Mabuki had known the Yondaime Hokage and trusted his skill with the little-known art of Fuinjutsu completely, so she knew that Naruto was not the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Still, being careful around him wasn't a bad precaution. Sarutobi Hiruzen had made it known 12 years ago that he would come down like a ton of bricks on anyone found to have harassed or attacked Naruto in a way that wasn't a taijutsu spar or playground antics, so proven when half a dozen civilians got thrown in jail for throwing stones at him when he had been 4. Now one of her clan had been proven to have orchestrated a campaign of intimidation and harassment against the boy all of Konoha knew he considered to be his surrogate grandson, and Harano Mabuki was dreading the consequences of that foolish girl Isuka's actions. Naruto-kun never told me about the constant harassment because he didn't want to cause me trouble, Sarutobi said, casting an amused yet stern look at his favorite orphan. I have since talked to him about that and he assures me that any future incidents will be reported promptly from here on out. The question now, is what to do about Isuka and the backlash of this incident on the Harano clan. This was what Mabuki was dreading. The shinobi clans of Konoha may put on an indifferent facade to the world regarding one Uzumaki Naruto, but they made their displeasure known at any mistreatment he suffered. When he had been thrown out of the orphanage at the age of 5, an unknown buyer had bought the orphanage from Konoha and had fired all of the staff, replacing them with ex-shinobi who were strict, but firm with kids. Everybody knew it had been a shinobi clan that was responsible, but no one knew which one. The Harano clan depended on hiring Konohagakure shinobi to guard their caravans and supply shipments. If the clans heard about Isuka's foolishness, the Harano might never be able to hire shinobi as guards again, which would force them to hire mercenaries, who were unreliable and far more expensive per man than a shinobi. What is your judgment, Hokage-sama? She asked shakily. Naruto-kun, what do you think? Sarutobi asked his surrogate grandson, who looked thoughtful. It depends on the answer to a couple of questions, I think. Naruto replied before turning to the Harano clan head. Did you know about what Isuka-san was doing to me, Harano-san? No. Mabuki replied tightly, had I been aware, I would have put a stop to it and disciplined Isuka firmly. Sakura-chan? Naruto asked as he turned to his pink-haired crush. I had no idea, she told him honestly. I would have told Oka-san if I knew. Fair enough. Naruto nodded, before looking at the Hokage-sama, I don't think letting Isuka-san's crimes known would be a good idea. The Harano clan had nothing to do with Isuka-san's actions. Very well, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi nodded, making the two Harano sag with relief. However, they should have been more aware of their relatives' actions, so they must be penalized for that. Isuka-san is a failed genin candidate and the Harano don't exactly have a clan compound. Naruto pointed out, for all we know she lives by herself. Except she doesn't, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi replied, she lives next door to Mabuki and Sakura's home. The Harano have their own guards patrolling the area, who should have reported any odd movements by a clansman to Mabuki. So long as the shinobi clans know not to repudiate the Harano clan from their lists of clients, I agree to a punishment. Mabuki said stoically, praying that it would not cripple her clan. Naruto-kun? Would you care to declare the punishment for the Harano clan? Sarutobi offered, Isuka's punishment has already been decided upon. She will be fined 10,000 ryo, payable to Naruto-kun in installments, as well as being banned from leaving the village for any reason for the next year, nor may she enter into any contracts on her own name for an equal length of time. She will also be required to check in with her clan leader once a day to give in an itinerary of where she plans on going in the village, why and how long she will take to go there and return. Mabuki winced at that. A financial penalty, house arrest inside the village, reduced to the level of an indentured servant, as well as being forced to outline her day's destinations, reasons for traveling and duration to Mabuki every single day for the next year? Harsh, but more lenient than she had been expecting. Well. Naruto frowned in thought, Sakura-chan's the smartest person in class. Even Sasuke team has to admit that. How about she helps me with the theory work until graduation without pay for 2 hours a day after class. In addition to being forbidden to diet. I need to diet, otherwise I'll get fat. Sakura protested. No, you don't. Nico informed her as the Umbu stepped out of the shadows, making the civilians jump in shock. My apologies, but I cannot keep quiet at this juncture. No one who walks the path of the shinobi needs to diet. The regular training and exercises that shinobi undertake see to that. Eat a balanced diet, yes, but do not cut down on the amount of food you eat. It prevents your body from growing properly and makes you useless in training. Uzumaki-san could easily beat you in a taijutsu spar just by outlasting you. But Sakura looked on the edge of protesting again until Naruto interrupted her. Care for me to prove it, Sakura-chan, he asked calmly, leaving the girl speechless. I don't think that is necessary, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi interjected, I will say to you, Sakura-chan, that Nico is absolutely correct. Dieting is unnecessary for any shinobi. Now, will you accept Naruto-kun's punishment of your daughter serving as his private tutor for the next 7 months in lieu of any fines or other punishments? Mabuki had known that the blonde Jinchuriki had a crush on her daughter and wasn't really surprised he had manipulated things so he could spend time with her. What had puzzled her was why he was insisting on her not dieting. When the Umbu Nico had decreed that shinobi didn't need to diet and been backed up by the Hokage himself, she had figured it out. He was worried. Worried that Sakura's dieting could cripple her career as a kunoichi, cut it short on a mission, and wanted to do something to stop it from getting that far. He simply wanted to help the girl he had a crush on to survive in the world she chose to enter. I agree with the punishment and accept on behalf of my daughter. Mabuki inclined her head slightly. Would tomorrow be acceptable to begin her tutoring sessions? More than acceptable, Harano-san. Naruto replied with a small bow. Okay-san. Sakura yelped. Enough, Sakura. Mabuki ordered, this is an exceptionally generous offer which prevents the Harano clan from being disgraced by the actions of a single rogue member. I will explain everything to you once we return home, but keep your peace for the moment. Sakura quietened down and frowned. Feeling Naruto's gaze on her, she looked into his clear blue eyes. They were unapologetic at what he had just wrought and had a pleading quality to them, begging her to accept that what had been done was for her own good. Geez, he really is too much, she thought with a mental sigh. Smiling crookedly at him, she nodded slightly in acquiescence and was treated to the sight of him perking up slightly at the sign that she didn't hate him. Sarutobi, Nico, and Mabuki noticed this small byplay and swiftly concealed any grins that arose because of it, not that Nico actually needed to, what with the mask and all. Once the two Harano women leave, Sarutobi nods at Naruto approvingly and says, very well done, my boy. It helped that Nezumi-san was holding idiot boards above their heads so I could read them. Naruto replied dryly. A bashful Nezumi appeared with a stack of cardboard rectangles tucked under his arm and muttered, they're called placards. Still, you did well to read them without alerting Sakura and Mabuki to the fact they were there. Sarutobi smirked as he added, even although Nezumi almost dropped one on Sakura-chan's head. Naruto stayed to chat with his surrogate grandfather for a few minutes before heading off, the windows that only he could see floating around him. Double timing it back to his apartment, Naruto whizzed up the stairs and into his room so he could get through the notices from his gamer ability quickly and without people wondering why he was making odd waving notions in midair. Sitting down at his kitchen table, he turned his attention to the first one as he waited for his cup ramen to cook. Damn these 3-minute waiting times. Your kindness bears fruit. Plus 50 reputation with Harano Sakura. If this was the first one, oh. The back rub. Who knew that back rubs were a way to make girls like you more? Go figure. Your mercy becomes you. Plus 500 reputation with Harano Mabuki. Mercy? Oh, not giving them a harsh punishment. Naruto realized, right. What's next? You have received Harano Sakura as a private tutor. Plus 100 relationship with Harano Sakura per every 5 sessions with her, and plus 1 int and WIS for every 2 sessions you use to hit the books and listen to her teach you. Hell yeah. Naruto fist pumped at that. Congratulations. Tending the cherry blossom quest complete. You have started to turn Sakura from the wrong path and have even started to get closer to her. Nicely done. Quest completion reward, plus 750 reputation with Harano Sakura, plus 1000 EXP, plus 2000 Ryo. Alright? This means I only need 700 more reputation with her to get to a neutral relationship with her. Naruto cheered, this rocks. Quest alert. Long-term quest, a cherry blossom in full bloom. You are at the start of a proper relationship with Harano Sakura. Slowly build it up with her and you will meet your goal. Quest objective, successfully woo, romance and seduce Harano Sakura, eventually making her your girlfriend. Quest completion reward, Sakura as your girlfriend. Quest failure, friend-zoned. Accept. Y/N. Again, like I'd say no. Naruto hit the Y button just before his egg timer rang, signaling that his cup ramen was ready, itadakimasu. Chapter 5, Field Dungeon. Harano Clan Area, Clan Leader Family Home. Have a seat, Sakura. Mabuki directed her daughter as they entered their living room, we have much to talk about. Sakura looked curiously at her mother as she sat down and observed Mabuki bustling around the living room/kitchen that made up their house. Most people would expect a clan head's house to be ostentatious and grand, but the Harano clan had only been on the rise in the last 20 years, so they had kept much of their humble origins. Oh, there was a fancy house for formal dining and parties, but the Harano clan kept a regular family atmosphere for the most part, which Sakura was quite glad about. Dear? What's the problem? A male voice called as Sakura's father, Harano Kaizashi, walked into the room. With dull pink hair cut into the shape of a cherry blossom, it was obvious where his daughter inherited her bright pink hair from. The Harano clan came this close to becoming ruined because of that foolish girl Isuka. Mabuki told him, her voice shaking from stress and anger, sit down with Sakura and I'll fill you in. Kaizashi looked over at Sakura and smiled. How are you doing, little blossom? He asked. Oto-san. Sakura groaned at her father's nickname for her, coined by him when she was only 2. He chuckled as he sat next to her and ruffled her hair, making Sakura pout at being treated like a kid. All right then, he said, becoming serious as he turned to his wife, what has Isuka done now? Mabuki launched into a blow-by-blow account of the various sins and crimes of one Harano Isuka, with Sakura chiming in with the occasional detail that her mother had either neglected to mention or forgotten about in her agitation. That stupid girl. Kaizashi said in dismay as he shook his head slowly, if young Naruto hadn't offered that compromise, the shinobi clans would have torn us to pieces financially. Why? Why would the shinobi clans interfere? Sakura asked curiously. This isn't confirmed, but there have been rumors that Uzumaki Naruto isn't just named in honor of the extinct Uzumaki clan, but is an actual blood member of the Uzumaki clan. Mabuki replied. There was an Uzumaki clan. Sakura asked in surprise, I've read my history books from cover to cover, and there isn't a single mention of them, ever. Kaizashi frowned. That is odd. Well, the Shadame Hokage, Senju Hashirama, married a member of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mito, in order to cement an alliance between Konohagakure and Uzushiagakure, the home village of the Uzumaki clan. The spiral symbol of the Uzumaki clan was adopted into the symbol of Konoha and is worn by Chunin and Jonin level ninja. Mabuki added, the loyalty of the Uzumaki was legendary, just as legendary as their skills at the art of Fuinjutsu. Even now, many years after the destruction of Uzushiagakure, Their inability to betray either family or an ally is spoken of in awe. Because of their loyalty, they came to our aid during the First Great Shinobi War without needing to be asked. Kaizashi continued, they aided all of the shinobi clans in one way or another, which leads us to why Isuka would have ruined us if Naruto-san had not offered this deal. The clan shinobi of Konoha owes the Uzumaki much, and regretted being unable to aid them during the surprise attack that destroyed them, so they do what they can to aid Naruto-san if something like what Isuka did happens. Several high-ranking civilians have found that their business ventures were decidedly shaky without support from the major clans and were vulnerable due to clan shinobi refusing to take missions to guard or escort their properties. Mabuki said quietly, we can thank all our ancestors that the boy still has a crush on you, otherwise we would have gone the same route. He might not like me like that anymore. Sakura admitted sadly, usually he asks me out at least once a day, but he hasn't asked me out in about 2 days. Her parents exchanged looks before turning back to her. Sakura, while I know you would prefer not to be the sole bearer of the conditions Naruto-san has determined, the fact remains that you are. Kaizashi said carefully, as your father, I must ask you to bear with it until you graduate. Okay, Oda-san. Sakura nodded before sighing, I guess I'd better put together some studying materials for tomorrow. Naruto's grades are only slightly better than Inyazuka Kiba's. Kaizashi waited until the sound of Sakura's footsteps had faded away before turning to his wife and saying quietly, she looked quite sad at the thought of not being pursued by the boy anymore. He strokes her ego and assures her that she's attractive. Mabuki replied quietly, from what I hear, the Uchiha boy ignores practically everyone, especially his fangirls, to the point of rudeness. Combined with Sakura's insecurity towards her physical appearance, it's of little surprise that she is insecure without some way of affirming that she is pretty. I dislike the sound of Uchiha Sasuke. Kaizashi said with a frown, Sakura deserves someone who will treat her like a princess, not like an inconvenience. To be fair to the boy, he has an entire academy full of girls, civilian and shinobi, throwing themselves at him. Mabuki pointed out, that would try the patience of a stone, let alone a pre-adolescent boy who had his entire clan massacred by his elder brother. I know, but that kind of excuse can't hold out for everything. Kaizashi said slightly impatiently, most people would try and reach out, create new bonds to replace those they had lost, at least after a while. Sasuke. He rejects bonds with others, from everything Sakura has told me, plus what little I've seen of the boy myself, because he fears that those bonds will be used against him or taken from him like his brother did to his parents. He has little to nothing to hold him here. Mabuki didn't question her husband's conclusion. He was a retired lifetime genin, who had charmed his way into her heart with his quick and ready humor and devotion to her. When Sakura had been born, he had retired from active duty. He had been missed because of his skill at reading people. While not as sharp as a fully trained member of Umbutiani, he could make a snap judgment about someone, which usually turned out to be right for one reason or another. Sakura thinks that she can break through to him. Mabuki said quietly. She can't. Kaizashi shook his head, the boy has to make the first step himself, otherwise he will never truly recover. True. Mabuki sighed, what do you think about Sakura tutoring Naruto-san? I knew Yondaime-sama. Kaizashi said quietly, if he believed his work would hold against that monster, then I see no reason to be worried. Besides, now that Sakura can't diet, she'll finally be able to train properly. I owe Naruto-san for that if nothing else. Mabuki nodded slightly. Her husband had tried to convince Sakura about eating properly, but she had been more stubborn about that than she had been about anything else. Well, at least now that she was legally barred from cutting back on the amount of food she ate, it was a non-issue now. We will just have to wait and see. Mabuki said as she stood up to get dinner ready. The next day, Lunchtime. Final year classroom, Kana Hagakure Shinobi Academy. Hey for it. Ino called as she slid onto the seat next to Sakura, who was eating a bento. Given up on dieting? Sasuke-kun's all mine then. Pig. Sakura growled, I've been forbidden to diet by Naruto baka. This made the platinum blonde girl blink. Why the heck should you give a crap what Naruto tells you to do? Sakura sighed. Because, pig, one of my clan's women has been harassing Naruto for 5 years, vandalizing his property and stuff. She was caught a few days ago and Naruto was given the choice of what punishment the Harano clan was to be given yesterday. And, he banned you from dieting? Ino asked in confusion. No, he made me his tutor until graduation and banned me from dieting. Sakura growled before finishing the bento. Pretty light punishment. Ino commented, Daddy's told me that one clan harassing another has serious consequences most of the time. Cousin Isuka was the only member of our clan who had anything to do with it. Sakura replied, none of the rest of us had any idea what she was up to, which was why Hokage-sama didn't add any additional punishments on the clan, at Naruto baka's insistence. He has it bad for you, Forward the Yamanaka heiress commented, you should snap him up while I take Sasuke-kun. Tch you're right, Ino pig. Sakura snorted. Shen-naro. Like I'm gonna let you take Sasuke-kun from me, pig. Cha, Sakura's inner personality roared defiantly. Sitting a few rows behind them, one Hyuga Hinata glared at the back of Sakura's head. She had a crush the size of Hinokuni on Naruto and would give anything to have him be even half as attentive to her as he was to Sakura, and that pink-haired hussy was scorning him. One day. The shy girl vowed, one day, I will be brave enough to stand by Naruto-kun's side as he becomes Hokage, and you too will gnash your teeth at the lost opportunity. Yes, she was shy, but she was also more than slightly contemptuous of fangirl Kunoichi. Her mother hadn't been a shinobi, but she had spoken to Hinata of how those who never took their duties and training as Kunoichi seriously caused the deaths of their teammates. Hinata was jerked from her thoughts as she spotted her blonde-haired crush walking back into the classroom, making her face flush red as she drank in his new look. He had been good-looking in the orange jumpsuit, but looked even better in his new outfit of black shirts and black/gray trousers. Naruto-kun. She whispered as she looked at him. With Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto was unsure what to think at this point. The previous day, he had been able to help his crush, Sakura, by deflecting most of the backlash of her cousin's actions and stopping her from dieting. Okay, so he had also manipulated things so he could spend more time with her and raise his grades, but hey, he needed all the advantages he could get to get Sakura-chan as his girlfriend. No way did he want to be friend-zoned. The main problem was that he had scoured the guide from top to bottom and he couldn't find anything to do with romance. Typical really. The guide to living one's life as a video game, and they skip one of the most important things. Still, he supposed there wasn't really much point at this time. His relationship with Sakura was only a few hundred points short of neutral, so maybe it was waiting for him to move his reputation with Sakura-chan to at least friendly. Status, he whispered, bringing up the screen that displayed his stats. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Class, the gamer. Level, 5. Next level, 98%. Title, Academy student, plus 25% EXP to LV10. Age, 12. HP, 700/700. CP, 700/700. STR, 18, -5. STA, 38, -5, plus 10. Dex, 14, -5. Int, 15, plus 5. WIS, 15. Luck. Looking at his stats, Naruto had to wince. He was heavily biased towards his STA. How he managed to get such a high stamina is beyond his comprehension, but it would be helpful for training in the future. His next target for training, Naruto decided, would be his dex. He had been neglecting it as of late, and it would never do to become unbalanced. Besides of which, it would let him level up his Shuriken Jutsu and Hiko Yoshin fast draw technique skills. Most people dismissed Shuriken Jutsu as merely being useful for distraction, but Naruto wasn't too sure about that. His Jiji had told him about a Shuriken clone technique he had invented that he used to literally shred his enemies to pieces, so the blonde boy was certain that his skill with thrown weapons shouldn't be neglected. As lunchtime ended and Irika-sensei started yet another boring lecture, this time about the Second Great Shinobi War, Naruto kept one ear open while allowing the rest of his mind to wander. He was planning what to serve Sakura-chan when she came over to tutor him after the academy was over when he heard his name called. "Naruto, could you tell the class what the Nidaime Hokage's ninjutsu specialty was?" Mizuki called, a barely hidden sneer on his face. Unfortunately, for Mizuki, Naruto had studied up on the abilities of the four Hokage, so this question was easy for him. Nidaime-sama specialized in using Suten ninjutsu. Naruto replied with a smirk. Very good. Mizuki said, surprised at the dead last's knowledge. Now, what was his favorite weapon? The Raijin no Ken, Thunder God's sword. Naruto answered promptly. Well done, Naruto. Irika nodded. Next, Koji. What was Sandaime-sama's age when he became Hokage for the first time? Naruto automatically tuned out the rotund boy's response as he turned his attention to the window that had popped up as he had answered the last question. You have proven your knowledge. +1 WIS. He had to smirk slightly as he closed the window. The boredom of book learning hadn't prevented him from memorizing all of the special traits and equipment of the previous leaders of the village. Senju Hashirama's Mokuton, wood style, was fairly obvious, because he created the enormous forest around Konohagakure and even quite a few of the initial housing in the village proper, most of which still stood today. Senju Tobirama was infamous for possessing a frighteningly high water affinity, and his Kenjutsu skills, combined with the Raijin no Ken, was very formidable. His Jiji, Sarutobi Hiruzen, didn't possess a Keki I Genkai like the Shodaime, nor did he have a specialty ninjutsu skill set like the Nidaime. What the Sandaime possessed was just as great, however, his sharp and strategic mind, as well as a determination to do what was best for the village. Legendary for mastering all non-Keki I Genkai ninjutsu in Konoha, he was honored with the title of the Sandaime Kami no Shinobi, third god of shinobi. The Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, had only had his title for less than a decade before the day of the Kyubi, but his exploits on the battlefield during the Third Great Shinobi War were the stuff of legends, slaying over 200 Iwagakure shinobi using his two jutsu, the Hirei Shin, Flying Thunder God, and the Raise-Non, Spiraling Sphere, earning him the title of Konoha no Kiro Senko, Yellow Flash of the Leaf. Not much information was actually readily available about the Yondaime for some reason. His sacrificial attack that defeated the giant fox demon was utterly unknown, but had raised the man to nigh godhood in Konoha. This made the dearth of information regarding the man and his jutsu strange, to say the least. Naruto had no idea what the Hirei Shin or Raise-Non were or what they did, and the only thing that was known about the man who had created them was that he had been the most talented prodigy in the history of Konohagakure. A couple of windows popped up, the first making Naruto's eye twitch. By organizing information neatly in your mind, you gain +1 int. Whoever Gaia is, he or she is definitely making fun of my intelligence. Naruto thought sourly before closing that window and reading the next one. Quest created. The fourth principle, there is not much information available about the legendary fourth Hokage, which you find irritating. Investigate and discover the details of at least one of the Yondaime's jutsu, as well as at least one detail about the man himself. Quest completion reward, +600 EXP, 1 random jutsu scroll, +250 reputation with. Quest failure, +200 EXP. Accept. Y/N. Naruto frowned as he read the quest description. It was odd that the quests that were created were so random. None of them seemed to have a unifying theme other than Naruto, go do this and you'll get this, this, and this. What the hell? Why not? Naruto hit the Y button, closing the window. He did want to know more about his hero, the Yondaime, so this was a quest he would gladly take. The question was, where to look? The library was out, because the crabby old bat that was in charge of the place hated him and tossed him out as soon as he tried to walk in. The academy sensei were out as well, even Irika sensei, as they clammed up as soon as he asked about the Yondaime for some reason. Weird people. This left only one source of information regarding the Yondaime that Naruto knew was unbiased regarding him, as well as highly likely to know about the jutsu and the man himself, his Jiji. He'd go and pay the man a visit after he'd finished his tutoring session with Sakura-chan. It was the only thing to do. After classes end. Naruto's apartment building. This is your new apartment building? Sakura asked dubiously. She obviously wasn't very impressed with it, judging by the expression on her face. Yeah, it's owned by Jiji. Naruto replied nonchalantly, I'm a high-profile target for vandalism, so the rest of the landlords refused to consider renting one of their places out to me, so Jiji bought this building for me. This was the cover story that he had been told to use when explaining the Hokage letting him use the former Umbu HQ entrance to those below the rank of Jonin. Naruto, show the Hokage some respect. Sakura scolded him as they entered the building, he is the leader of the village after all. You sound like Irika sensei. Naruto grumbled, I'll tell you the same thing I told him, I knew him as the man with the funny hat before I knew him as the Hokage. He's the closest thing I have to family, Sakura-chan. The pink's expression softened. Sorry. Most people in our class aren't orphans, so I keep forgetting. Naruto nodded. Most of Sakura's fellow civilian-born students in their class were either adopted or unaffected by the Kyuubi's attack 12 years previously. Most of the orphans had been older than them, like Higurashi Tenten. It's okay, Sakura-chan, just be more careful in future, Annie, he said with a smile. Fair enough. Sakura nodded, before she looked around the hall they were walking through. Ugh, this place needs a good clean. It's filthy. My apartment's clean as a whistle. Naruto told her, I'm planning on cleaning up the rest of the building once I get settled in. Jiji isn't charging me rent, so the least I can do is clean the place up and maintain it. Sakura was silent as they approached his room. Naruto couldn't even begin to guess what she was thinking about. Mentally shrugging, he led his crush into his home. Ojimashime-su. Sakura muttered as she entered Naruto's house for the first time. Peering around, she made an odd humming noise as she took in the rooms. I'm surprised that the place isn't full of empty ramen packets, she commented. Oi! It's only been a day since I moved in. Naruto grumbled good-naturedly, give me some time and it will be a mess. Oh no you don't. Sakura countered, putting her hands on her hips and glaring at the blonde boy purposefully, I will not be subjected to a mess every time I come over. Either you keep this place spick and span, or you come over to my house to study. Pick. I was joking, Sakura-chan. Naruto sighed, I couldn't keep my last place clean, because people kept breaking in and messing it up, so I'm out of practice with the whole tidying up business. I will do my best though. Do you want a drink? Sure. Sakura nodded, what do you have? Water, iced tea, barley tea, fruit juice, and sencha. Naruto recited. Iced tea please. Sakura said as she sat at the table. Naruto fetched a pair of glasses and a new bottle of iced tea from the fridge and sat down opposite her, pouring them both a generous glassful of iced tea. Cheers. Naruto said as he sipped the drink. He hadn't tried iced tea before and found it odd, but pleasant. Now, what exactly do you need help with? Sakura asked after sipping at her drink as well. I know your written test scores are slightly higher than Kiba's. I've memorized everything in the textbooks to do with the Hokage. Naruto replied, the rest, I don't really see the point of knowing it. The code of shinobi conduct has been broken so many times that it's held together with duct tape and it's unrealistic. As for the history of the elemental nations. Interesting, but again, not something I can see as being absolutely vital to being a shinobi. What do you mean about the code? Sakura asked, every shinobi abides by it. Well, take the rule about showing no emotions. Naruto said thoughtfully, I mean, even shinobi are human, right? So saying we have to be emotionless golems is a bit much. All we have to do is keep our emotions from affecting us while we're on missions, and by missions, I mean ones that are C rank and above, not D ranks. Sakura was taken aback by the thought that the class dobe had put into something she had taken as an absolute. She quickly rallied however. I'll give you that one Naruto, but you still have to learn the rules in order to pass the written section of the Genin exam. Sakura reminded him, the history section is intertwined with the Hokage, so a little brushing up on the battles they were involved in should help you there as well. She looked around for a moment before asking, can I use your bathroom first? Second door on the right once you leave the living room. Naruto told her. As she headed out, Naruto whispered, observe, prompting a window to appear with her details on it, which Naruto quickly scanned. Name, Haruno Sakura. Class, Brainiac. Level, 7 next level, 55.25. Title, Academy Student, plus 25% EXP to LV10. Age, 12. HP, 550/550. CP, 250/250. STR, 10, -5. STA, 10, -5. Dex, 20, -5. Int, 45. WIS, 40. Luck, 25. Status, Uchiha Fangirl, -25% to all EXP gain, -10% to teamwork, bookworm, plus 10% int per level, plus 25% EXP for reading textbooks, absolute chakra control, -50% CP cost for all jutsu, civilian ancestry, 25 HP and camp less added during level up. Perks, secondary personality. Eidetic memory. Honor student. Flaws, malnourished. Fangirl. Mercurial temper. Insecurity. Low stamina. Haruno Sakura is the clan heiress of the Haruno clan, a rising power among the civilian clans of Konohagakure. Although she possesses far more potential than the average civilian genin candidate, she squanders all this potential by chasing after the last Uchiha as one of his rabid fangirls. Dear Kami. Naruto muttered as he took in Sakura's stats. She had barely any STR or STA, although her int and WIS were definitely very impressive. Her dex and luck were so-so. The statuses were a mix of good and bad, but the only one that had to go was the Uchiha Fangirl status. The civilian ancestry status was something she had been born with, so he doubted anything could be done about that. The other two were definitely positive ones that he wasn't going to mess with. Frowning, Naruto touched the perk labeled secondary personality, prompting another window to pop up. Secondary personality. You possess a secondary personality as a result of repressing your true feelings over a number of years. While this inner version of yourself often gives you bad advice, it also acts as the perfect defense against the mind-walking skills of the Yamanaka clan, as well as other mind-reading jutsu. Passively increases the chance of bad judgment calls by 20%. Passively increases resistance against genjutsu by 10%. Actively increases resistance against any mind-reading skill by 75%. This perk can be completely removed by fully accepting all of your repressed feelings, or partially removed by accepting a part of them. Naruto read the description of the perk with increasing incredulity. Sakura. Repressing her feelings. She certainly never had any trouble expressing when he had irritated her beyond her tolerance. Closing that window, he moved to the next one. Eidetic memory. You possess a very sharp memory, able to recall something after seeing it only briefly. While not as good as a photographic memory, it is still an amazing benefit to learning. Passively adds 10% extra EXP from learning from books or scrolls. Whenever you learn a skill from a scroll, you start off with 20% EXP in that skill. This perk can be lost if you receive critical brain damage. Sounds like Sakura-chan alright. Naruto muttered to himself, moving to the next one. Honor student. You are the teacher's favorite student due to your dedication to learning, perfect attendance and lack of rule breaking while in school hours. While enrolled in school, you gain an additional 10% EXP boost. As long as you maintain your good conduct and keep this perk, you are guaranteed to be top kunoichi. This perk is automatically lost after being assigned to a genin team after graduation. It can also be lost before then by either constantly rule breaking for a month, being absent without cause for a month straight, or your grades dropping by a significant amount in a short period of time. Naruto found himself nodding, right up until he read the bit about Sakura definitely becoming top kunoichi. This wasn't entirely unexpected, but he doubted Sakura would actually do any training if she got onto the team's team as long as she had the Uchiha fangirl status. While he had started her down the path of being a real kunoichi rather than a fangirl kunoichi, it evidently hadn't been enough to break her of fangirling over the team. If he wanted to make sure she had a good chance of surviving to the rank of Chunin, he'd have to get rid of both the Uchiha fangirl status and the fangirl flaw. Hearing Sakura coming back, Naruto hurriedly closed the windows, but resolved to use his observe skill on her again so he could finish reading her stat page. Observe has leveled up. Ignoring the new window, Naruto beamed at Sakura as she came back into the living room. Ready to get started, Sakura-chan, he asked with a gesture at the books he had piled to one side of the table in preparation for the study session. We might as well the pink-et side. Let's start with history today, as that seems to be an area that at least interests you somewhat. The next 2 hours were somewhat awkward for the two preteens, as this was the first time they had spent any time with each other without having their classmates around them. Sakura got by it by focusing on the material at hand, as well as thinking up ways to draw Naruto's interest to the subject matter by drawing his attention to the famous historical battles that the Hokage were involved in first, then adding in background information. It worked. Go figure that one. As he saw Sakura off with a wave and a smile, Naruto thought that these lessons might not be such a bad idea. His int and WIS had both gone up by 1 already, and that was just from the sheer volume of material he had read through. Just thinking about it made his brain throb from information overload. Deciding to stop thinking deep thoughts for the moment, Naruto decided to go read the observe data he had floating in front of him from using observe on Sakura before she turned the corner. Retreating to the living room, he pressed the flaw called fangirl, as he knew exactly what malnourished was doing to her. Fangirl. You are obsessed with an individual to the point that you think of little else but that person, driving your friends away and making the subject of your crush/obsession dislike you. A 10% reduction to teamwork. For every fangirl action taken in front of the subject of your crush, your reputation with that person is lowered by 50. This flaw can be lost by facing the truth of who the subject of your obsession is and what they are really like. Well, this explains why she stopped being friends with Ino. Naruto muttered aloud. He resolved to scan Ino and Sasuke the next day so he could get an accurate read of what the hell was going on with the three of them, before closing the second window and opening another. Mercurial temper. You are hot-headed with a hair-trigger temper. Either about certain things only or just in general. This makes people wary of you and reduces the likelihood of befriending them. Increased chance of losing your temper by 25%. Every instance of losing your temper will reduce your reputation with the person in question by 10. Reduces teamwork by 5%. This flaw can be removed by gaining control over your temper. Naruto had to wince slightly at this. He had been on the receiving end of Sakura's temper quite a bit over the last year or so, so it puzzled him as to why his reputation with her was as high as it was. Could all this only have started being applied to everyone when he received his gamer ability? Feeling his headache return, the blonde boy filed that under things to consider later and moved on to the next flaw. Insecurity. You have, as a result of bullying, a rather low sense of self-esteem. There is at least one thing about yourself that you are overly self-conscious about, and you cover this up with a confident front. It also leaves you more vulnerable to peer pressure and going along with the crowd. Reduces, by 25%. Raises chances of being swept up in the latest fads by 35%. Raises chance of fancying the most popular boy around by 30%. Raises chance of losing temper when confronted by something you dislike about yourself by 25%. This flaw can be removed by gaining confidence in yourself, your abilities and your appearance. What the hell? Another mysterious stat? Naruto complained aloud, "Come on. Throw me a bone here." Grumbling to himself, he decided to do some research on these stats. Koji would know something about them, as he had been into them last year, although Naruto couldn't quite recall what the game had been called. Nodding to himself at his plan, Naruto pressed the last flaw. Low stamina. Even for a civilian, you have low stamina. Running is hard work for you and you rarely do more than the minimum required exercise during physical education portions of your schooling. Your tiredness gauge fills up quicker. You receive 25 less HP per level up than normal. This flaw can be removed by training to increase your stamina to an acceptable level, the exact number depending on your occupation. For further information, please consult the guide under Stats for your world. This might be a problem. Naruto conceded glumly. Sakura hated getting hot and sweaty in case it made Sasuke hate her. Great. Just great. Not only would he have to first cure her insecurity and then break her fangirl flaw and stat, he'd have to somehow make her train herself up to be half decent in combat. When it rains, it pours. Closing the windows, Naruto was lost in though for a moment before he remembered he had to go to the Hokage's office to see his Jiji. Grabbing his goggles, Naruto beat feet toward the tower. He had questions to ask. Hokage's office. Sarutobi was fighting through paperwork when Naruto sauntered into the room. Glad to have an excuse to get away, at least temporarily, from his mortal enemy, the Sandaime put the form he had just read, a request to turn some of the training fields into farmland, to one side. On Naruto-kun, he said warmly, "How was your first study session with Sakura-chan?" "I have a headache." Naruto pulled a face as he answered, "We covered almost all of the battles between Shodame-sama and Uchiha Madara, both pre-Konoha and after its founding, as well as some of the battles during the First Great Shinobi War." "You have made some progress then?" Sarutobi suggested. "Yeah, but does learning things have to be so damn headache-inducing?" Naruto groused. "You aren't accustomed to absorbing that much information at once yet." Sarutobi informed his surrogate grandson, "In time, you will become used to it. Now, what can I do for you?" "I wanted to ask about Yondaime-sama." Naruto replied, "There's almost nothing in the textbooks about him, his jutsu or even what he was like as a person." Sarutobi frowned. "That shouldn't be right. The textbook should have some information. All it has is his name, the name of his jutsu, a list and description of the battles he was in and the numbers and ranks of the missions he was on." Naruto informed him. "I see, well then, What would you like to know about? Sarutobi asked as he mentally planned an investigation into the quality of the information being put into the textbooks. Well, what the heck are his jutsu? The Raise-Non and the Hiraishin? Naruto asked. Supposedly, those two jutsu let Yondaime-sama kill 200 shinobi in one battle, but it doesn't say how. The Hiraishin is a time/space ninjutsu that allows the user to teleport to any place that has a special jutsushiki, jutsu formula, nearby. Sarutobi explained. Before the battle you are referring to happened, Minato seeded the area with his special Hiraishin Kunao, as well as hundreds of copies of jutsushiki. Combined with the Raise-Non, which is a sealless jutsu that creates a orb of chakra in the palm of the user's hand that grinds an opponent grievously, Minato was able to teleport all over the battlefield and kill those 200 shinobi before they knew what was happening, turning the tide in the war against Iwagakure. Wow, that's just, wow. Naruto was, for once, at a loss for words. Yes, that was my reaction when Minato told me about his plan for the battle. Hiruzen smiled wryly. That battle cemented his reputation as Konoha's Yellow Flash, as he always disappeared and reappeared in a flash of yellow light whenever he used the Hiraishin, as well as cementing his worthiness to succeed me as Hokage. Why? Naruto asked intently. Minato was a kind man. Sarutobi said with a soft smile as he thought back, very gentle and one who cared greatly, both for Konoha as a whole and for his fellow shinobi. He made that plan to use the Hiraishin on such an unprecedented scale because he wished to end the war quickly, before more of his comrades died in the fighting. He truly personified the will of fire, the code that we Konohagakure shinobi live by and gives us a strength beyond chakra, beyond mere jutsu. He was, without question, one of the greatest shinobi it has ever been my pleasure to meet, which made his death 12 years ago an even greater tragedy. Naruto nodded. I wish I could have met him. He sounds like an awesome person. Sarutobi's heart twisted at this coming from a person who looked so much like Minato, and was in fact his son. Forcing a grandfatherly smile onto his face, Sarutobi said, he was. Minato did have his faults though. He was terrible at naming jutsu, for example. The Hiraishin's original name was a convoluted thing that took about 2 minutes to say, the same applying to the Raise-Non. He was also very dense when it came to the fairer sex. Something you seem to have inherited from him, Naruto-kun. The old man chuckled mentally, knowing that the Hyuga heiress was head over heels for him, yet he just thought she was weird. Truly, like father, like son. Huh. Naruto nodded again absently. Well, that answers my questions. Thanks, Jiji. No problem, my boy. Sarutobi replied with a negligent wave of his hand. Oh, by the way, the Umbu have rounded up all of the people responsible for both of the vandalism attacks on your apartment. They'll be imprisoned for 2 years and they'll each also pay 100,000 ryo fine to you for damages caused and trauma suffered. I'll have the money given to you as soon as possible. I didn't suffer any trauma though, Jiji. Naruto pointed out, just irritation. Trauma, irritation, whatever. Sarutobi sniffed fosnoodily, making Naruto cackle at his Jiji pranking people legally. By the way Jiji, do you know any training fields I could use? Naruto asked. The academy staff don't let me use the field next to it unless it's a detention and I don't want to have to get detention just to be able to train. Sarutobi frowned in thought. Sadly, it was academy policy to refuse any clan shinobi the use of the academy's training field outside of classes, as they usually left it a mess, especially the Akimichi and the Uchiha, so there was nothing he could do there. However, yes, I believe I can help you there. Naruto-kun. The Hokage nodded. Training field 13 is free due to it being overrun with chakra mutations. Chakra what now? Naruto asked in confusion. Chakra mutations. Sarutobi explained patiently, all living beings have a natural reservoir of chakra that provides the eternal vitality of life. Due to Konoha being a shinobi village, the air is suffused with stray chakra from the casual use of jutsu by the shinobi residents, in the training fields especially. When a field becomes oversaturated with chakra, it starts to affect the animals, warping them into larger and meaner versions of their original forms. When this occurs, we seal off the field and send in teams of chunin or even genin to eliminate the mutations, then allow the land to lie fallow for a year or so before reopening it. So, you're going to let me use a field full of rabid monsters? Naruto asked in disbelief. Training Field 13 is fairly unique as it is divided up into various subsections by fences. Sarutobi replied, there are only so many mutations in each area. In addition, all of the so-called sub-areas within the training field hold weaker creatures the further out from the center of the field they are, so I would say you should be able to handle the first 3 sub-areas as you are right now. Cool. Naruto said with a grin, before he frowned. I only have Academy Ko now. Those things can't cut worth a damn. Catch. Sarutobi said, tossing a small pouch of real Konao at Naruto, who caught them easily. You should return any of them that you don't use tomorrow. Alright. Arigato, Jiji. Naruto beamed, see you tomorrow then. With that, the walking ball of energy that was Uzumaki Naruto bounced out of the office, strapping the holster to his leg as he walked. That boy always makes me feel drained after he visits me. Sarutobi chuckled as he picked up the form he had been reading before Naruto turned up. Now, what's this? Turn the training fields into farmland? Are they stupid? Denied. Not long afterwards. Training Field 13 entrance. Naruto stared up at the large gate that was the only way into the training field. It was rusted and looked like it could fall apart in a stiff breeze. Better tell Jiji about that. Naruto muttered before he remembered the windows that had popped up after he had ran from the Hokage's office. Congratulations. The 4th principal quest completed. You have acquired 1 piece of information regarding the Hiraishin and the 4th Hokage. Quest reward, plus 600 EXP, random jutsu scroll, see inventory, plus 250 reputation with. Bonus objective completed, acquire a piece of information regarding both of the trademark jutsu of the Yondaime. Bonus objective reward, plus 200 EXP, basic Fuinjutsu scroll. Nice. Naruto cheered, wait, this means your level has gone up by 1. Level 5 to level 6. You have 5 attribute points to spend. Naruto knew exactly what he was going to do with the 5 new points. He opened up his status window and added all 5 points into Dex, putting him up to 19. Satisfied with this, he then turned his attention to his inventory and pulled out the Jutsu scroll he had received as a reward for the 4th principal quest. You have received the Doton, Gansatsukan no Jutsu scroll. Do you wish to learn this? Y/N. Alright. A jutsu for my Earth clones to use. Naruto cheered as he pushed the Y button, absorbing the scroll and learning the technique. Doton, Gansatsukan no Jutsu, active, LV1, 00.00 EXP. The Earth style, rock section Kane Jutsu is a fairly simple technique. After making the correct hand signs, the user should pick up a stone or rock, which transforms it into a 1.5 meter long staff, which can be used in close combat or thrown at the enemy. At high levels, the user can create multiple staves simultaneously and assail their enemies with them. Hand signs, monkey rat snake. Number of staves created per use, 1. Durability of each stave, 20. Nice. Let's give it a test run. Naruto grinned as he ran through the 3 hand signs, Doton, Gansatsukan no Jutsu. He then picked up a rock that was coincidentally lying at the side of the path and was shocked at the speed at which it shot out to a full 1.5 meter long stone staff. Giving it an experimental twirl, Naruto noted absently that it was perfectly balanced. Observe, he said as he looked at the staff intently. Gansitsukan. A stone staff created by the Gansitsukan no Jutsu, it is moderately resilient to damage. Can be used as an improvised thrown weapon with an accuracy penalty, -5. Staff. Limited durability points, LDP 20/20. What the heck is limited durability? Naruto pondered, then rolled his eyes as another window popped up. Limited durability. Unlike with regular weapons, those created by chakra generally do not last very long. The time remaining for a weapon created via a jutsu is determined by its LDP. The higher the LDP is, the longer such weapons will last. LDP will decrease gradually over time and will fall sharply when used for combat purposes. Okay, well, that answers that. Naruto muttered. Next. He removed one of the kunao Sarutobi had given him and used observe on it. Standard kunao. A basic kunao used by the shinobi forces of Kana Hagakure no Sato. It is capable of being thrown and used in close combat with equal ease, although it is more suited to close combat than being thrown. Thrown weapon. LV5. Thrown damage, 9. Close combat damage, 12. Durability, 40/40. Nodding, Naruto slid the weapon back into his holster and re-examined the Gansitsukan, discovering it was down to 18 LDP already. Deciding that he would throw it at the first chakra mutation he saw, Naruto strode towards the gate into the training ground, only stopping when yet another window popped up. Field Dungeon. Welcome to Training Ground 13, also known as the Forest of Silent Contemplation. This is your first time entering a field dungeon. Do you wish to receive a basic tutorial about field dungeons? Y/N. Why not? Naruto shrugged, hitting Y almost lazily. Field Dungeon Tutorial. A field dungeon is one of the two main dungeon types. A dungeon is an area where you can encounter enemies via random encounters, as well as loot via enemy drops and treasure chests. Field dungeons are situated in open areas, such as light forests, grassland, and plains. Enemies include chakra mutations, bandits, and the occasional nukenin. Often a good location for beginners. Regular dungeons are situated within buildings, caves, heavy forests and ruins. Powerful and ancient enemies can be found here, depending on the level of the dungeon. Do not enter a regular dungeon unless you are of the appropriate level. Every dungeon, field, or regular, has a minimum level requirement before you can enter it. Training Field 13, Area 1, has the level requirement of LV5+, so anyone who is level 5 or above can enter it. Area 2 is LV6+, and Area 3 is LV7+, so on and so forth. Field dungeons tend to have twisting paths that can be confusing, so a map is available in your inventory once you step into the dungeon so you can track your current location and where you have been. All field dungeons have a field boss. The exact circumstances upon which a field boss will appear can vary greatly. Sometimes you must defeat a specific enemy in order to make it appear. Other times it is by solving a puzzle or killing a set number of enemies. The most usual manner, however, is to reach the boss area. A field boss is the most powerful enemy in the maze and will often be difficult to defeat. If you defeat them, however, the prizes you receive will very much make up for all of the effort. Good luck. Naruto shook his head as his headache made a sudden resurgence at this deluge of information. He really needed to get used to this kind of thing soon, otherwise he'd have a headache all the time. Doing a last-minute check of his kunao and shuriken, Naruto decided to ignore the basic Fuinjutsu scroll, as he wouldn't be able to use it in the training ground. Let's get going, he declared aloud and walked over to the gate and reached out his hand to touch it, causing another window to pop open. Training Area 13. Which area do you wish to enter? Area 1, LV5+. Area 2, LV6+. Area 3, LV7+. Area 4, LV8+. Area 5, LV9+. Area 6, LV10 plus. Area 7, LV12 plus. Area 8, LV13 plus. Area 9, LV14 plus. Area 10, LV15 plus. Area 11, LV17 plus. Area 12, LV18 plus. Area 13, LV20 plus. So, there were 13 areas in Training Ground 13, each being more difficult than the last, with the levels jumping slightly higher from Area 6 to Area 7, Area 10 to Area 11 and Area 12 to Area 13. These are the minimum required levels for the different areas. Naruto considered carefully, I think I'll want to be a couple of levels higher for anything above Area 6, just to be on the safe side. Putting the higher levels to one side, Naruto carefully pressed the button indicating Area 1 and waited. The window vanished and the rusty gate creaked open ominously, listing slightly now that it was open. Swallowing slightly, Naruto walked through the gate, stone staff held at the ready. As soon as he cleared the gate, it swung shut behind him with a metallic groan. I hate dramatic and ominous ambience. Naruto grumbled as he looked around. Area 1 seemed to be just a continuation of the landscape outside the fence, which wasn't really much of a surprise. Randomly picking a direction, Naruto started moving cautiously through the trees, keeping an eye out for enemies. He recalled that, thanks to his Benton's Blessing perk, he would have no shortage of enemy encounters, so he was first surprised, then irritated when 5 minutes passed without a single enemy showing up. He was getting a bit pissed at that point, when he spotted a chest partially concealed inside a hollow tree stump, which automatically made him suspicious. This situation positively screamed trap. Seeing no large clumps of undergrowth for any enemies to hide in nearby, Naruto was stumped as to how they could ambush him. Trapdoors, maybe. Shrugging, the blonde shinobi in training decided to go the bold route this time. He walked straight up to the chest and was rewarded by a pair of windows popping up in front of him. Ambush. You have been ambushed from behind by 3 chakra mutated squirrels. Which was immediately followed by another one. Bloodthirst detected. Immediately behind you. Naruto leapt into the air, somersaulting over his enemies, which were indeed squirrels, but not like any he had ever seen before. These ones were the size of house cats, their buck teeth sharpened to a point and their claws tearing furrows into the soft topsoil as they skidded to a halt. Landing on the ground, he looked at the titles floating above the mutated beasts' heads. LV for Rabid Red Squirrel. So, 2 levels below him. An excellent chance to see how he stacked up compared to them. With a grin, Naruto spun the staff in his hands lazily before throwing at the nearest squirrel like a javelin, impaling it before the beast knew to dodge, making it shriek. The other 2 ignored their injured companion and immediately leapt to the attack. Naruto, however, hadn't been idle while the staff had been in midair. Hiko Yoshin Shuriken Jutsu. Naruto muttered as he sent a handful of Academy Shuriken flying at the 2 squirrels. One dodged the throwing stars, but the other one took the full brunt of the barrage, slumping to the ground with 2 in its body and a third in its eye. Swiftly drawing a kunai, Naruto neatly sidestepped the charging squirrel and stabbed it in the back of the head. Much to his surprise, the chakra mutant just snarled and swiped at his hand with its claws. Let's try that again, Naruto said with a frown. He attacked this time, stabbing the kunai into the squirrel's neck, making the mutant die at last. He then noticed the 3 windows pop up over the corpses of the rabid red squirrels. Rabid red squirrel defeated. You gain 40 EXP. After he closed the windows, the bodies of the squirrels dissolved into blue light, leaving behind stuff. When the tutorial had mentioned enemy drops regarding loot, Naruto had expected skins, teeth and the like. Instead, there were 3 neat piles of Ryo notes and a single scroll. Dumbfounded, Naruto picked up one of the notes and compared it to one he drew from his Gama-chan wallet. The 2 were alike, with just enough differentiation between them to see that the one from the monster drop was freshly printed. Hurriedly picking up the notes, 500 ryo, and putting them into Gama-chan, he then turned his attention to the scroll. It turned out to be something called a crafting recipe for a spider silk underlay armor. Naruto didn't have the faintest idea what it was talking about, so he put the scroll in his inventory until he could figure out exactly what it was for. The chest contained a silver key called Grand Chest Key No. 1, which was not exactly what Naruto was hoping for. He had kind of wanted a sword or even some armor, but he reminded himself that this was just the first bite at the apple. Over the next half hour or so, Naruto discovered the theme of the area was to search out treasure chests, get ambushed by either rabid red squirrels or gnashing gray squirrels, the later of which were level 5 and were more dogged in their attack than their red counterparts, and then take the treasure. He didn't get any more recipes, just money, always welcome, and the occasional cured squirrel fur, of which he wasn't certain what he was going to do with. The chests were a little better, but mostly contained keys for the grand chest, whatever that was, and a bit of extra cash. Currently, Naruto was sat down and taking a break, examining the map of the area as he did so. It looked hand-drawn, with the locations he had discovered chest marked with a star. Currently, he had 4 keys and the map showed that they were in a sort of square position, with 2 of them closer together than the other 2. Could a 5th one be here somewhere? Naruto mused aloud, pointing at a place located upwards and in the center of the 2 key locations furthest apart and across from one another. If one was in that area, that made a pentagram, meaning that the grand chest might appear in the center somewhere, probably along with the field boss. Naruto checked himself over before heading out. Thus far, he hadn't lost much HP, just about 30 points to a surprise attack from a gnashing gray squirrel that popped up when he thought he'd dealt with all of them, and he'd already regenerated that health while resting, so he was good. He hadn't even had to use any of his jutsu, not since that first Gansutsukan, but he knew he'd likely have to use jutsu against the field boss when it turned up. 5 minutes and 5 dead squirrels later, Naruto was removing a key from the last chest, along with a rather odd item to keep in a chest, the blue and white wrapped hilt of a tanto, with part of the blade still attached, but very obviously damaged. It looked like someone had smashed the blade with a hammer or something. Hilt of Toradora. The hilt of the tanto known as Toradora. The blade has been broken, but perhaps not beyond repair by a skilled smith. Was what his observed skill said about it? Naruto waited for a moment and, sure enough, a quest window popped up a couple of seconds later. Quest created. A broken blade can still cut, you have discovered the hilt and what little is left of a tanto called Toradora. Take it to your friend Tenten to see if it can be fixed. Accept. Y/N. Naruto stared at the window, slightly perplexed. This was odd. There was no quest succeed/quest failure notices listed. Shrugging, the blonde boy hit Y before placing the hilt and the last key in his inventory and heading to the center of the pentagram formed by the chest locations. This had better be worth it, he grumbled as he picked up a rock so he would be able to use Gansutsukan as soon as he spotted the field boss. Thus far, his Shuriken Jutsu, Hiko Yoshin fast draw technique and beginner's Heikage Taijutsu had all gone up by a couple of levels, so this time he would try and level up his Doton Ninjutsu. He really had to start trying to find some jutsu for his primary futon affinity though. Abruptly, the ground started to shake. Naruto yelped in surprise as he staggered against a nearby tree and looked around for the cause of the earthquake. A large tree erupted from beneath the ground, with an extra-large chukar mutated squirrel clinging to the top of it, with a pair of gnashing gray squirrels at its flank. Huh, so this is a field boss. Naruto mused as he looked up at the monster. It was the size of a Labrador, twice the size of the gnashing gray squirrels. It had burnt orange fur and you could see the rippling muscles beneath it. Naruto checked out the name floating above its head. LV7 Berserk Fox Squirrel. Observe, Naruto whispered. Berserk Fox Squirrel. This beast was infected with a tiny dose of the chakra of the Kyuubi no Kitsune during its attack 12 years ago and has grown to monstrous proportions. With no sense of self-preservation, it will attack innocent people until it is dead. Special status, Berserk, feel no pain, iron muscles. Special abilities, summon minions. Naruto paled as he read on. This thing was using the chakra of the demon fox. If it wasn't stopped, it could hurt people. Like him. He hurriedly examined the 4 unknown buttons. Berserk, passive/active. You are a fierce warrior, lost in a sea of rage and fury. You are granted enhanced strength, endurance, and speed at the cost of your sanity and self-preservation instincts. Passively grants plus 15 STR. Passively grants plus 15 SPD. Passively grants plus 15 STA. Passively reduces int by 15. Passively reduces dex by 10. Actively forces you to attack the nearest foe and attack it until it is dead. Actively reduces WIS by 15. Costs 50 CP per minute. Feel no pain, passive. Through either pure mental control or sheer rage, you are immune to pain and can tank the strongest of attacks without flinching. Passively raises STA by 30. Passively renders user immune to the sensation of physical pain. Iron muscles, passive. You have trained extensively, to the point that your muscles are so large and thick that they act as light armor when in combat, albeit to the detriment of your speed. Passively reduces speed by 10. Passively grants an armor value of 10 to all locations except the head. Passively increases STR by 15. Summon minions, active. Letting loose a howl, you can summon subordinates to your aid. Actively summons forth either 2 to 3 rabid red squirrels or 2 gnashing gray squirrels to your aid. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Costs 30 CP to use. Naruto let loose a string of eloquent expletives at this information. He knew that a field boss would be hard, but throwing the chakra of the Kyuubi no Kitsune into the mix apparently upped the difficulty level somewhat. Shit. Well, nothing to it but to do it. Naruto said determinedly as he ran through some hand signs, Doton, Iwa Bunshin no Jutsu. This time, rather than upchucking a rock, Naruto used the earth around him to form the rock clones, 10 of them all together. Right as the last of them formed, the tree that the boss stood on stopped rising. The berserk fox squirrel let out a high-pitched shriek that set Naruto's teeth on edge and hurt his poor eardrums. 3 rabid red squirrels bounded from other trees and climbed up in front of the field boss, keening and chattering before they all glared at Naruto and his rock clones. Use the Gansatsukan no Jutsu. Naruto ordered swiftly, 5 of you keep the minions busy, the other 5 will be with me and attack the boss. Doton, Gansatsukan no Jutsu, was the only reply he heard, so Naruto hurriedly used it himself. It was interesting to note that the Iwa Bunshin didn't need a rock in their hands to use the rock section Kane Jutsu, which made sense as they were made of rock themselves. The boss snarled and the 5 minion squirrels leapt acrobatically to the attack, hopping down branches before launching themselves towards Naruto. 3 thrown Gansatsukan intercepted them, killing one and seriously injuring another, while the rest were forced to scramble to land and dodge the 2 Iwa Bunshin who hadn't thrown their staves. Meanwhile, the berserk fox squirrel wasn't sitting idle. It leapt straight towards Naruto from where it had clutched the top of the tree, a drop of what had to be at least 2 stories. Scatter! Naruto ordered his clones as he leapt to one side, smacking a nearby squirrel on the head with a swipe of his staff as he did so. The clones barely got out of the way before the Labrador-sized chakra mutant slammed onto the ground, kicking up a small dust cloud. Before Naruto or the clones could react, it screeched again and lashed out with its tail and claws, smashing 2 Iwa Bunshin in seconds. Kuso. Naruto cursed, attack. Don't let it have the time to do anything but defend and dodge. He led by example, stabbing at the snarling monster with his staff, only to be surprised when the squirrel caught it in its teeth and bit down, shattering the stone like rotten wood. His IWA Bunchin took advantage of Naruto's distraction to stab and smash at the field boss with their staves, while the original Naruto drew a pair of kunao and started slashing and stabbing with them, making the oversized squirrel scream in fury, although it didn't cease its attacks in the slightest. It took another half hour to wear down the berserk fox squirrel. Naruto had to use the IWA Bunchin no Jutsu at least 4 more times as the damn field boss kept summoning minions to try and overwhelm him and his Bunchin squad, wearing them down and making them crumble into piles of rocks. Not to mention draining his CP like crazy, but thankfully his CP seemed to regenerate fairly quickly. Now though, the large squirrel was clearly on its last legs, panting hard, with great rents in its fur and flesh, with blood pouring from its many wounds and from its right eye socket, which Naruto had taken out with a lucky throw of a shuriken. "Will you just die already, you overgrown stuffed toy?" Naruto shouted in frustration as yet another IWA Bunchin crumbled into rock as a result of a rather strong bite. The berserk fox squirrel roared again as Naruto stabbed it in the side again. Then, an odd red chakra seemed to burst out of the body of the squirrel, covering it entirely and making it look even more feral than it had been previously. "What the holy dash," one clone exclaimed, "Boss, this looks bad." "Yeah, think." Naruto snarked back, "Less talking, more attacking." With a roar, the clones threw a barrage of Gansutsukan at the monster, but it moved much faster than before, dodging the stone staves with ease and launching a blistering counterattack. Naruto noted somewhat absently that the injuries suffered by the clones were like being gutted by a claw made of lava and decided that getting hit by that was not something he wanted to experience. So, when the last IWA Bunchin crumbled to pieces, Naruto was quick to make another full set of clones, which used their staves as a temporary way of holding the rabid squirrel off while other clones attacked. Seeing it slump slightly, Naruto charged at the beast with a kunao drawn and ready. The field boss snarled again before staggering up to try and attack him. "Not gonna work." Naruto shouted, "You can't beat me." "You know why?" He avoided the rather feeble swipe of the claws and drove the kunao into the monster's neck right up to the hilt, causing blood to spurt from the now gaping maw of the beast. "Because I'm gonna be Hokage one day, Databia." Naruto finished grimly, "So I can't lose to the likes of you." With one final ear-piercing scream, the field boss collapsed onto the ground with a loud thump, causing a loud chime to go off and a large window to appear in front of Naruto. Rabid Red Squirrel X12 defeated. You gain 480 EXP. Gnashing Gray Squirrel X8 defeated. You gain 360 EXP. Field Boss Berserk Fox Squirrel defeated. You gain 600 EXP. HP and CP fully restored. Yada. Naruto cheered, "Oh. What's this below that?" Beginner's Hokage Taijutsu has leveled up. LV4, LV5. As a result of repeated actions, the skill Self-Taught Bojutsu has been created. Self-Taught Bojutsu, passive/active, LV1, 00.00 EXP. Bojutsu is the use of the bow staff in combat. While most people use preset styles in order to fight with it, you have created a style all of your own. Nowhere near effective compared to a regular Bojutsu style, this will nevertheless keep you from tripping yourself up over your own feet while using a bow. Passively raises STR by 1%. Passively raises Dex by 2%. Actively raises damage dealt by any staff weapon by 5%. Doton, IWA Bunchin no Jutsu has leveled up. LV1, LV2. Doton, Gansutsukan no Jutsu has leveled up. LV1, LV2. Shuriken Jutsu has leveled up. LV5, LV6. Secondary Earth Affinity has leveled up. LV1, LV2. I'm really getting stronger. Naruto muttered in awe, "Oh, right, better grab the loot." In addition to the usual Ryo and occasional cured squirrel furs, Naruto picked up another crafting recipe, this time for a squirrel fur vest, which explained why he kept getting these pesky furs. The big paycheck was found where the carcass of the berserk fox squirrel had been. Not only was there a hefty chunk of change, 3,000 ryo, there was also a extra large cured squirrel fur, as well as a jutsu scroll. You have received the Futon, Kaiten Shuriken no Jutsu scroll. Would you like to learn this? Y/N. At last. Naruto grinned and hit Y, letting the jutsu scroll dissolve into blue light and sink into him. Futon, Kaiten Shuriken no Jutsu, active, LV1, 00.00 EXP. The wind style, rotating shuriken jutsu is a useful jutsu for increasing the effectiveness of your shuriken jutsu. By infusing a shuriken with wind-natured chakra, you increase its cutting power. Once a shuriken has been infused, you can manipulate the shuriken to attack your opponents remotely. Actively increases the damage of any infused blade weapon by 10. Actively allows you to control the infused weapon up to 4 meters away. Hand signs, none. Number of weapons that can be infused and manipulated, 2. Costs 25 CP per weapon, per minute. Kick ass. No damn hand signs. Naruto cheered, before looking around with a frown, now where's that damn grand chest thingy? As if waiting for him to ask that question, the tree that the field boss had made its entrance on split in two and fell neatly apart, revealing a pair of shinobi sandals. What the hell? Naruto groaned before stomping up to look at them. They were a deep royal blue color with black designs around the ankle that Naruto had to admit were pretty cool looking. Observe, he muttered. Custom battle sandals, blue. Standard issue sandals used by all members of the Konohagakure shinobi forces. This pair has been customized for training the tree climbing skill, granting an additional 10% EXP when practicing the exercise. Def plus 10. Durability, 50/50ths. Nice, but not what I was looking for. Naruto remarked as he picked them up and put them in his inventory. A note was lying on the floor. To the shinobi who defeated the fox squirrel. My compliments. You have passed the first hurdle, but do not become complacent. Many harder tasks await you in the other areas. If you wish to open the grand chest, you must gather not only the 5 keys currently in your possession, but the chakra pass from Area 6 to allow you entry to the room in which it is kept. And the chest, await you in Area 13. The Forest Lord. Who the hell is this Forest Lord guy? Naruto moaned, well, no use standing around like an idiot. On to the next area. With that, Naruto charged off to the exit of the area, leaving the note to fade into dust behind him. Chapter 6, Tiger and Dragon. Outside Training Ground 13. This bites. Naruto grumbled. He was currently torn between glaring at the rusty gate that barred his way back into the training ground and the window floating in front of him. Warning. You can only enter any given field dungeon once per day. Training Ground 13 has doors between the various areas that allow you to move between them without exiting the dungeon, but you evidently didn't know about the other door. Your area map has been updated with the location of the inter-area door for when you try tomorrow. Good luck. How the hell is he supposed to know about these things if the damn windows don't tell him about them? Huffing in displeasure, Naruto decided to head back to Konoha and examine his spoils from today's loot. He did have quite a few, if you included raised skill levels into the equation. Closing the irritating window, Naruto began the trek back to his new home, mentally reviewing his performance in the forest today. He had to admit that his training had really helped him out. If he had tried this before he got his gamer ability, he would have had the snot kicked out of him by those damn squirrels. He still had to either get his hands on a wide area attack jutsu or make better use of his clones, as some of those fast-moving squirrels had come way too close to taking a bite out of him. As it was, he was surprised that his clothes were still intact from all of the scratches and bites he had suffered in the training grounds, but he supposed that was all a part of the whole gamer thing. He blinked as a new window appeared in front of him. You have discovered the skill Gamer's Equipment. Gamer's Equipment, passive, LV Max. As the gamer, this skill links the condition of your clothing as being equal to the durability of each item, thus meaning you must wash, clean and repair them in order to maintain their durability. Someone is trying to make a point about my cleaning habits, aren't they? Naruto muttered under his breath. He made it back to his apartment without further incident and, after a cup ramen or two, settled down to read through the improved versions of his skills. Secondary Earth Affinity, passive, LV2, 12.97 EXP. Earth affinities are not uncommon in the elemental nations, although Ishi no Kuni and Tsuka no Kuni are the ones who have more born there than any other country. Earth ninjutsu is seen as primarily an element of defense, but in the right hands one can make traps, launch counterattacks, and even alter the landscape itself. Strong against fire, water. Weak against lightning, wind. Passively decreases the chakra cost of Doton Jutsu by 2%. Passively increases the effectiveness of Doton Jutsu by 1%. Doton, Iwa Bunshin no Jutsu, active, LV2, 05.19 EXP. The earth clone or rock clone technique is the most sturdy of the clone jutsu, save for the legendary Mokuton and its Moku Bunshin, requiring a solid hit in a critical location to destroy them. In addition, unlike the other elemental clones, if an Iwa Bunshin is destroyed, it breaks into pieces of rock, which can be used for other Doton ninjutsu. Iwa Bunshin can only use non-elemental or Doton ninjutsu and is almost as strong as the user. Hand signs, Ram Monkey Horse Ram. When activated, the user spits out a rock, which is then shaped into a clone or clones of the user. The clone, S, will follow the orders of its creator. Iwa Bunshin have no mental stats and have the physical stats of the creator of them minus 20%. Minimum number that have to be created, 5. Maximum number that can be created, 12. Cost 74 CP/clone. Doton, Gansatsukan no Jutsu, active, LV2, 25.57 EXP. The Earth Style, Rock Section Kane Jutsu is a fairly simple technique. After making the correct hand signs, the user should pick up a stone or rock, which transforms it into a 1.5 meter long staff, which can be used in close combat or thrown at the enemy. At high levels, the user can create multiple staves simultaneously and assail their enemies with them. Hand signs, Monkey Rat Snake. Number of staves created per use, 1. Durability of each stave, 25. Costs 35 CP per stave made. Shuriken Jutsu, passive/active, level 6, 31.01 EXP. Shuriken Jutsu is the art of thrown weapons. Any handheld blade weapon that has thrown weapon in its description can be used with this skill. Shuriken, Senbon, and Kunao are a few examples. Passively increases dex by 7%. Passively increases damage with thrown weapons by 10%. Actively increases accuracy of thrown weapons by 10%. Costs 5 CP to use. Beginner's Heikage Style Taijutsu, passive/active, level 5, 00.45 EXP. The basic style of Taijutsu taught at the Kanahagakure Shinobi Academy. Heikage style has no particular inclinations towards attack or defense, instead having the characteristic of being easy to learn. The beginner's set is basic punching, kicking, and a few basic grapples. Passively increases STR by 7%. Passively increases dex by 7%. Passively increases STA by 8%. Whoa, that's quite the improvement. Naruto mused aloud. If he kept up this kind of pace for the next 6 and a bit months, he'd kick Sasuke team around the ring like an unwanted stepchild. Turning his attention to the basic Fuinjutsu scroll, he removed it from his inventory and regarded it. He didn't know much about Fuinjutsu, except that the Nidaime Hokage had been an accomplished master of the art, as was the Sandaime. Both of them had been overshadowed by the prodigy that was Namikaze Minato, if what his Jiji had said about the Hiraishin was true. What better way to surpass his predecessors than to master the difficult art of Fuinjutsu beyond what they had mastered? You have acquired the basic Fuinjutsu scroll. Do you wish to learn it? Y/N. Damn right I do. Naruto muttered as he hit the Y button, only to be dumbfounded when a window popped up over the first instead of the scroll disintegrating. Requisite skill level not met. You cannot learn this skill at the moment as you do not have the requisite levels in one or more other skills that are needed. You must have LV10 in calligraphy before you can learn basic Fuinjutsu. You currently do not know calligraphy. Ah man. Naruto complained, how the heck do I learn that? Calligraphy. Who could guess that that would be needed for Fuinjutsu? Pouting slightly, he made a note to keep a lookout for books on calligraphy when he went shopping after the academy and Sakura-chan's tutoring session. Placing the scroll back into his inventory, he then took out the 2 crafting recipe scrolls. Deciding that since he actually had the materials for it, he'd have a closer look at the squirrel fur vest scroll first. Rather unsurprisingly, a window popped up as soon as he picked it up. Congratulations! You have acquired your first crafting recipe. When you defeat non-human enemies, you will occasionally get items such as fur, silk, bones and teeth as loot drops. Using a crafting recipe, you can combine these items into a usable piece of equipment that you can either use or sell. Depending on the level of craftsmanship of the finished item, a crafted item can be one of 5 categories. Common, easily found. Relatively easy to make. Uncommon, harder to make, but with better stats. Less common, but still not all that hard to find. Rare, much harder to make, most items are forged from metal. Quite impressive stats. Hard to find. Legend, items such as this are the kind that are only found once or twice in a lifetime. Their stats are equally impressive. Unique, one-of-a-kind items. Once made, no other item such as this can be created. If a person finds this level of item more than once a lifetime, they are blessed beyond a doubt. In order to create an item, you must have the requisite materials in order to make it. This includes the materials that make up the bulk of the item, as well as any decoration materials or stitching materials. You also have to have the requisite skill level in the skill required to create it. For example, in order to create this item, the squirrel fur vest, you must have at least 1 extra large cured squirrel fur, 10 cured squirrel furs and 2 rolls of sewing thread, not to mention being at least LV10 in sewing. 04-. Another skill requirement. Naruto grumbled, "Fet. I'm going to bed." After 3 hiccups in a row, Naruto was more than ready for bed, but a silver glow from the door leading to the roof caught his eye, so he opened it and peeked out through the doorway. Hovering in the middle of the air near the empty flower beads was a silver exclamation mark. What the heck? Naruto wondered, prompting another window to open. House quests. Your home, and the building it is in, is very much in a state of abandonment. By accepting the quests highlighted in silver, you can set about the business of restoring the place to habitability. To accept a house quest, merely walk up and tap the floating silver exclamation marks, read the window that pops up and then the Y button, just like any other quest. Unlike with regular quests, you do not earn EXP or Ryo for completing these quests, merely having your home up to snuff is a reward in and of itself. Huh, who knew? Naruto muttered, before wondering why this appeared only now. Did it have to do with him leveling up for the first time since gaining his new apartment? Shrugging, Naruto walked over and tapped the silver icon once, making a silvery window pop up. House quest alert. Green thumbs and blonde hair, your flower beads are empty. Go to the Yamanaka flower shop and purchase soil, compost, and flower seeds, then set up your flower beads. Accept. Y/N. All in all, it was probably one of the simplest quests Naruto had received since he had acquired his gamer ability, so he accepted it before heading to bed. The next day, at the end of academy classes. "Hey, Ino," Naruto called, stopping the Yamanaka heiress in her tracks. "What, Naruto?" she asked impatiently. "I have to help my parents at the shop now. That's why I wanna speak to them." Naruto replied, "I have a couple of flower beads that I want to fill, and the only place I know that sells the kind of soil and compost for flowers is your place." "Huh?" Ino looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "Didn't think you were the gardening type." "I did have one at my old place, before someone ripped all the plants to pieces." Naruto grumbled, "Even my house plants were destroyed." "Sucks to be you." Ino said with a hint of sympathy in her voice. "Fine, come with me. Daddy will want to speak to you about it." As Ino led Naruto out of the classroom, two pairs of eyes followed them, one pair of light lavender and one pair of emerald green. Both felt jealousy in their hearts, but the latter only felt a small twinge, while the former raged against the time that Sakura, and now Ino, were spending with the boy she liked. Naruto examined Ino with his observe skill and was surprised by what he found. Name, Yamanaka Ino. Class, Mindwalker Adept. Level, 8. Next level, 46.90. Title, Academy Student, plus 25% EXP to LV10. Age, 12. HP, 625/625. CP, 300/300. STR, 12, -5. STA, 12, -5. Dex, 26, -5, +5. Int, 27. WIS, 25. Luck, 29. Status, Uchiha Fangirl, -25% to all EXP gain, -10% to teamwork, Yamanaka clan heiress, +30% effectiveness to all Yamanaka clan jutsu, fashionable, +20% to barter and haggle skills, +25% bonus EXP to those skills as well, green thumb, +50% effectiveness with gardening skill, +30% EXP bonus from gardening actions. Perks, strong-minded. Natural talent, Mindwalker. Acrobatic. Herbalist. Flaws, vain. Fangirl. Daddy's girl. Malnourished. Yamanaka Ino is the heiress of the Yamanaka clan, famous for their skill with the mind arts. She is strong-willed and proud, to the point of arrogance on occasion, but is essentially a good person. She has much skill in her family's jutsu set, but squanders that talent as one of Sasuke-kun's fangirls. Her stats were far more balanced than Sakura's were, as she was obviously not close to being as smart as her frenemy was, but her physical skills were better, especially the dex stat. Naruto guessed that the acrobatic perk had something to do with that. "So, how was Forward's tutoring yesterday?" Ino asked out of the blue, jarring Naruto from his thoughts. "Oh, it went well." Naruto replied, "My brain hurt from all the information, but Sakura-chan's a good teacher. I'm gonna ace the damn exams this time round." "After failing twice, I should think you would," the blonde girl snorted. "I'm surprised you didn't try and steal the exam questions last time." Naruto looked at Ino in surprise. "Why would I do that? If I don't earn a Hitaiate the right way, there's no point in wearing it." Ino looked at him out of the corner of her eye. "We aren't training to be samurai, you know. To a shinobi, there's no such thing as fair play. We aren't shinobi yet." Naruto pointed out, "The first time I tried to graduate early, a girl called Ichigaya Terumi got expelled from the shinobi program for doing that." "Really?" the purple-clad girl asked in surprise. "Yup." Naruto nodded, she got caught by a Chunin when she tried to enter the room where the exam papers were kept. I remember Jiji scolding her about it. I think she's back in civilian school right now. Ino looked thoughtful at this. It made sense to Naruto though. If the students had to cheat, it should be actually during the exam, when the Chunin sensei could see and grade their stealthy information gathering skills for themselves. You have deduced something important about the Genin exams. You gain +1 WIS. Ignoring the new window, Naruto saw that they were approaching the Yamanaka flower shop. The colorful facade had always made Naruto a little wistful for his lost garden and house plants. At least now, he could actually do something about it. "Daddy, Kaa-san, I'm home," Ino called as she ran into the shop. "Welcome home, Ino-chan," her mother greeted her. Yamanaka Sayori was a beautiful woman in her late 20s/early 30s. Her long chestnut-colored hair was in a long ponytail similar to her daughter and she had a kind face. She stood up from behind the counter as her daughter entered and gave her a welcoming hug before looking at Naruto curiously. "Naruto wants to talk to Daddy. Is he home?" Ino asked her mother once she stepped back from the hug. "He got called to the TNI department not long ago, but he shouldn't be there longer than a couple of hours," Sayori said with an apologetic look at Naruto. "I take it you wish to create a new flower bead." "Why yeah, how'd you know?" Naruto was a bit unnerved by this prediction. "I deal with houseplants and bouquets while Inoichi is in charge of outdoor plants," Sayori explained, "so Ino saying you needed him told me what it is that you came to get." She reached under the counter, picked up a sheet of paper, and handed it to Naruto. "Here. Fill this out so Inoichi can look it over when he gets back." "Sure." Naruto nodded. "Can I borrow a pen?" "Here." Ino gave him one. "Kaa-san, I'm gonna go and shower. I got all sweaty today at taijutsu practice." Although Sayori nodded, a troubled expression flashed across her face briefly as Ino sauntered off into what Naruto presumed was the way to the family portion of the house. Pretending he hadn't seen it, Naruto started filling in the form, which required the length, breadth, and depth of the flower bead in question, as well as the kinds of flowers and plants he would like to have in the flower bead. "I hear that you've been helping out Sakura-chan," Sayori remarked after a moment. "Yeah. She's banned from dieting." Naruto replied, "It actually surprises me that you let Ino get away with dieting, what with the Yamanaka clan being a shinobi clan. You can lead the horse to water, but you can't make it drink." Sayori replied ruefully, "Ino is a very stubborn girl and is convinced that she needs to diet, even although her father and I have told her over and over again that she doesn't need to. With Sakura eating more, she'll get stronger soon." Naruto shrugged, "She'll be able to train longer and improve faster. Ino'll soon see that she's in the wrong here when she gets beat by Sakura-chan then." "You seem rather confident about that," Sayori remarked. "Why is that?" "Simple logic." Naruto shrugged as he finished writing up the form. "Ino only trains when she has to, here or at the academy, and she does only the bare minimum, at the academy anyway. I'm planning on getting Sakura-chan to spar with me and improve her taijutsu at some point. Even if he had only just now decided on that, so Ino will lose if she keeps to her Sasuke-kun attraction plans. Technically, I should be angry that you're planning on making my little girl lose, but as this is in the name of a good cause, I'll let it slide," Sayori said with a small smile. "Don't tell Inoichi though. Ino's his pride and joy and he hates the thought of her being beaten at anything. Beaten now, by someone who doesn't really want to hurt her, or beaten later, by someone who couldn't care less about whether she lives or dies." Naruto said with a shrug, "If I were him, I'd choose the former rather than the latter." "As would I." Sayori replied, "So what are you going to do now that you know Inoichi isn't going to be here for a while?" "I have to go to Higurashi's for something," Naruto replied, "but I have my tutoring session with Sakura-chan first." "See you later then." Sayori nodded at him in farewell as he left. Waiting a moment, she then said, "I take it you heard everything then, dear." An embarrassed Yamanaka Inoichi dropped the Totan no Jutsu, invisibility escape jutsu, from where he had been concealed in the corner of the shop during the entirety of the conversation between his wife and Naruto. "How long did you know I was there for?" he asked. "The entire time." Sayori replied casually as she examined her nails, "I am a chakra sensor, yo no." Inoichi winced at that. Sayori had been one of Konoha's best chakra sensors before she semi-retired after getting pregnant with Ino. He should have realized that she would realize he was there. "So then dear, do you agree with Naruto-kun's assessment?" Sayori asked. "I do." The Yamanaka clan head sighed, "I hate to admit it, but he is right about which I should choose. I just hope my princess isn't too crushed at being beaten. She's far too much like the both of us to let a single loss make her give up." Sayori said firmly, "If anything, it might be just the right kind of shock to jar her out of this ridiculous diet obsession that she has. We'll just have to be patient and wait." Inoichi nodded before picking up the sheet of paper Naruto had filled up. "I agree. Let's have a look here, huh? Looks like he wants to use the old flower beads on top of the old Umbu HQ building. Most of the plants he's mentioned as being what he would like are ones that don't need a lot of attention or watering, so they'd be perfect for someone out on missions. Looks like he's serious about passing this time." Sayori remarked. "Looks like it." Inoichi said, "I actually have everything he's asked for on hand, so I'll get it together and I'll go over to help him set everything up when he comes back. I'll take Ino as well, to help out. It's funny how she doesn't mind getting dirty and sweaty from gardening, yet loudly complains about getting sweaty from training." Sayori shook her head in bemused amusement. Half an hour later. During Naruto's study session with Sakura. Sakura kept giving Naruto sidelong glances as she helped him with his studying. What her parents had told her about the Uzumaki clan kept whirling in her mind. Could Naruto really be descended from Konoha's old allies? "Sakura-chan? Do I have something on my face?" Naruto interrupted her musings. Sakura jerked in surprise. Naruto was looking at her with a mix of confusion and concern, and she realized that she had been so lost in thought that she hadn't heard him talking to her. "And no, you haven't," she said with a shake of her head. "Say Naruto, you told me yesterday that you and Hokage-sama are close." "Yeah, we are." Naruto nodded. "He came and visited me in the orphanage as far back as I can remember, and he set me up with my first apartment when the orphanage threw me out when I was 5. He takes me out for ramen every now and again, when he can get out from under his paperwork. He's one of only 3 people who give me birthday presents too." Sakura thought of the pile of presents that she received on her own birthdays and felt a bit ashamed. "Has he ever mentioned your family?" she asked softly. "Just that I'm the last Uzumaki, though I don't know if they were a civilian clan or a shinobi clan." Naruto replied, "Jiji said he'd tell me either when I became a genin or turned 15, whichever came first." This made the pink-et frown a bit. Why would the leader of the village deliberately keep Naruto in the dark about his own heritage? It didn't make sense. A shinobi clan's history and heritage was integral to shaping the children as they grew up, ensuring that they were able to master whatever special skills and jutsu that the clan used, like the Nara clan's Kage Main no Jutsu or the Inyazuka clan's Ninken collaboration jutsu. He must have a good reason for it, she thought. Without knowing if that's true, I can't tell Naruto everything about the Uzumaki that my parents told me, but maybe a couple of tidbits can't hurt. "I've read a bit about the Uzumaki," she said aloud. "It isn't much, but I could tell you what I know if you'd like." The look on his face was one that shook her down to her soul. It was both intense and vulnerable, not an expression she had ever seen on him before. "Please" was all he said, but had an edge of desperation, of longing that she had never associated with Naruto before now, which she scolded herself for. Obviously, an orphan who knew he was of a clan, but knew no details about said clan, would be hungry for information about them. The Uzumaki were an ally of the Senju clan since the founding of Konoha. She started, they were a shinobi clan, one who had two defining characteristics that I know of. First, they were famous for their loyalty, both to family and to allies. Second, they specialized in the art of fuinjutsu. I heard they were almost destroyed during the Second Great Shinobi War though. Naruto stared at her unblinking for a moment before he said quietly, "Thank you, Sakura-chan. This is the first information I've heard about my clan, other than the fact the spiral is the clan symbol." "No problem." Sakura had to smile at the enthusiasm Naruto was showing for his heritage. Sakura-chan, what's the difference between shinobi clans and civilian clans?" her blonde-haired study partner asked with a thoughtful look on his face. "You don't know?" Sakura just barely stopped herself from gaping in astonishment at him. "I know that shinobi clans have more chakra than civilians and that their bodies are stronger, but I don't know anything other than that." Naruto replied with a "what can you do" shrug. Sakura sighed. His knowledge about the four Hokage rivaled her own, but his knowledge about other subjects was very much spotty. Shinobi clans have been shinobi for at least 200 years. Sakura explained, "That's how long it takes at a minimum for succeeding generations to develop the enhanced chakra coils and musculature that makes them so much better in combat. Each succeeding generation has more chakra and is stronger as a result of using it. Granted, chakra is made of both physical energy and mental energy combined, but shinobi clans have been proven to produce children with more chakra than any civilian clan." "Wow, you know a lot about this," Naruto remarked, a little in awe at her knowledge. "I looked up this kind of thing last year." Sakura admitted with a small blush, "The best treatise on this subject was by Tsunade-sama of the Sunin. Anyway, that's the basic difference. So, because both your parents are civilians, you're at a disadvantage chakra-wise." Naruto frowned, "That sucks. Oto-san is a retired genin." Sakura corrected him, "A civilian genin, I'll grant you, but I have slightly better reserves than the other civilian genin candidates. You'd have more if you brought your physical energy up in line with your mental energy though," Naruto pointed out. "Naruto, explain, now," Sakura ordered with narrowed eyes. "No offense Sakura-chan, but I could outlast you in a taijutsu spar easily." Naruto stated frankly, "That's because you are not physically fit enough. You rarely spar in taijutsu and you do the bare minimum in PE. Iruka-sensei doesn't push the kunoichi candidates as hard as us guys. I guess he's just old-fashioned that way. Just because you can outlast me, doesn't mean you're better at taijutsu than me, Naruto." Sakura snapped, irritated that she was being underestimated. "Cha! Like I'd lose to the dobe." Shanaro, her inner personality yelled, sticking her middle finger in Naruto's direction. "Care to put your money where your mouth is, Sakura-chan?" Naruto challenged with a smirk. "Name your terms." Sakura shot back, her pride not letting her back down. "First to knock the other down 3 times wins." Naruto said, "No weapons, grapple holds or chakra tricks. No gouging or kicks below the belt. Sound fair?" "And the stakes?" Sakura demanded. "If I win, you have to let me help you get your taijutsu up to snuff," Naruto suggested. "Fine. And if I win, you are paying for one of my shopping sprees," Sakura declared with a clenched fist as she scowled at Naruto. This made the blonde orphan flinch. Sakura and Ino were infamous for trying to outdo each other on their shopping sprees. The last person who had paid for one of the frenemies shopping sprees had been left penniless by the time Ino had gotten finished with him. Just one more reason for me not to lose. "You're on." Naruto stuck his hand out for Sakura to shake, which she did once to seal their deal. "Where should we fight though?" Sakura wondered, There's no room in here and I don't want to fight on concrete like out on the roof. Let me show you something, Sakura-chan. Naruto said impishly. He led her out of his room and down one floor. The room he led her to was a dojo, which was being cleaned up by a bunch of his IWA bunshin. Clones. Physical clones. Sakura gaped in astonishment. I have too much chakra to use the basic bunshin no jutsu. Naruto said sourly, that is the only, and I mean only, reason I haven't graduated in the last 2 years. They always choose the damned bunshin as the jutsu for the ninjutsu component of the test, so I keep failing. Not this year though. The rules allow any of the clone jutsu to be used so long as you can make at least 3 of them. With these IWA bunshin, I'm in the clear. Out of all the clone jutsu I've read about, the IWA bunshin take the most amount of chakra to create, and are also the most resilient, aside from Shodame-sama's Moku bunshin no jutsu, wood clone jutsu. Sakura thought in astonishment, and Naruto has 10 or 12 of them running around like I'd use the regular bunshin no jutsu. Shaking herself out of her stupefaction, Sakura examined the room. It was obviously in disuse, but the IWA bunshin had tidied the place up quite well. The mats needed replacing though. I'll have this ready tomorrow, so we'll fight then. Naruto told her, so be ready to lose Databia. That's just what I was going to say to you. Sakura retorted. The two glared at each other before chuckling and heading back to Naruto's room to finish the study session. After the study session. Geez, there sure were a lot of messages today. Naruto grumbled as he looked at the virtual sea of windows that surrounded him. I'll just have to go through them one at a time. Status change. You change from, to member of the Uzumaki clan. Clan knowledge added. %EXP to. Skill changed to 15% EXP to Fuinjutsu skill. Clan knowledge added. Loyalty, perk added. Quest alert. The clan of Swirling Tides, thanks to Harano Sakura, you have discovered information about your clan, the Uzumaki. The only person that knows everything about them is the Sandaime Hokage. Pass the genin exams in order to find out the rest of the information about your clan from him. Quest completion reward, information about the Uzumaki clan, plus 1500 EXP, plus 2 attribute points. Quest failure, death. Accept. Y/N. How the hell can I die from failing the genin exams? Naruto yelped. What was more worrying was the fact he couldn't refuse this quest. Death. For failing a basic exam? There had to be more to it than he was seeing. Resolving to solve the mystery of this quest later on, he pressed the Y button. Naruto turned his attention to the other windows. Quest alert. Tough love, you have challenged Harano Sakura to a taijutsu match. Defeat her to improve her taijutsu and health. Quest completion reward, minus 50 reputation with Harano Sakura, plus 150 EXP, plus 500 Ryo. Quest failure, minus 50 reputation with Harano Sakura, a serious hit to your wallet. Accept. Y/N. Why the heck does my relationship with Sakura-chan go down regardless of whether I win or lose? Naruto complained, then scowled as he read the window that popped up in answer. No path without stones. In life, there is rarely a path that is completely without problems. In this case, win or lose, you have a reduced reputation with Harano Sakura. This is inevitable. In one path, you defeat her and she resents that. In the other, she defeats you and thinks you were bluffing about your abilities. In this case, you must balance the other points to see which path is better for you and her. That, actually made sense. Naruto said aloud. It followed a rule that Naruto had discovered since the orphanage: life isn't fair. Resolved to his situation, Naruto hit the Y button. He would more than earn back the lost reputation from his studying sessions. You awed her with the number of clones. Plus 100 reputation with Harano Sakura. You have had 2 study sessions with Harano Sakura. Plus 1 int and plus 1 WIS. Finally. Naruto grumbled, now, to the flower shop. Much to his surprise, when he reached the Yamanaka flower shop, he found Ino and her father waiting for him. Yamanaka-sama? Why are you and Ino-san waiting for me? He asked, warily eyeing the Yamanaka clan head. When he had started to say just Ino's first name without honorifics, Inoichi had sent a little bit of ki at him, resulting in his detect bloodthirst skill popping up. Hell, he even leveled the skill up because of that. Your order, duh. Ino had said with an eye roll, if you have the money on you right now, we can help you set things up at your house. How much? Naruto asked. Inoichi handed him an invoice for 30,000 ryo. Naruto quickly scanned it and everything looked to be in order. Okay, he said simply and pulled out Gama-chan. Fortunately for him, he'd found out how to pull money out of his gamer status screen just this morning, so he'd added a fair chunk of his winnings from the previous day to Gama-chan. Combined with the compensation from the people who had wrecked his apartment twice, dropped off by Nico-san this morning, he could easily afford this. You gave him the clan rate, I see. Ino noted as she peered at the invoice in Naruto's hand. The Uzumaki are a clan, princess. Inoichi said in concern, haven't you been paying attention to your classes? Talk to Jiji about this, Inoichi-sama. Naruto cut in, anyway, here you go. Naruto handed over a thick wad of cash to Inoichi, who counted it quickly before putting it in the till. Thank you for your business, he said professionally, making a mental note to talk to the Hokage about the oddity regarding his daughter not knowing about the Uzumaki clan. I have all of the supplies sealed in storage scrolls, so let's get to it. Leading the father and daughter combo back to his apartment building, he was completely unsurprised to see that Ino was just as underwhelmed as Sakura was about his new building. It beats living on the street, he said with a shrug as he beckoned them to follow him up the stairs. When they reached his apartment, he saw Ino giving his place a cursory look over, which made him really nervous for some reason. Ignoring this, he opened the door to the roof and showed his fellow blondes where they would be working. Looks like they moved everything perfectly when they changed HQs. Inoichi muttered as he gave the 2 long boxes a once-over. Do you know who used to live here, Daddy? Ino asked. This was the former Umbu HQ entrance building, Ino-san. Naruto said dryly. Ino yelped, why the heck are you staying here then, Naruto? Jiji said anyone with balls big enough to break in here would have to be too stupid to live. Naruto shrugged, especially since a 2-person team of Umbu watched this place day and night. Ino shook her head and muttered something under her breath before Inoichi put her to work unsealing bags of soil and compost, while he unsealed shovels. Naruto offered to help out, but Inoichi politely refused and told him that it was better if professionals set it up initially, so if he had any chores to do, now would be the time to do it. Remembering that he had shopping to do, Naruto agreed and thanked the man for his kindness. Compared to Umbu and this is a nice way to relax. Inoichi said dismissively, right, princess? Yup. Ino agreed. She was sorting the plants that they had brought with them in a practiced and brisk manner. You really do love plants. Naruto observed bemusedly. Flowers. Ino corrected him, I love flowers. Ignoring the fact you fangirled over a rare herb last week. Inoichi remarked casually, making his daughter flush in embarrassment. Daddy, she groaned. Naruto chuckled at that. Well, I'd better be off shopping. If you get hungry or thirsty, help yourselves to the food and drinks in my fridge. Thanks, Naruto. Inoichi called as the boy bounced off the roof and into his apartment. How the heck does he have so much energy? Ino asked in disbelief. We've both been to the academy and he's had a study session with Forward until just a little while ago on top of that. Uzumaki had so much chakra that it was very difficult to get them to sit still back when there was a full clan of them. Inoichi said with a smile, "Anyway, let's get to work. These flower beads aren't going to make themselves, you know." With Naruto. With over 7 years of experience with the nasty attitudes of the shopkeepers of Konoha, it didn't really surprise Naruto to any great degree that he was once more being treated to glares as he entered the shopping district. He had, once or twice, used his henge no jutsu to purchase food and other essentials here, but the shopkeepers had somehow caught on to this plan and had seals placed in their doorways that dispelled any genjutsu on people that walked through their doors. He hadn't been caught by it only because he had seen an old woman's cosmetic genjutsu get dispelled. Naruto stopped suddenly. From what he had read in his skill window, his own version of the henge no jutsu wasn't a mere illusion, but an actual physical transformation. He quickly dodged into an alley and brought the skill window for the henge no jutsu up. Sure enough, his jutsu was for some reason different from the regular henge. Go figure that one. Quickly transforming into Iruka, Naruto proceeded to walk casually into a nearby bookshop and silently rejoiced when his transformation didn't so much as flicker. Looking around the signs in the shop, he quickly located a book on sewing and smirked as the window asking if he wanted to learn it popped up. Moving on, he found a book on beginner's calligraphy. When the window popped up, he had a look around for any others that might be useful. A cookbook? Would that work? Naruto wondered. Deciding that it couldn't hurt to try, he located a basic cookbook, with simple recipes that a newbie at cooking could likely make without burning them, probably. As the window popped up, he added it to his pile of books. "Ah, Iruka-san," the cashier greeted him with a smile, "more books on the basics is it? A solid foundation is a necessity for both shinobi skills and other pursuits." Naruto replied in Iruka's voice. That old refrain again. The man rolled his eyes, evidently familiar with Iruka's truisms. "That'll be 1,000 ryo." Naruto paid for the books and decided to head to Higurashi's. That Tonto had been bugging him ever since he'd gotten it. As soon as he could, Naruto slipped into an alley and dispelled his henge. Picking up the cookbook, he smiled as he read the window. "You have acquired the 101 recipes for beginners book. Do you wish to learn this? Y/N. Hell yeah." Naruto hit the Y button. No more malnourished flaw for me. Cooking, passive, LV2, 03.10 EXP. One of the oldest skill sets in human history, cooking is something that all people do at some point in their life, even if it is merely adding water to instant ramen. Passively adds 20% to the success ratio of all cooking actions. Passively reduces food wasted during preparation by 3%. Passively reduces chance of a food accident during preparation by 5%. Adds a further 5% bonus to all of the above if the meal being prepared is from your recipe book. Requires cooking tools to use. Current cooking rank, raw amateur. Nice. Naruto grinned. Next, sewing. You have acquired the Stitch in Time book. Do you wish to learn this? Y/N. Yep, was all he said as he eagerly awaited the next screen popping up after hitting Y. Sewing, passive, LV1, 00.00 EXP. Sewing is a basic skill taken up by housewives and bachelors all over the world. Darning socks, stitching seams and sewing on patches all fall under this skill. Requires sewing tools and thread to use. Passively reduces wasted thread by 1%. Passively increases the quality of all sewing actions by 5%. Passively raises dex by 1%. Current rank, Bloody Needle. Bloody Needle. Naruto muttered with a tick mark on his forehead, "I am not that clumsy." Scowling at the insinuation that he had such low dex that he would poke himself with a needle, Naruto moved on to the last book. You have acquired the One Stroke, One Love book. Do you wish to learn this? Y/N. Let's see what this looks like. Naruto muttered as he mashed the Y button. Calligraphy, passive, LV1, 00.00. Calligraphy, or shoto, is the way of artistic writing. Often seen as merely being that, the eye of a shinobi can see the true potential of calligraphy. Requires calligraphy brush and calligraphy ink to use. Passively reduces failure ratio of all calligraphy actions by 7%. Passively reduces the amount of wasted ink by 5%. Passively increases success ratio of all calligraphy actions by 5%. At this rate, I'm not going to have the time for any pranks, cause I'll be too busy studying. Naruto grumbled, well. The things I have to do to become Hokage. Shrugging philosophically, he set out towards Higurashi's, not noticing the masked figure who was following him. With Tenten. Higurashi residence. Higurashi Tenten was not best pleased with her father at this particular moment. This wasn't exactly an unheard of occurrence, as her father, though she loved him dearly, had this annoying tendency to somehow get into trouble whenever he set foot outside Konohagakure. Take his current appearance for example. He was dressed up like a pirate. A long black coat with golden filigree, a long sash wrapped around his waist and an odd tricorn hat atop his head. So, Tenten said with a forced calm, do I really want to know how you ended up dressed like this? Her father, a veritable mountain of muscle, flinched away from his adopted daughter's steely gray glare as if she had brandished a whip at him. Now Tenten, he said pleadingly, this isn't what it looks like. Oh? So you did not in fact get roaring drunk on your way back to the village and dress up as a pirate as you are now? Tenten growled with a glower, how Kaya-san lost track of you, I'll never know. I'd like an answer to that question as well. Higurashi Connie said as she joined her daughter. Connie was a slender woman, with long black hair reaching down to her waist. Her smoky onyx eyes boring into her husband as she spoke. Tatsuhiko was a mountain of a man, his arms rippling with muscle from his blacksmithing work. His close-cropped brown hair was kept that way to avoid any accidents in the forge, and his warm brown eyes were very expressive. Right now, for example, they had a slight quiver of fear in them. "Ah, now dear," he said nervously. "Anita, we discussed this before." Connie stated coolly, "Your bad habit of getting drunk and then doing something embarrassing when you leave Konoha is getting to the point of ridiculousness now. I mean, a pirate costume. I honestly can't remember where I got it." Tatsuhiko admitted. "Now, what are you going to do?" Connie asked patiently. "Take the costume off and go sober up," he recited dully. "Yes, you are," Tenten said with an eye roll, "next time Kaya-san can go get the ore. She knows what to look for just as well as you do. I'm heading back to the shop floor. I still have to finish polishing the Kodaki." She turned and walked off before remembering something. "Oh, Oyaji. You've got an order to finish off as well." Uzumaki Naruto bought the storm suit and wants the shoulder plate engraved with his clan symbol. "The plate's in your workshop." With that, she sauntered off. The Uzumaki bought the storm suit. Tatsuhiko asked in bemusement. There was only ever one Uzumaki in Konoha, so anybody who wasn't a bigoted asshole who thought that he was the Kyuubi referred to Naruto as the Uzumaki, like his mother before him. "Looks like he's finally getting serious about graduating," Connie said softly. "Belike." Tatsuhiko agreed, "He also has good taste. That outfit should last him a good long while as he grows into it, and when he grows out of it, there'll probably be a good piece to replace it." The sudden wordless roar of anger from their daughter made the two adults look at each other in surprise. Only one thing made Tenten as angry as she currently sounded, so the question had to be asked. Who had been stupid enough to destroy one of the weapons she had forged? With Naruto, a few minutes previously. Fortunately enough for Naruto, Higurashi's was still open. Double-checking that the broken tanto was in the pocket of his trousers, he then advanced into the shop. Tenten was just sitting down as he entered. "Hey Naruto," she said when she spotted him, "need more clothes?" "Nope. Not yet at least." Naruto replied, "I actually found a broken weapon in a training ground and I was wondering if it was reparable." "Oh? Let's have a look then." Tenten leaned forward in curiosity. "If I can't fix it, then Oyaji can." Naruto drew the tanto from his pocket and laid it down on the desk. Tenten took one look at it before an expression of pure rage came over her face and she reached over to grab Naruto by the collar. "Where did you find it?" she demanded, shaking her quarry violently. "Where?" "Ten-chan, I think you might want to let him go before you choke him to death," a female voice suggested in amusement as Higurashi Kani stepped out of the family portion of the building. Tenten looked at her mother in confusion before looking at Naruto properly. He was turning red at the solid grip she had on his neck. With an eep of embarrassment, the bun-haired girl dropped him and started fussing over the blonde shinobi in training as he started to gulp in air. "I almost went over the Sanzan rivers." Naruto muttered, "Remind me to train myself into the ground before I ever spar with you, Tenten." Her Jonin sensei would be appreciative of your compliments to her physical strength. Connie chuckled, "I'm Tenten's mother, Connie." What was it that made Ten-chan so angry? "Ah, just as I thought. I take it you know the blade?" Naruto asked sarcastically as he massaged his neck. "This is Toradora, a tanto that I forged just before I took the genin exams last year." Tenten explained, "Where did you find it and what the hell's happened to it?" "In training ground 13 and I have no idea." Naruto replied honestly, "If I had to guess though, I'd say it was hit by a hammer of some kind." Connie picked the blade up and examined it. Yes, I'd agree. If not a hammer then an immense blow with some other kind of blunt object." "Wait, training ground 13. Tenten looked at Naruto in confusion. "Isn't that place closed for chakra saturation?" "Jiji let me in, to the first 3 areas at least." Naruto replied, "I found that in the first area. Had to kill 3 mutated gray squirrels and 2 red ones to get it." "Wow." Tenten said, then regarded Toradora with a frown, "How the hell did my baby get there though?" "Isaka-san was in Team 14, the next ground over." "Who?" Naruto asked. "Isaka Taiga." Connie replied, "The genin who bought the blade, along with its mate, Kiryu, Tiger Dragon, ... Isn't that just another way of saying Toradora?" Naruto asked after a moment. "It is, but that was what Isaka-san named the blades after cutting her palms with them." Tenten replied. Noting the confusion on Naruto's face, she added, "Sword lore. Shinobi and samurai, if they're masters of their craft, name their blades after the first time they draw blood with them." "Ah." Naruto nodded, "So, what should I do here? Should I return it to Isaka-san since it's hers? After she broke it and abandoned it like this?" "No." Tenten said sharply as she cradled the broken weapon as if it was her firstborn. "An acceptable compromise would be for you to inform Isaka-san that the blade has been found and that Ten-chan is fixing it." Connie interjected diplomatically, "Should she wish to retrieve it, she must come here in 3 days and explain why she broke it and abandoned it to Ten-chan." Okay. Naruto said carefully, "So where can I find Isaka-san?" "She got married 2 months ago, so she moved out of the Isaka family compound." Connie said as she strained to recall details, "Her new husband is, Takasuryaji, if I'm remembering correctly. One of her teammates." "Oh yeah. That's why she bought 2 tanto." Tenten remembered, one was for her, one was for her boyfriend. She planned to use Toradora, he was to get Kiryu. "Are they still genin?" Naruto asked. "No, Isaka-san was promoted just after she got the tanto." Connie replied, "Ryaji-san was promoted during the last genin exams. That was when he proposed to her. I'll wander over to their training field tomorrow and give em your message." Naruto nodded, I'd better get home. Yamanaka Inoichi-sama and Ino are fixing me up a pair of flower beads. You like gardening? Tenten asked in surprise, you don't seem the type. It's my way of relaxing. Naruto shrugged, Jiji does calligraphy for the same reason. Jiji? Tenten asked in confusion. Hokage Jiji. Naruto replied before he headed out the door. The bun-haired girl gaped after him. He calls Hokage-sama Jiji. From what I hear, the Hokage is his legal guardian. Connie told her daughter softly, I would guess that they've developed a relationship similar to grandfather and grandson, especially since Hokage-sama is the closest thing to family Naruto-kun has. Tenten looked sad then, which was swiftly followed by confusion. Why hasn't anybody adopted him though, she asked, I mean, he seems like a pretty nice kid. A bit informal, but still. Connie sighed. Sadly, some people are just full of spite. Let's leave it at that for now. You should start on fixing Toradora if you want to make the day deadline. Arg. Tenten half screamed, that's right. My poor baby. Don't worry, Kaa-san's going to fix you up as good as new or better. Connie knew she should be slightly concerned at her daughter cooing at a tanto like it was alive, but she was used to it from her husband, which was who Tenten had learned her love of forging weapons from. Oh. Looks like Tenten's going to monopolize the forge. Tatsuhiko drawled as he tromped out into the shop proper, what's the deal? Well. Connie started to explain the situation to her husband as Tenten bolted off to the forge, muttering under her breath about alloys, seals and forging techniques as she did so. Back at Naruto's apartment. Wow. Naruto said as he saw all of the plants in the flower beads. Otaniwatari, bird's nest ferns, some small bambusa, butterfly bush, there were so many plants that he didn't know where to start. I'll say. Ino huffed, look after them, Naruto, or else. That's the plan. Naruto replied. I've left guides on how to look after them all on your dining table. Inoichi informed him, when you graduate, let me know when your team is going to be on a C rank or above mission and I'll come in while you're away to look after them, 1,000 ryo per mission. Much appreciated, Inoichi-sama. Naruto bowed slightly, here, for the trouble. As a tip, 3,000 ryo wasn't much, but it was the largest amount most people would expect an orphan living off of a stipend to tip someone. My thanks. Inoichi nodded, we'd better head back now. If you have any questions about the plants, feel free to ask Ino or myself. Both of yous have full knowledge of the ones we planted for you. Bidding Naruto farewell, the two Yamanaka left his apartment, looking tired. Observe, Naruto whispered as he looked at Ino, just as she exited the door, bringing up her status window. Let's see. Naruto muttered, this one looks interesting. Strong-minded, passive. You have a strong sense of self and hold strong opinions about the subjects you are passionate about. This does come with the unfortunate side effect of being slow to change your opinions about something except in the face of overwhelming evidence that disproves your own opinion. Passively grants a 15% bonus to the success ratio of any Mindwalker skill. Passively grants the user a 5% bonus to the debate skill when discussing something you are passionate about. Reduces the likelihood of changing your opinion regarding something you are passionate about by 10%, unless the opposing evidence is 70% or more against your opinion. This perk cannot be removed as it is a great part of who you are. Yep. Ino to a T. Naruto had to sweat drop at how scarily accurate this ability of his was. Natural talent, Mindwalker, passive. You have a natural flair for using the jutsu of the Yamanaka clan. Walking through the memories of your opponents, manipulating their bodies and even passively reading their minds all come easily to you. Passively adds 20% to the success ratio of all Mindwalker jutsu. Passively adds 10% to the effectiveness of all Mindwalker Jutsu. Due to your understanding of the human mind, you add 5% to the success ratio of all Persuade, Intimidate, Charm and Seduce actions. This perk can only be lost by losing the ability to use Chakra, in which case it becomes the Counselor perk. Okay, I am not letting Ino use any of her jutsu on me. Naruto swore as he read the description. Acrobatic, passive. You possess a naturally flexible and lithe physique, allowing you to jump and cavort with the greatest of ease. Passively adds a permanent increase of 5 to your dex. Passively adds 1% to your dex. Passively increases the success ratio of any action that uses dex by 5%. This perk can be lost by not exercising and gaining too much weight. Like Little Miss Diet would ever let herself gain weight. Naruto muttered scornfully. Herbalist, passive. You have a wide knowledge of all plants and can tell at a glance what one is and if it has any medicinal or pharmacopoeial use. Passively increases EXP gain from gardening actions by 50%. Passively increases amount of plants gathered by 10%. Passively reduces herbs wasted when making medicine by 15%. Passively reduces plants wasted during poison making by 15%. This perk can be lost by getting a concussion and amnesia. Wow, I guess she really does love plants was all he could say to that. Looks like they teach her more than just basic gardening at the flower shop. Vain, passive. You are highly proud about your appearance and how attractive you are to others. The thought of someone not being attracted to you hasn't occurred to you. You are obsessive about keeping yourself looking your best at all times, even unto the detriment of your teamwork and physical abilities. Reduces teamwork by 15%. Reduces increases to physical stats by 10%. Adds 20 to seduction and charm skills. This flaw can be lost by realizing that physical appearances mean nothing if you are too weak to stay alive as a shinobi. Damn, this'll be a hard one to get her to ditch. Naruto muttered. He ignored malnourished and fangirl as he knew what those did. Daddy's girl, passive. You are the pride and joy of your parents, especially your father, and thus have been relatively sheltered and pampered your entire life. You are only dimly aware of the grim reality of the world and tend to disbelieve some of the more extreme cases of cruelty that can be in the world. This flaw can be lost by coming face to face with how cruel and unforgiving the world can be. So, a coddled, spoiled little princess. Naruto deadpanned, great. Naruto was, rather contrary to what his detractors said about him, a very friendly person, as well as a rather kind one. The idea of one of his classmates dying because of a stupid little flaw that he knew exactly how to remove was repugnant to him. How the heck can I help her out? I have my hands full with Sakura-chan already, the boy sighed, before shrugging, meh. I'll think about it later. To the training ground. Chapter 7, Kiryu and Toradora. A couple of hours later. Sub-Area 2, Training Ground 13. I hate moles. Naruto yelped as he dodged the attack of yet another chakra-mutated mole as it attempted to hit him with its heavy digger claws. LV6 Slavering Star Mole. Almost as soon as he entered this sub-area, these damned moles had attacked him. They came from underneath the ground and swiped with those damn oversized front claws. If it wasn't for his detect bloodthirst skill, he'd be in a world of hurt. So now he used his IWA Bunchin to lure the bastard things to the surface so he could cut the bastard things to bits with kunai. Thing is, they seemed to have an uncanny knack for being able to sniff out where he was and move to attack him. Kuso, he cursed, what the hell is with these things? How are they finding me? Pulling out a pair of shuriken, Naruto infused them with wind chakra and took aim. Futon, Kaiten shuriken, he snarled before throwing them at the nearest mole. The two shuriken whirled in the air before descending upon their target, carving bloody rents in its fur and flesh as Naruto manipulated them from just under 4 meters away. This was the one part of his gamer abilities he hated, the need to level up all of his skills in order to improve them. Sure, it made sense, after a fashion, but it was still boring to do, unless you were fighting like this. With a shriek, the mole sagged to the ground, dead at last. These moles had thick fur that seemed to act as a kind of armor. Not that it helped much against wind chakra. Tiredly, Naruto regarded the window that popped up. Slavering Star Mole X3 defeated. You gain 600 EXP. Futon, Kiten Shuriken has leveled up. LV1, LV2. Doton, IWA Bunchin has leveled up. LV2, LV3. Self-taught Bajutsu has leveled up. LV1, LV2. Not bad for the second mob, Naruto remarked. He trotted over to the corpses that were dissolving and revealing the loot. There was a nice wad of Ryo from each of them, about 750 each, in addition to a cured moleskin or two. Finally, there was a scroll, another crafting recipe, for moleskin gloves. That's that. Now how do I find the boss? Naruto mused aloud. He sighed as another window popped up. Slavering Star Mole slain, 6/25. Grinding Grand Mole slain, 0/10. Helpful, the blonde orphan commented. Now, time to replenish my clones. The moles had killed over half of his clones, smashing and rending at them with their claws. After that, he decided to inspect his stats. Status, he commanded. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Class, the gamer. Level, 6. Next level, 41.03%. Title, Academy Student, plus 25% EXP to LV10. Age, 12. HP, 800/800. CP, 800/800. STR, 18, -5. STA, 38, -5, plus 10. Dex, 19, -5. Int, 16, plus 5. WIS, 18. Luck. Not bad, but still too heavily biased towards stamina, he said with a disbelieving look. How the hell is it so high? Eesh. Resolving to discover the secret of his insane stamina at a later point, Naruto closed the window and set about luring out the moles. Sub-Area 2 was pretty much the same as Sub-Area 1, except the trees were clustered slightly more densely together. The first time he fought a grinding grand mole, he got a shock. Slavering Star Moles were only about the size of a Labrador, while these bad boys were the size of a Shetland pony. The digger claws were the size of dustbin lids and the blunt claws were still sharp enough to draw blood. Still, all of the mole monsters had one key weakness: they were very, very slow. While one IWA Bunchin distracted them, 3 more stabbed and whacked away with Gansutsukan, while the real Naruto attacked with his Kiten Shuriken from a distance and occasionally restoring clones that had been destroyed. Finally, he grunted as he killed the last mole that he needed to complete his hunting list. Just as he finished speaking, the ground started to tremble, sending Naruto and his clones stumbling across the ground. What the heck's going on, Databia? He yelped before he was thrown back by something erupting from beneath the ground, something far larger than any mole he'd faced before. It was massive, the size of a one-story house, and it was only halfway out of the ground. Black velvety fur, a short snout with jaws concealing sharp fangs and massive digging claws that were each large enough to pick up a grown man quite comfortably. Oh, observe! Naruto croaked as he looked at the field boss in awe. LV8, Madrawagara, the massive mole. A common mole mutated by oversaturation of chakra, this one has reached truly massive proportions. A large amount of Doton chakra was used in this area of the field, allowing this chakra mutant to use Bast Artist Doton ninjutsu. Special status, slow and purposeful, iron muscles, Doton sensing, paralyzing toxin. Special abilities, territorial aggression. Oh, dear Kami. Naruto breathed. He pressed slow and purposeful with a trembling finger. Slow and purposeful, passive. You may move slowly, but it is always with a purpose. With the appropriate force behind your movements, nothing can stop you. Large creature only. Reduces movement speed by 50%. Allows holder of the skill to ignore skill interrupt and attack interrupt effects. Increases knockback effect by 50%. Note to self, do not get in the way of those damn claws, he thought with a sweat drop. He'd be sent flying into the Hokage monument. Doton sensing, active. Because of either natural ability or extreme training, you can use your skills with Doton ninjutsu to detect the movements of anything that touches the earth and rocks around you. Usually, this technique is developed to make up for poor or non-existent sight. Particularly skilled users can even read attacks based on the weight distribution of people standing on the earth. Allows the user an 80% chance of detecting enemies standing on the ground. Allows the user a 20% chance to read the attack of an enemy as long as they execute it on the ground. Costs 30 CP/minute. So that's how the bastards were tracking me. Naruto exclaimed before swearing up a storm. Paralyzing toxin, active/passive. You have in your possession a powerful toxin that causes paralysis after entering the bloodstream of your opponents. Whether it is smeared on a sword, loaded into a poison dart or a natural part of your saliva, it matters not. The only issue is actually getting it into the enemy's bloodstream. If a natural part of the user's body, passively grants full immunity to your own toxin and a 50% resistance to similar types of toxins. Actively grants a 55% chance of poisoning an enemy with the status effect paralysis if struck by a toxin-loaded weapon. Medium used for toxin, saliva. Territorial aggression, passive. You hate it when others of your own gender enter your territory and immediately attack any aggressively. Woe betides any who enter your territory incautiously. Gender affected, male. Passively forces you to attack the nearest applicable target on sight. Passively adds 20% to hit ratio against all applicable enemies. Crap on a stick? Naruto swore, shit, well, nothing to it but to do it. He had not come this far to be beaten by an oversized wallet, damn it. Right, you lot. Attack from a distance with Gansitsukan. Naruto ordered 6 clones, the rest of you get up close and personal. Stab and slash the bastard. What'll you be doing, boss? One IWA Bunchen asked suspiciously. I'll be in there with you. Naruto grinned, if this guy can track my location like the others, hiding is pointless as long as I'm touching the ground, so I might as well see how well this guy does at finding someone climbing all over him. With that said, Naruto and his IWA Bunchen set to work. First off, the IWA Bunchen all fired a Gansitsukan barrage that struck the mole in various locations, including one lucky shot that hit it in its right eye, blinding it. Enemy right eye blinded. Vision remaining, 110 degrees on the left. Midro let out a wild animalistic scream of pain before slamming its paw on the ground, sending a massive lump of compressed earth towards Naruto and his clones. Scatter! Naruto yelled as he moved like greased lightning to avoid the rock attack. His clones were just as quick on the uptake, but one was crushed nevertheless. Damn it! Naruto cursed. 1/12 of his line of battle gone already? What the heck was that? It had hit the ground and the next thing, a large boulder popped out. Must be a jutsu, he concluded in irritation, same plan as before. You 5 with me, the rest of you turn that mole into a pincushion. Right, the IWA Bunchen shouted. With a roar of challenge, Naruto and 5 of his clones charged the mole, sticking to its blind side, while the other 6 started peppering Midro with Gansitsukan as fast as they could create them. This strategy hadn't been possible during the battle against the berserk fox squirrel, as it and its minions had been fast and agile, able to dodge and attack any clones who had hung back to throw anything. Against Midra on the other hand, This was a very feasible one as there were no minions and the mole was slow. Damn. This mole's got tough skin, one IWA Bunchin growled as he shoved his stone spear into the field boss hide. Iron muscles, remember, the original barked back, now less talk, more stabbing. Madara growled at the attacks and swiped blindly at Naruto's clones with its right paw. They all dodged, but the attack had been eerily accurate, passing right through where they had been standing, probably thanks to the Doton sensing skill it possessed. Keep moving. Naruto ordered, stab and move. Don't stay in one place for too long or it'll get you. Following his own advice, Naruto used the tree climbing skill to climb on top of the boss and started stabbing it all over its body, even as the long-distance group kept up a steady bombardment of Gansitsukan. Driven half-mad by the pain, Madara lashed out wildly with his claws, smashing 3 of the closest clones into rubble, making Naruto growl in frustration. Because of the lower limit imposed by his ability, the smallest number of rock clones he could create was 5, and the most he could have out was 12, thus until at least one more was destroyed, he couldn't replenish his army. A window popped up a few minutes of stabbing that made him growl in frustration. 6 of your IWA Bunchin have run out of chakra and crumbled to pieces. He leapt off of the back of the field boss and quickly summoned more clones so he had the maximum limit out again. He hated barfing up rocks, so that's why he got off the mole. You know, aside from the fact he can squash my clones in a single hit, this is actually far easier than that damn squirrel with the demon fox's chakra. Naruto though as he leapt over one large claw swipe of the boss, unlike that one, I can read this one's attacks much better and dodge out of the way before it hits me. It was true. While the field boss possessed a high defense thanks to its iron muscles and had a high attack because of its sheer size and slow and purposeful ability, the mole's lack of speed made this a far easier fight than the sub-area 1 boss fight. After about an hour of cutting the damn mole up, a window popped up. Madara Wagara is retreating. Kill the minions it summons in less than 5 minutes or it will have 25% of its health restored when it re-emerges. Eeh! Naruto yelped. What the hell was with this? With a long moan, Madara Wagara retreated underground, slipping back into the hole from which it had emerged. Erupting from the ground around the hole in its place were 3 grinding grand moles, joined by a large window to one side with a timer that started counting down. 5 o'clock, 4:59. Kill M. At the blonde boy's command, the IWA Bunchin charged the pony-sized moles and began efficiently cutting them to pieces and stabbing them with a mix of Konao and Gansitsukan. Naruto deployed his Kaiten Shuriken and was pleased to see that the level up that the skill had undergone had increased the range from 4 meters to 5. Yay! Less chance of being attacked while using the jutsu. It was close, but his clones just and no more succeeded in killing the 3 moles before the time limit expired, with 0001 left on the clock. You have successfully defeated the minions of Madara Wagara within the time limit. It returns to the field exactly as it was when it left. The rumbling ground told Naruto that the oversized chakra mutant was going to make his grand entrance soon. He pulled his clones back so they wouldn't be crushed by the boss when he popped out of his hole. When that happened, the towering tunneler was met by a hail of kunao, shuriken, and stone spears that set it yowling in pain. In response, it sent another boulder at Naruto and his clones. It took another 2 grueling ore to kill the mole, but when it did, Naruto felt exultation. That was not a particularly hard fight, but it was a test of his stamina, which immediately made him grateful for the quirk that gave him a sufficiently high amount of STA. Grinding Grand Mole X3 defeated. You gain 750 EXP. Field Boss Madara Wagara, the massive mole defeated. You gain 1200 EXP. Your level has gone up by 1. 6 to 7. You have 5 attribute points to spend. Secondary Doton affinity has leveled up. 2 to 3. Natural Futon affinity has leveled up. 1 to 2. Doton, Gansitsukan no Jutsu has leveled up. 2 to 3. Wyo, that is a lot of leveling up today. Naruto whistled slightly, impressed by the amount of skills that had leveled up. Gotta get more futon jutsu though. On to the best part. Loot. He delegated his clones to sorting through and gathering the loot from the 3 grinding grand moles while he dealt with the boss loot drop personally, the corpses having dissolved to nothing while he read the notification window. Trotting over to the pile that was just at the edge of the molehill, Naruto grinned at the cash that was sitting there. He grabbed it and put it in his inventory's money section. You have gained 10,000 ryo. That'll help pay the rent, the blonde orphan muttered before turning his attention to the scrolls, of which there were 3. He grabbed one. You have acquired the Doton, Dangan no Jutsu scroll. Would you like to learn this? Y/N. Huh, Earth style, rock bullet jutsu is it? Naruto mused, why not? It'll be nice to have a heavy hitting jutsu up my sleeve. Hitting the Y button, he watched in fascination as the paper and ink scroll dissolved into blue light before being absorbed into his chest. No matter how many times he saw that, he never got tired of seeing it. Doton, Dangan no Jutsu, active, LV1, 00.00 EXP. By slamming their hand or foot on the ground after completing the hand signs, the user can send a large boulder or menhir at the opponent. As this jutsu only requires 2 hand signs, it can be performed quickly. The drawback is its short range and slow speed, although these are somewhat improved upon at higher levels. Actively sends a menhir/boulder at the opponent up to 3 meters away, causing 50 points of damage plus an additional 10 points for every level of secondary Doton affinity you possess, max 10 levels. The difference between a menhir and a boulder is purely cosmetic and is entirely up to the user during the hand sign sequence. Hand signs, horse, monkey. Costs 50 CP/ per use. Huh, needs to be leveled up before it'll be of use in combat, but it's cool. Naruto judged. For making an accurate judgment, you receive +1 WIS. I swear I am going to hurt whoever sends these messages, he growled with a tick mark on his head. Yeah, I'm not all that smart, but I'm not stupid, damn it. Shaking his head and muttering invectives under his breath, he grabbed the second scroll, which turned out to be a crafting recipe for a moleskin jacket. Not exactly useful, but it would be cool to make. Finally, he turned his attention to the last scroll. You have acquired the Doton, Moguragakure no Jutsu scroll. Would you like to learn this? Y/N. Hiding like a mole jutsu. Naruto quoted doubtfully before hitting the Y button. Well, why not? At least it can't hurt to see what it can do. Doton, Moguragakure no Jutsu, active, LV1, 00.00. Rumored to have been created in and is used extensively in Iwagakure no Sato, the hiding like a mole technique allows one to change earth to sand by channeling chakra into it, thus allowing the user to dig through it in a similar manner to a mole. The chakra field covers the entire body and no more. The sand can be made to revert to earth after the user travels far enough away from it, leaving no sign that the user has passed by. The user can still tell where they are through the use of magnetic fields. The user can actively sink into and travel through earth and soil at walking speed. The user can actively track their position via magnetic fields, triangulating their position relative to anything attached to the earth, within a maximum range of 10 meters. Hand signs, dog, monkey, boar. Costs 40 CP/ per minute. Cool. I can think of more than a few ways to kick ass with this jutsu, even though I can't exactly attack with it. Naruto cackled as his mind explored all the possibilities. Now, what else is there? Aside from a truckload of cured mole skins, there was only one other thing left behind, a note. To the shinobi who defeated Midrawagara. If you are reading this note, then you have defeated the second field boss, a commendable achievement. Do not get cocky, however. The boss in the next field is stronger than the Berserk Fox Squirrel and Midrawagara put together. I would recommend acquiring a weapon other than kunao and shuriken before you confront him. Towards that end, once you have finished reading this note, channel some chakra into this paper. You will like the result. The Forest Lord. Okay, who is this Forest Lord guy? Naruto demanded as he looked around suspiciously. Is he watching me or something? Geez, alright, let's see what this paper is all about. Placing it very carefully on the ground, Naruto channeled chakra into it with a single finger. A puff of smoke erupted from the paper, revealing an ingot of a silvery metal. It was about the same length and breadth as an A4 notebook and was at least 4 inches thick. It had to weigh at least 50 kilograms. Observe. Chakra metal ingot. A solid bar of the rare and potent chakra metal. A skilled blacksmith can melt it down and forge it into weapons or armor. Metal purity, 999.90. Holy hell, this must be worth a fortune, the blonde said as his jaw hit the ground. He didn't know squat about the purity of metal, but he did know, from what he had heard around town, that the purer the metal, the more value it had. If that was anything approaching the truth here, the purity of this ingot meant he could buy the Uchiha clan compound with this block of chakra metal, if not a bit more than that. Picking the ingot slab seemed more appropriate, but whatever, Naruto heaved it with great difficulty into his inventory. He was really appreciating the fact that it was weightless. Wyo, time to head home, I think. Naruto said, need to rest up for my match with Sakura-chan tomorrow. With that, he jogged off to the exit. The next day, after the academy. Training Field 14. Naruto peered cautiously into the training field, keeping a cautious eye open. This was a training field in use by an active duty quad of shinobi, not an abandoned one like Training Field 13. Standing in the center of the field was a boy who looked to only be about 3 years older than he was. The boy had neatly cut dark green hair, wore a pair of plain glasses and was dressed in the standard Konoha outfit. He was throwing kunao at a training kun dummy that was nailed to a nearby tree, making it look like some freaky voodoo ceremony. You can come out now, Academy student kun, the boy called without breaking stride in his throwing. You aren't half bad. Naruto noted as he left the tree line. He hadn't been using his stealth skill, just keeping quiet, like any ordinary academy student would be doing, not having learned stealth to the point they had. Chunin Squad 14 leader. LV-23 Kitamura Yosaku. So what are you doing here, kid? The Chunin asked as he turned around. I'm looking for Isaka, pardon me, Takasu Taiga. Naruto replied, I have a message for her from Higurashi Tenten. Kitamura paled slightly. Oh no, don't tell me she found out about Toradora. Kinda. Naruto replied, I found it in Training Field 13 while I was, well, training. I thought it could be fixed, so I took it to Tenten. She went spare and almost strangled me demanding to know where I found it. Yikes. Kitamura muttered, Taiga is due here in the next 5 minutes or so. You can wait for her here. Thanks. Naruto nodded. What was that fast draw technique you were using, by the way? Oh, that, the Chunin grinned, that was my shuriken jutsu specialty, the Kodokan view, soaring sword dance, fast draw technique. It's a mid-Chunin technique. It makes my Hiko Yoshin look slow by comparison. Naruto shook his head, I've got a lot of training to do. Don't be downhearted, a master with the Hiko Yoshin can easily beat an amateur using Kodokan view, the Chunin told him kindly. If you like I can critique you on your technique. I thought active duty shinobi weren't allowed to teach academy students. Naruto pointed out, something his Jiji had told him. But I'm not teaching you. Kitamura corrected him with a grin, I'm just going to offer constructive criticism while we wait. And so it was that Naruto, through a quick 5-minute tutorial from Kitamura, earned 2 levels in his Hiko Yoshin fast draw technique by the time the newlyweds arrived. The Palm-Top Tiger. LV-24 Takasu Taiga. The Delinquent Dragon. LV-23 Takasu Ryaji. The girl he had come looking for was tiny. Really, she was only a head taller than he was, if that. She had tired eyes that indicated she had only gotten up not long ago. She wore black knee socks and shinobi sandals, a pair of sports shorts covered by a short skirt, a red kimono top, a chinin vest, and had a sword slung over one shoulder. Her long orange-gold hair was tied back into a sensible ponytail. Her husband was at least a couple of feet taller than she was. He was built solidly, but wasn't overly muscled. His face was scary because he had senpaku eyes and his short blue hair had a long fringe as if to cover that up. He was dressed similarly to Kitamura and had the hilt of a tanto poking up over one shoulder. Takasu-kun, Taiga. Kitamura greeted his teammates, who were holding hands. Kitamura-kun. Taiga said with a yawn. Yosaku. Ryaji greeted him warmly, who's the kid? Tentans found out about Toradora. Naruto stated bluntly. This bit of news jerked Taiga fully awake. She glared at Naruto with her dark amber eyes. Say what? She growled. Naruto though that he could see some panic past the grumpy anger in her narrowed eyes. The blonde boy sighed and recounted the tale for her yet again, with more details this time. Damn that bitch Ami. Taiga growled. Eh? Katsuragi Ami's in my class. Naruto protested. Kawashima Ami, from our class. Ryaji explained, she's a genin on Team 15, along with Kushida Minori and Kano Sumaire. An all-kunoichi team, this surprised Naruto greatly. The normal setup was similar to Team 14 in front of him, 2 ninja and 1 kunoichi. On rare occasions, it was 2 kunoichi and 1 ninja. Single-gender teams were very, very rare. Yep. When we graduated, there were more kunoichi aspirants than ninja aspirants in our class, so 2 all-kunoichi teams were formed. Kitamura replied, Ami's team were the only one of the 2 to pass. She and Taiga get along like oil and water. Stupid chihuahua. Taiga groused, stupid infiltration specialty. Stupid gauntlets. Naruto couldn't make out any kind of reason to those statements. Stupid chihuahua is what my wife here calls Ami, the male Takasu explained. They were rivals of sorts at the academy. Taiga specializes in kenjutsu, while Ami was a stealth and infiltration specialist. Her weapons of choice are a matched set of gauntlets called the Kanabasami Kago Te, crab scissor gauntlets, that break most weapons that they catch between them. The damage looked like a hammer or some kind of massive weight hit the blade though. Naruto pointed out. Exactly what you're supposed to think. Taiga spat out, the gauntlets have a pair of spikes in each of them that are engraved with fuinjutsu that greatly magnify the concussive force of their hits. Being trapped between the gauntlets and hit by both spikes simultaneously from both sides is what destroyed Toradora. It was during a spar shortly before I proposed to Taiga. Ryaji took up the tale. Ami can be abrasive, personality-wise, and Taiga has a habit of being blunt to the point of rudeness, although she is getting better at that. Anyway, they got worked up in the spar and Toradora was broken. Ami threw it away afterwards, but it puzzles me as to how it got into training ground 13. Very likely, Naruto knew, his gamer power had something to do with it. Anyway, Tenten says that if you want Toradora back, you'll have to go to her shop in 2 days and explain exactly how Toradora broke. Naruto completed his message. Unfortunately, we are leaving on a border patrol mission tomorrow morning. Kitamura said regretfully, could you inform Higurashi-san that Taiga will pick it up in a month? She was pretty pissed when she was talking about refurbishing it. Naruto said slowly, she might sell it or something. If you're heading out tomorrow, I'd find her and explain everything today. That way, she can make a decision today about what to do with it. Sounds like a plan. Kitamura agreed. In fact, we'll all go and explain things. But Kitamura-kun. Taiga protested, before Ryaji interrupted her. No buts, Taiga, her husband told her firmly, I'm not going to let you explain something on your own. You try and take the blame entirely on yourself and act surly and get into a fight. You know that as well as I do. Buu. Taiga pouted cutely at Ryaji. Okay then, I guess I'd better go then. Naruto said, good luck with Tenten. Thanks kid. Kitamura said with a nod, keep practicing and good luck graduating. Team 14, move out. With a swirl of leaves, the three Chunin vanished, leaving Naruto alone in the training field. He raised an eyebrow as a window popped open. Quest updated. A broken blade can still cut. You have delivered the message to Takasu Taiga and advised her to talk to Tenten as soon as possible, as her team is leaving on a mission. Return to Higurashi's in 2 days' time to complete the quest. Okay, this is weird. Why is there no quest reward or failure notices? Naruto wondered. What an odd quest. The boy shook his head. He had to get back for his tutoring session with Sakura, not to mention the Taijutsu fight afterwards. That was something he was not looking forward to. Later on. Naruto's apartment. No, Naruto. Sakura sighed, you use this equation to calculate the angle of the shot and this one to calculate the force involved. I hate maths. Naruto groaned, when I become Hokage, I'm so doing something about this. The Pink Ed had decided that today, they would attend to the theory of Shuriken Jutsu, although even she had to admit that she saw little point in it other than as a way to explain how to execute an especially complex throw, like the infamous Uchiha Shuriken Tawama no Jutsu, Uchiha Shuriken Deflection Jutsu. Needless to say, Naruto hated it. Come on Naruto. Sakura coaxed him, it's just numbers. Evil numbers, the blonde grumbled before reluctantly buckling down to fight against the endless legion of numbers in their many and varied complexities. That'll do. Sakura said an hour later. She had to admit that Naruto had done his best, although he had made several mistakes. Still, they were minor ones, so progress was perceivable if not all that quick. Thank Kami for that. Naruto cheered. Inside voice, Baka. Sakura rolled her eyes at Naruto's exuberance. Sorry, Sakura-chan. Naruto grinned, ready to get your butt kicked. As if, the Pink Ed shot back, the one who is going to lose around here is you, Naruto. That's the spirit. The blonde boy's grin didn't abate an inch. Let's get down to the dojo room and we'll get right down to it. Sakura followed him down to the room he had showed her the previous day and was pleasantly surprised to see that it looked as good as new. The mats were brand new, the floorboards were freshly polished and the walls were clean. You did a good job, the Pink Ed admitted. IWA Bunjin are really good at chores, as long as the orders are simple. Naruto replied with a shrug, clean this, scrub that, you know, stuff like that. Anything more complicated tends to get messed up. This made the Kunoichi aspirant look thoughtful. She made a note to do some research on solid clone jutsu, as they really looked useful. Let's get to it then. Sakura stepped into the middle of the room and waited for Naruto to move opposite her. First to fall 3 times loses. Agreed. Yep. No gouging or hitting below the belt or you lose by default. Naruto said with a nod. How do we start things off then? Sakura asked. Like this. Naruto pulled a 1 Ryo coin from his pocket. When the coin hits the ground, we start. Sounds good, she agreed. With a simple flick of his thumb, Naruto sent the coin spinning into the air. Sakura assumed the basic defensive stance of the Academy's Heikage Taijutsu style, while Naruto assumed a neutral stance that favored neither offense nor defense. With a light metallic cling, the coin struck the floor. Naruto charged forwards and sent a kick flying at Sakura, who was taken aback by the speed of the attack. She barely dodged it by leaning back and then counterattacked by snapping her right leg up, hoping to hit him in the jaw, a standard counterattack in the Heikage style. Naruto grabbed her leg and pushed her off balance, making her land on her butt with a squeak of pain and surprise. Naruto, 1, Sakura-chan, nil, he proclaimed. He barely had to make an effort. Sakura thought in disbelief, I'm the top kunoichi and he had me on the ground in less than half a minute. Shannaro. Like I'm gonna let him win. Cha, her inner self snarled, adorned with weapons and ready to go to war, kick his ass. With a scowl, Sakura flipped to her feet and went on the attack. She started with a series of punches, moved on to a 3-kick combo and ended with a spinning roundhouse kick. Naruto just blocked the punches, dodged the kicks and grabbed her leg again. This time he executed a throw, sending Sakura tumbling over his head until she came to a stop when she crashed into the wall. Damn it. Sakura growled. She was already tired, which proved Naruto's point about her lack of stamina and physical strength, making her even madder. I'm the best kunoichi in our class. Why am I so weak? Iruka-sensei doesn't push you girls that hard. Naruto replied, you rigidly adhere to the textbook Heikage style and don't try and alter it to suit you. You also rarely train yourself because you are obsessed with your looks. Your diet prevented your body from building its muscles. Ino has a slight advantage over you because she's from a shinobi clan, but I could take both you and her on at the same time without too much trouble because you are both fangirls. With a roar of anger, Sakura leapt to her feet and charged at Naruto, fists swinging as she practically went berserk on him. I am nothing like Inobuta, she roared. Really? Naruto asked as he noted that her swings were stronger than before. You both like the same guy, Sakura-chan. That says a lot about you both, I'd say. Shannaro. Sakura finally got Naruto with a solid punch to the gut that made him stagger and fall to the ground. Ow. Man, I need to work on my stance. Naruto shook his head before grinning at Sakura, nicely done. Like I'm going to lose. Sakura panted out. Sorry, Sakura-chan, but you are. Naruto replied softly. He spun around in a low kick, standing and kicking at the same time. He took Sakura's legs out from underneath her, making her slam into the floor and let out a large oomph, as air was forcibly expelled from her lungs. I lost. Sakura said blankly. Yep. You did well, but your lack of physical training was the cause of your defeat. Naruto said not unkindly. He helped her to her feet and led her back up to his room. So then, looks like I'm going to be getting help from you with my physical training. Sakura said with a sigh. She honestly hadn't expected to lose, but she had shaken on the wager and she was not in the habit of breaking her word, so she was going along with it. Losing to the class dope really stung though. Don't worry, Sakura-chan. Naruto said with a grin, once you graduate, you'll thank me. After Sakura leaves? With Naruto. Okay then, let's see what we have here. Naruto said before looking at the messages that had been popping up during the last hour or so. You have studied diligently. +1 int. Quest complete. Tough love, you have defeated Harano Sakura in a taijutsu match. Although this has slightly lowered your relationship with her, it is for the greater good. Quest completion reward, -50 relationship with Harano Sakura, +150 EXP, +500 Ryo. Beginner's Heikage Taijutsu has leveled up. LV5, LV6. That's cool. Naruto muttered, what the, another quest. Quest alert. Growing a cherry blossom, you have been given the task of improving Harano Sakura's physical condition. Do your best and show some results before graduation. Increase Harano Sakura's STR and STA by 5 before graduation to succeed. Quest completion reward, +750 EXP, plus 600 relationship with Harano Sakura, random item reward. Quest failure, plus 500 EXP, minus 200 relationship with Harano Sakura. So I have just under 7 months to raise her STA and STR to a decent level. Does that include her getting rid of her malnourished status? Naruto wondered aloud. The window flashed for a moment before adding in the provision that the increase does not come from her malnourished flaw being removed. He had to get her to physically exercise. I had to ask. Naruto sighed before turning his mind. Refurbishing the dojo to basic usability had been good and everything, but he still had to get his hands on some training dummies so he could practice on them and hopefully level up his taijutsu to the point that he could finally absorb the intermediate book. Leveling these things up sucks ass. Naruto grumbled as he headed out to do some shopping. At the same time. Hokage's office. I see. Sarutobi sighed, this corroborates my own investigations, Inoichi-san. The elderly Hokage regarded the Yamanaka clan head thoughtfully. He had arrived here not long after getting off shift at the TNI department and had asked to see him about a disturbing matter. Who would remove information about the Uzumaki clan and Uzushiagakure from our textbooks? Inoichi asked in bewilderment. The same kind of people who would throw out a 5-year-old boy from the orphanage. The same kind of people who would charge him extra for substandard food and water. Sarutobi growled, the same kind of people who would organize and take part in raiding his apartment and destroying all of his possessions save for those he secreted away just in case. That is the kind of malice we are dealing with here. Inoichi growled as well. The boy was the same age as his daughter and the thought of someone treating her like Naruto had been treated sent his anger skyrocketing through the roof. No child should have to endure that. Naruto-kun has tried to conceal the extent of the civilians' ire against him from me, the Hokage said sadly. It wasn't that he didn't trust me, far from it. It was that he thought he could handle it on his own. Where have you ever heard of a child who is not a shinobi making such a decision? One who has been forced to grow up faster than he should have, the younger man replied grimly, so his usual happy-go-nuts persona is a mask? Makes sense. Not a mask per se, a shield. Sarutobi corrected him, if the villagers don't see him affected negatively by their bullying, they'll not be as zealous in their acts of malice as they would otherwise be. At least, that is what I assume was the general line of Naruto-kun's thinking. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. Inoichi quoted, it does sound like something a child would think up. I take it you've made it clear to him not to hide things from you anymore. About the villagers, yes. Sarutobi allowed, but it seems he has another secret that he hasn't told me about. Uma, horse, witnessed him absorbing a scroll that he had bought while under a henge. Absorbing. Inoichi sounded incredulous. It dissolved in a burst of blue light that then flew into Naruto-kun's chest. Sarutobi said, no chakra was detected and it was no genjutsu. I am, quite frankly, at a loss as to how to explain it. Why not just take the direct approach? Inoichi asked. Because that would reveal the fact he is being followed around Konoha, everywhere but the academy and training ground 13 anyway. Sarutobi replied, I see no issue in waiting for Naruto-kun to come to me, as he always does, eventually. Seeing Inoichi's skeptical look, the old man chuckled, Naruto-kun can be mature when the right circumstances call for it, but he is a 12-year-old boy. He will likely show off this bizarre skill to me in hopes of impressing me or something. He has a hard time keeping secrets from me. As you say, Hokage-sama. Inoichi said, will you be keeping the Umbu tracking him? Yes. Thanks to recent events, I can even justify it to Danzo. Sarutobi replied sourly. Shimura Danzo was a pain in his neck, someone who had been a part of Team Tobirama under the Nidaime Hokage himself. The man had always thought that he should have been Sandaime Hokage rather than Sarutobi and had done his utmost to counterbalance the Hokage's weak policies with his personal Umbu group, Root. Danzo had been urging him at least once a month for the last 12 years to turn Naruto into a weapon for the good of Konohagakure, not that that was the real motivation behind it, Sarutobi knew. No, the old Warhawk wanted control of the village Jinchuriki to oust Sarutobi from his position and become the Hokage himself. For multiple reasons, this was not something that the Sandaime was going to allow to happen. For one, Danzo would get at his surrogate grandson over his cold dead body. For another, Danzo's policies would destroy Konoha, turn it into a mockery of Senju Hashirama's vision. This he could not allow. I have been making a few inquiries and the Umbu have rounded up a few people, mostly former council members, oddly enough, and it would be appreciated if you could handle them personally tomorrow. Sarutobi continued, returning to the original topic of conversation. It will be a pleasure, Hokage-sama. Inoichi replied with a smirk, my wife is unhappy about Naruto's treatment and will be happy I'm working towards resolving some part of it. Good to hear. Sarutobi smiled. After a few more minutes of conversation about who Inoichi would be interrogating, the man left. Now then, when will you come to talk to me, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi mused. Chapter 8, Reforged Blades and Kage Bunshin. The next day, early morning. Naruto's new apartment. Recipe mastered. You have successfully mastered the recipe plain cooked rice. You gain 50 EXP to the cooking skill. Well, that was easy. Naruto remarked absently. He had only been trying to cook rice for the last couple of days, so he was surprised to have gotten it mastered this quickly. Then again, it is very difficult to mess up putting rice and water inside a rice cooker and leaving it to cook, so maybe it wasn't all that surprising. Mentally consulting his knowledge of his cooking skills recipes, Naruto decided that the next thing to try was toast. He truthfully didn't have a preference either way for breaded products, but it was the next recipe that was level 1 on the list he had. In the cooking skill description, there was a drop-down menu that allowed him to pull up recipes that he knew and view them, as well as how well he could cook them and their relative difficulty levels. The more complicated recipes even required him to have mastered certain recipes beforehand in order to cook them. Setting the bowl of rice on the table, Naruto sat down, picked up his chopsticks and chomped away at it as he made plans for what to do after the academy was let out today. He would have to see when Sakura-chan wanted to have her lessons in taijutsu, as well as water all of his plants. There was also the issue of the chakra metal ingot he had received from the mysterious forest lord that was watching his progress in training area 13. Naruto had no idea about prices for such a thing, but he would have to guess that it would be quite expensive indeed. This meant that questions would be asked when people found out about the fact he had it. He didn't know how widespread the knowledge of chakra mutations was, but he knew the civilians would accuse him of stealing it from someone. The best thing to do would be to take the ingot to his Jiji and tell him where he had gotten it, or a version of where he had gotten it at least. He would simply claim to have found it in the burrow of the giant mole he had defeated. The fact that it had been sealed inside of a letter was a detail he didn't want to bother the Hokage with. The old man had enough on his plate to deal with without having to wonder and worry about his surrogate grandson's mysterious power that seemed to alter the world around him like a permanent genjutsu. Naruto would tell him at some point, just not now. Yosh. Off to the academy, the blonde orphan declared as he finished his meal. He stood up and charged out of his home towards the academy. As always, the glares of the villagers keep making my detect bloodthirst skill more powerful. Naruto thought with a mental chuckle as he jogged towards the academy. Seriously, just walking around Konoha for a couple of days outside the academy building made his detect bloodlust skill level up. Naruto seriously didn't know what the civilians' problem was regarding him. It was driving him nuts just thinking about it. Some time back, he had asked Jiji if his parents had done something to make the villagers hate him. It had been the only thing he could think of that could possibly explain the amount of animosity that was directed towards him. Sarutobi had looked pained for a moment before schooling his facial expression and denying it, explaining that Naruto's parents had been honorable shinobi who would have died before betraying Konohagakure. Deciding that what would come in its own time, Naruto put his ruminating to one side and sped on. After the academy is let out for the day. Hokage's office. "Hey Jiji." Naruto called as he strode into the office of the Hokage, a cheerful smile on his face. "Ah, Naruto-kun. It has been a while." Sarutobi greeted him with a grandfatherly smile. "How have things been with Sakura-chan?" Naruto flushed. "Okay. I beat her in a taijutsu spar yesterday, so she's going to start training harder. Combine that with eating properly, I think she'll be close to Genin standard by the time the exams come around. I think she'll have some help from her father as well, so I rather think you are right." The Hokage chuckled. "Now, what can I do for you, Naruto-kun? Not that I'm not delighted to have an excuse to stop my paperwork, but it must be finished at some point." "Ah. Yeah. I found something in Training Ground 13 the other day and I wanted to show you it," Naruto said with a nod. "Oh." Sarutobi raised an eyebrow. Naruto drew a scroll out of his pocket and unrolled it to reveal the sealing array. Placing a finger on the array, Naruto pulsed some chakra into the seal and a large amount of chakra smoke exploded from it as the object inside was unsealed. When the smoke cleared to reveal the ingot of chakra metal, Sarutobi's eyes bulged out and his jaw flapped open in disbelief. "Impossible. That much chakra metal. How? Where?" were the thoughts that were swirling around in his head as he gaped at the chakra metal ingot. Once he gathered the shattered remains of his composure and tore his eyes from the chakra metal ingot, he asked hoarsely, "And Naruto-kun, just where did you find this again?" "In the second sub-area of Training Ground 13. Naruto replied, hiding his amusement at the Sandaime looking so shocked. "I killed a massive chakra-mutated mole and found this in its burrow. I know it's metal but I have no idea what it is and I thought you would know." The Sandaime nodded slowly. "It was a good thing that you did, Naruto-kun. Does anyone else know you have this?" "Nope. I sealed it as soon as I found it." Naruto replied, "It would have been too heavy to carry otherwise." Naturally. The Hokage muttered, "Well Naruto-kun, you are in luck. What you have there is unmistakably one of the largest ingots of chakra metal I have ever seen. May I inspect it?" "Sure." Channeling chakra to his arms, Sarutobi picked up the lump of metal easily and examined it. On the reverse side of the ingot, in the top right-hand corner, was the purity of the metal, which had the old man's eyebrows shooting up in astonishment. "A purity of 999.90, he exclaimed, "Naruto-kun, this is worth a fortune." "Is it?" Naruto asked, "How much are we talking exactly?" "You could buy the Hyuga clan compound and still have enough left over to live without working for 3 years if you sold it, and that is if you get the lowest price for it." "Eh?" Naruto yelped in shock. The Hyuga clan compound was almost as large as the old Uchiha compound, which was massive. "Yes, it is a rather impressive price tag, isn't it?" the Hokage said with a chuckle. "I rather imagine, however, that you are far more interested in what can be made from it." "Yeah." Naruto agreed fervently, "Is this enough to make 2 Tanto and a Kodaki?" I believe so." Sarutobi said thoughtfully, "You would have to get a master weaponsmith to tell you for certain." "Would Higurashi-san count?" the blonde boy asked. "Tatsuhiko?" "Yes, certainly," the Sandaime replied with a nod. "He is one of the best smiths in all of Hai no Kuni, regardless of his habit of getting drunk when outside of Konoha. He'll be able to tell you either way." "Thanks Jiji." Naruto replied as he resealed the ingot, "I'm going to see Tenten tomorrow, so I'll see her dad while I'm at it." "Oh? Giving up on Sakura-chan to chase after Tenten?" Sarutobi teased. Wadash. No. Naruto yelled with a flush, Tenten asked me to do something for her and I'm reporting back to her about it. Geez Gigi. The pout Naruto threw his way made the Hokage chuckle again. Now, how have you been doing in training ground 13 other than finding rare and expensive metals? Okay. The first sub-area was full of mutated squirrels the size of small dogs and the second was full of mutated moles. Naruto replied, weird. I wonder what's in the third sub-area. Oh yeah. What do I do with any old weapons and the like that I find in the training ground? If they have their owner's name on or near them, bring them to me and I'll see that they are returned. Sarutobi replied, anything else is yours. Finders keepers. Consider it payment for clearing out the areas. It's the usual rule is for those who clear out training grounds full of chakra mutations. Nice. Naruto grinned, well, I gotta go Gigi. Studying time with Sakura-chan. Have a good time, my boy. Sarutobi smiled as Naruto left, before a frown came upon his face. That large ingot of chakra metal was a daimyo's ransom. Naruto had been telling the truth about where he found it, but Sarutobi could tell he was being evasive about exactly how it was found, which was troubling. Ordinarily, Naruto would be boasting of every minor detail of his discovery of the ingot. On the bright side, this does mean that he is becoming a better shinobi, the Hokage thought with a sigh. It looks like I'll have to resort to more sneaky methods of finding out what he does though. Ah well, now what was this petition? A proposal to assign guards for the civilian council, 3 shinobi per member, on a permanent basis. Do they think we just make shinobi appear out of thin air whenever we need them? Denied. The sound of a stamp firmly thumping on paper resounded through the room as Sarutobi Hiruzen did battle with his paperwork. After Sakura's tutoring session. Streets of Konoha. What to do now? Naruto mused. He had just finished a study session with Sakura, netting him a nice little bonus of int and WIS. He had also established taijutsu practice times twice a week. Apparently, Hokage Chiji had been right and her father was going to give her some pointers 3 times a week, which he encouraged heartily. The thing was, he didn't know what to do with himself now. He didn't want to challenge the third sub-area until he had a proper weapon and he didn't know if he could go back to the other areas he had already cleared. He didn't need to go shopping yet and he wasn't hungry, so he hadn't a clue what to do. Then it hit him. Training time, he declared and beat feet back to his apartment building. Once he got there, he pulled those interesting shinobi sandals out of his inventory and equipped them, reasoning that if they had an effect on training the tree climbing exercise, they were worth a try. Damn, I hate breaking in new sandals. He groused, I get them just how I like them and I have to replace the damn things, well, better get started on that training. Having said that, Naruto didn't know of any trees that were out of sight. Walls would be a good replacement. Thanks to his gamer abilities, Naruto knew that the tree climbing exercise was meant for any surface, from stone walls, to trees, to the sides of a ship. Deciding to give the newly refurbished sparring dojo a try, Naruto headed there and started climbing the walls. He decided to try to level it up to level 5 today. The main thing about training a skill like this, Naruto comes to realize, is that it is mind-numbingly boring. Walking up and down a wall walking up a wall and falling down after a certain point got really dull after about 5 minutes, so Naruto created some IWA Bunchin to do the exercise with him so he'd at least have some company. Unfortunately, his clones were mouthy bastards and started following his Jiji's lead in teasing him about Sakura and Tenten. Naruto was really confused here. Were elemental clones supposed to be this mouthy? He'd have to ask Iruka-sensei at some point, cause this was starting to freak him out a bit. Finally, tree climbing exercise has leveled up. 4 to 5. Whew. That took way too damn long. Naruto huffed, let's see now. Tree climbing, passive/active, LV5, 02.09. The tree climbing exercise is one of the first chakra control exercises a fresh genin learns after graduation from the academy. Fulfilling several roles, this training exercise is the forerunner of the more difficult water walking exercise, as well as laying the foundation for the tree jumping skill. Passively increases chakra control by 5%. Passively raises CP by 1%. Actively allows the user to stick to any solid surface that is not a chakra repellent. Costs 15 CP/minute. That's a bit better, the blonde boy huffed. Still, I need to do better. I need to get better faster. Better start with the damn calligraphy, damn it. I don't have ink or a brush. Kuso. Shopping time. Running to the nearest shop that sold calligraphy brushes and ink, Naruto once again made use of the ever-useful Henge no Jutsu to become Irika in order not to get overcharged. He bought enough brushes, paper, and ink for a small class, just to avoid people being suspicious, and was surprised when he actually got money off for buying in bulk. Who knew? Down 5,000 ryo, Naruto headed back to his apartment and started on his practice. The first attempts were atrocious. Seriously looking more like a child's attempt to draw a zebra than anything else. Undaunted, Naruto continued to practice. He had to get to level 10 in calligraphy in order to learn basic Fuinjutsu, which would be the first step to honoring his ancestors. Before being told about the Uzumaki clan's skill with Fuinjutsu, Naruto had been somewhat ambivalent about learning it. Now that he knew his ancestors had specialized in using the sealing arts, there was nothing on earth that would stop him from learning it. Finally, a connection with those who came before him. Once Naruto reached level 3, he gave up for the day because his hand was sore from grasping the damn brush. He was about to head over to the kitchen and start to make his dinner when a knock came at his door. Frowning, he went over and opened it, revealing Ino? What do you want? Naruto asked in surprise. Well, that's a charming way to greet someone, the Yamanaka heiress huffed with her arms crossed. Well? Aren't you going to invite me in? Or are we going to be conversing across the damn doorway? Naruto, knowing that Ino would be at least somewhat polite in someone else's house, opened the door fully to let her in. Ojimashime-su. Ino said as she came in, let's have a seat before we talk. Oh, okay. Naruto said with a frown, leading her to the living room. What are you up to, Naruto? Ino asked bluntly after sitting on an armchair. You'll have to be a bit more specific than that, Ino. Naruto replied dryly. With Sakura, dope. Ino snapped. What about Sakura-chan? He asked, absently noting that Ino had dropped her derogatory nickname for Sakura. Why are you doing all of what you've done? Ino said, stumbling on her words for a moment. Because she and you for that matter are not up to snuff. Naruto stated frankly, you both barely train, which you should be doing, and you both diet, which shinobi do not need to do. I had the ability to help her out and I took it. I like her and do not want to see her dead on her first mission out of the village. Ino scoffed at this. Tch, you're right. What would the dead last know? I have been in the academy for 2 years more than you, Ino. Naruto told her, his temper starting to fray. The only, and I mean the only reason why I haven't graduated before now is because I can't do the stupid Bunshin no Jutsu. If not for that, I'd have a Hitaiate already. Seeing Ino's stubborn expression made him sigh. That damn strong-minded perk of hers is raising its ugly head here. Then an idea struck him. Look, in 2 months, have a spar with Sakura-chan. I'll be willing to bet she kicks your ass 6 ways to Sunday. Naruto said with a smirk. Me? Lose to Forward girl? Tch, dream on. Ino scoffed again, alright. I accept the bet. If I beat Forward, you pay for a shopping spree of mine. Why does this seem familiar for some reason? Naruto muttered under his breath, fine. And if Sakura-chan hands you your ass on a platter, you have to stop calling her that stupid nickname. You aren't going to make me stop dieting or train? Ino asked in surprise. Nope, you'll do that all on your own once you get your ass kicked. Naruto grinned. Dream on. Ino rolled her eyes. I'm still going to keep an eye on you, Naruto. Just because Forward and I are rivals for Sasuke-kun's love doesn't mean I'm going to let you hurt her. It always comes back to the team, doesn't it? Naruto grumbled. Baka. Don't call my Sasuke-kun that. Ino shouted at him. I'll call him whatever the hell I like. Naruto retorted, now if you don't mind, I have to make my dinner, so go. TCH. Ino scoffed, whatever. With that, she stormed out and slammed the door, making Naruto wince. He then turned his attention to the quest window that had popped up during the conversation. Quest created. Fields and Mountains, train Harano Sakura to be able to defeat her frenemy and rival Yamanaka Ino in 2 months' time. Quest completion reward, plus 2000 EXP, plus 500 reputation with Harano Sakura, plus 500 reputation with Yamanaka Ino, plus 5000 Ryo, Futon, Daitapa no Jutsu Scroll. Quest failure, plus 500 EXP, minus 250 reputation with Harano Sakura, a heavy hit to your wallet. Accept. Y/N. Yet another quest that he couldn't ignore. The possible rewards made him want to salivate though. That much experience would likely make him level up, and the Ryo wasn't a bad enticement either. The best prize was the Jutsu Scroll though. For some reason, Wind Element Jutsu seemed to be rare in Konoha, which fitted in with what Irika-sensei had told me about the number of people who could even use it, let alone those who actually did. Hitting Y, Naruto returned his attention to making his dinner. Cup ramen for the win. The next day. Taijutsu Arena, Academy Grounds. Naruto winced as Akimichi Koji sent a civilian-born student sailing out of the arena with a solid punch. He honestly never wanted to fight Koji because of that physical strength of his. He even used Observe on him and didn't like what he saw. Name, Akimichi Koji. Class, Clan Heir of the Akimichi. Level, 8 next level, 98.68%. Title, Academy Student, plus 25% EXP to LV10. Age, 12. HP, 650/650. CP, 650/650. STR, 22. STA, 22. Dex, 16. Int, 13. WIS, 20. Luck, 17. Special status, Akimichi Clan Heir, minus 25% chakra to use any Akimichi Clan Jutsu, Big Boned, plus 2 STR and STA per level, 30% more difficult to increase Dex, Amateur Akimichi Battle Chef, plus 25 EXP to all field cooking actions, adds 15% to field cooking success ratio. Perks, Loyal Friend. Physical Resilience. Flaws, Touchy Subject, Fat. Timid. Akimichi Koji is slated to become the 16th head of the Akimichi clan. He is a kind, shy boy who is immensely loyal to those he calls friend. The mention of a certain 3-letter word sends him into a blind rage, but is otherwise hard to antagonize. He is rarely seen without his best friend Nara Shikamaru. Naruto had always liked Koji. Granted, the boy ate like food was going out of fashion, but he was never mean to the blonde prankster. Seeing how damn strong Koji was made Naruto eager to keep their friendship. Winner, Akimichi Koji. Irika, the referee, declared, Kazuya-kun, go to the medical office. I think you might want to get that minor concussion looked at. Koji's opponent staggered off with a slightly dazed look on his face. Ouch. Next up, Uzumaki Naruto vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Irika said in confusion. Naruto spotted Mizuki hide a smirk and scowled. Obviously, the assistant teacher wanted to make Naruto's life difficult by having him beaten in a spar by the elite Uchiha-sama. Well, screw that. Quest created. Rival showdown. Your spiteful assistant teacher has manipulated things and paired you against Uchiha Sasuke, your rival and the Rookie of the Year, in the Taijutsu sparring session for the nth time. Defeat him. Quest completion reward, plus 1000 EXP, random Taijutsu skill scroll, minus 100 reputation with Uchiha Sasuke. Quest failure, random selection between 250 EXP and random Taijutsu scroll. Accept. Y/N. Discreetly tapping Y, Naruto strode forwards and stood in the middle of the sparring circle. Opposite him, Uchiha Sasuke gazed at him with a contempt look in those black eyes of his as he slouched to the ring. This makes 20 times in a row these two have been matched up. Irika said icily to Mizuki, I expect that next time, different opponents will be chosen for them. Understood, Mizuki-kun. Mizuki just snorted. Alright you two. Please make the Taretsu no in, seal of confrontation, ... Irika sighed. Both Naruto and Sasuke made a half-ram seal with one hand. Kick his ass, Sasuke-kun. Ino cheered. Rather surprisingly, Sakura didn't join in verbally, but she did cheer for her love interest, which made Naruto sigh inside. His luck sucked when it came to this kind of thing. Observe, he whispered. Name, Uchiha Sasuke. Class, Emo Avenger. Level, 13. Next level, 0.12%. Title, Academy Student, plus 25% EXP to LV10. Age, 12. HP, 750/750. CP, 675/675. STR, 25. STA, 18. Dex, 21. Int, 23. WIS, 15. Luck, 5. Special status, Unawakened Dojutsu, plus 1 Dex every other level, plus 1 Int every level, Avenger, plus bonus given to all stats when against Uchiha Itachi, Power of Hatred, bonus to all physical stats given against all targets the user hates, last Uchiha, automatically counts as the Uchiha clan heir even if not of the main family, granting plus 10% damage to all Uchiha Jutsu with minus 25% chakra cost. Perks, Natural Genius. Hardworking. Determined. Flaws, Emo McBroody Pants. Hatred, Uchiha Itachi. Lone Wolf. Superiority Complex. Inferiority Complex. Knowing Pain. Uchiha Sasuke is the last living member of the once feared Uchiha clan aside from his brother, Uchiha Itachi, the clan killer, who slaughtered all of his clan aside from Sasuke. Driven by hatred and a thirst for vengeance, there is nothing he will not do in exchange for the power to slay his brother. Yet, deep inside him, there is still the good person he was before the Uchiha massacre. Sasuke was definitely superior to any of his classmates at level 13 no less. Yet, with the most flaws Naruto had seen on one person, he was also the most unbalanced. Unbalanced or not, he's still way over my current skill level. Naruto thought with a frown, I'll have to play this carefully. The team is a bastard, but he's skilled. I know that better than most. Being beaten like an unwanted stepchild for 20 sparring matches in a row will do that to a person. On my signal. Irika raised one hand before bringing it down, Hajime. Naruto, usually the one to charge, decided to let the Uchiha make the first move this time. Assuming a basic defensive stance, Naruto waited for his opponent to react. Sasuke raised a mental eyebrow at the dope acting cautiously for a change before he appraised the blonde boy's stance. It was actually quite good. A bit sloppy in places, but miles better than his previous attempts. So the dope has actually started making an effort. He thought with a smirk. He might actually get a workout out of this spar for a change. Leaping across the ring, Sasuke shot a high kick out at Naruto's head, which was blocked. Spinning away, the Uchiha followed up with a 4-punch combo. Naruto managed to dodge the first two, but the third hit his cheek, sending him stumbling back. Rallying, Naruto flung out a backhand that Sasuke grabbed and tried to use to throw him. Hooking a foot around his opponent's leg, Naruto quickly pulled, breaking Sasuke's stance, forcing him to let go of his arm and leaving the last Uchiha open to a roundhouse kick that sent him flying. He managed to stop himself from exiting the arena, but a look of slight shock was on his face. Naruto had actually fought back successfully for the first time against him. A smirk flashed over Sasuke's face for a second before he charged back at Naruto with a determined expression on his face. Leaping into the air, the Uchiha executed an axe drop kick on Naruto, who blocked it by crossing his arms. Using that as a springboard, Sasuke leaped over him and drove an elbow into his opponent's back as soon as he landed. Grunting in pain, Naruto lurched forward from the elbow strike. Before he could recover, Sasuke executed a low kick that sent Naruto sprawling on the ground. The match is over. Victor, Uchiha Sasuke. Iruka declared, "Good effort Naruto. You've been practicing hard, I see." "Yup." Naruto grinned as he got up, "Not enough though, damn it. Quest failed. Rival showdown, you fought valiantly, but Uchiha Sasuke still defeated you. Quest failure compensation, Chakra strength enhancement skill scroll. Secret achievement unlocked. Worthy rival, fight well but lose to Uchiha Sasuke during a spar, plus 100 reputation with Uchiha Sasuke. Beginner's Heikage Taijutsu has leveled up. LV6 LV8. HN. Sasuke grunted. "Alright you two, make the Wakai no In, seal of reconciliation." The scarred Chunin directed the two students. With the two fingers of their right hands, Naruto and Sasuke shook hands quickly then swiftly let go. Dope. Team. As Naruto walked back out of the ring to let the next match start, he mused at his taijutsu jumping up by 2 levels. Was it because Sasuke was so skilled in taijutsu or because he was about 5 levels higher than he was? Whichever it is, I'll need to ask Jiji about training dummies at some point. Naruto thought as Sakura fought against Katsuragi Ami, the class bully, barely pulling out a win against her. After the academy. "Sakura-chan." Naruto called as the kids started leaving the academy. "What is it Naruto?" Sakura no longer appended the baka to his name anymore, which was a huge improvement to Naruto's perspective. "I'm gonna be busy today, so we can't have our study session today," he told her apologetically. He was going to go to Higurashi so they could tell him if his Tanto and Kodaki could be made from the ingot of chakra metal he had, and he had a feeling it would take a while when combined with completing the quest A Broken Blade Can Still Cut, so he was taking the day off from attacking books. "You better have a good excuse Naruto." Sakura growled. "I have to go see a smith about a sword," he replied, "and it might take a while." "Shouldn't you wait until after you graduate before getting weapons?" Sakura asked with one delicate eyebrow raised. "It takes weeks, sometimes months, to forge a good blade, Sakura-chan." Naruto told her, "I will graduate this time round and I'm gonna be fully equipped when I do. You might wanna give some thought to your own equipment once you've graduated." "Noted." Sakura sighed, "Well, see you tomorrow Naruto." "See ya, Sakura-chan." Naruto grinned. That was the first time she'd said something like that to him. Score. Stopping by his apartment to grab the scroll containing the ingot, he had forgotten to put it back in his inventory yesterday. Naruto set out for the weapons shop. On the way, he noted several shinobi looking at him in an odd way. It wasn't malicious or threatening, rather, it was more like they were curious about him. For making an accurate deduction, you gain +1 WIS. Shush. Naruto grumbled. He was really getting tired of his own damn ability mocking him. "Naruto," a familiar voice called out to him. The boy turned to see Iruka jogging towards him and Naruto grinned. "Hey there Iruka-sensei. What's up? Hokage-sama told me about what you found in Training Ground 13. The Chunin-sensei replied quietly. "He also told me you'd be going to Higurashi's to see if it could make the weapons you want, so I decided to come along with you to make sure no one tries to steal it from you." "Thanks Iruka-sensei." Naruto was grateful for this. He doubted that anyone other than the Hokage, himself and Iruka-sensei knew about the chakra metal ingot, but better safe than sorry. As they walked along, Iruka congratulated him on doing so well against Sasuke. "You've been practicing hard," the scarred man said with a smile. Naruto chuckled and grinned proudly. "You know it?" Then he frowned. "Thing is, I can only do so much just practicing kata. What should I do?" "You could try sparring with your IWA Bunshin," Iruka pointed out. Face palming, the blonde boy muttered, "Why the hell didn't I think of that? To be fair, it isn't something most people think of," Iruka said with a small smile. "While more robust than most clone jutsu, IWA Bunshin are still very fragile compared with a flesh and blood opponent, and most Chunin level shinobi can easily defeat one. For academy students and genin though, it ought to be good practice." "Thanks for the tip, Iruka-sensei," Naruto said as they came upon the Higurashi weapons shop. As seemed to be usual for when Naruto turned up, Tenten was sitting behind the counter polishing a weapon, this time a Notaki. "Hey Naruto, Iruka-sensei." Tenten greeted them. "What cha need?" "Did Isaka-san come in 2 days ago?" Naruto asked nervously. "Yup," the bun-haired girl nodded with a small scowl. "She told me everything about how my baby was broken." "Ah, Kawashima is in for one hell of a lecture when I see her next." "Someone broke one of your weapons, Tenten?" Iruka asked, wincing as the steely eyes of the girl locked on him and the kunoichi nodded once. "Yeesh. I kind of feel sorry for her. And angry that she broke a masterpiece of a weapon." The last part was added rather quickly as Tenten narrowed her eyes at her former teacher dangerously. Naruto was rather thankful he was on her good side. "Anyway," Tenten said, abruptly reverting to her previous good mood, "as thanks for helping me out, Kaa-san and Oyaji said they're giving you a small discount on anything inside the shop whenever you come here. It isn't much, but I hope it's alright as thanks." Thanks," Naruto replied in shock. He'd never gotten a permanent discount at any shop before. Quest completed. A broken blade can still cut. You have helped defuse and resolve the matter of the destruction of the Tonto Toradora. Quest completion reward, plus 1000 reputation with Higurashi Tenten, 5% discount when shopping at Higurashi Weapons and Ninja Apparels, plus 750 reputation with Higurashi Kani, plus 750 reputation with Higurashi Tatsuhiko, plus 1000 reputation with Higurashi Weapons and Ninja Apparels. Not bad. That puts me just 500 reputation from moving from friendly to well-liked with Tenten. Naruto thought as he drew the ingot scroll out of his pocket. "Are your parents around? I have something they might want to see," he told her. "Another weapon?" Tenten asked curiously. "Nope. You'll see soon though." Naruto grinned foxily. Eyeing Naruto suspiciously, Tenten headed off to get her parents. "I'm looking forward to how she'll react to this," Naruto whispered to Iruka. "You are such a prankster, Naruto," Iruka said with mock sternness, a glint in his eyes showing that he too was looking forward to the weapon-crazy girl's reaction to this. "Met. If you've got it?" Naruto shrugged. "Ah, Uzumaki-san." Tatsuhiko called as he led the way back into the room. "What is it that you need me to see?" Naruto gulped as Tatsuhiko loomed over him. Man, he was big. Behind him, Connie rolled her eyes at her husband's antics and smacked the back of his head sharply with one hand. "Anita, he's here to show us something," not ask for our daughter's hand in marriage, so stop your shenanigans. Kaya-san. Tenten whined in embarrassment, a light dusting of pink appearing on her cheeks. Was there really a need to smack me over the head? The man of the house grumbled. Domestic abuse, this is. A big strong man like you, bullied by a small and delicate thing like me? Surely not. Connie teased, making Naruto and Irika snicker at the larger man's discomfort. Women. Well, you two clowns can laugh it up all you want, but you'll be on this side of the fence one day, the weaponsmith grumbled, then you'll regret not showing sympathy to me, mark my words. Anyway, what is it you would like to show my wife and me, Uzumaki-san? This. Naruto said as he unrolled the storage scroll and unsealed the ingot of chakra metal, anticipating the reactions of the family of smiths. He wasn't disappointed. Tenten took one look at the metal and almost fainted. Her parents were more restrained, but their eyes bulging out and slightly agape expressions were priceless. Chakra metal. Connie croaked out, how, where? I killed a huge chakra mutated mole and found this in its burrow. Naruto shrugged. It has to be highly purified. Tatsuhiko murmured, touching the ingot with a trembling finger. There's a stamp on the back that says it's 990.90 pure, is that good? Naruto asked. That's, just about as pure as you can get with chakra metal, the smith gulped. I take it you wish me to forge a weapon for you. First, can you forge a Kodaki and a pair of Tanto from that ingot? Naruto inquired. With this much chakra metal, I could make 3 full-sized katana, so yes. Tatsuhiko replied. What will you do with the leftover metal? Connie asked. Well, I doubt that having you make the blades will be cheap, right? Naruto asked. It will cost thousands of ryo, the smith confirmed. It will still be cheaper than it would otherwise be because you are supplying a large amount of the materials. Then you can have the rest of the metal as payment. Naruto said with a shrug. There was a gasp from Tenten at that. Naruto, that's... Are you certain? Tatsuhiko asked. Selling the remaining metal to a merchant would more than pay for your weapons and leave you a comfortable nest egg for emergencies. Thanks to his ability converting defeated enemies into money, Naruto didn't really need a nest egg, but it was best to not let anyone know about that part just yet. It's okay. I have a lot saved up. Naruto drew out Gama-chan, which was literally stuffed full of ryo notes, to the point of looking like a balloon. Besides, better to have it on hand in Konoha than Kami-sama knows where if you need the metal. A point. Tatsuhiko gave a grin. All right, Uzumaki-san. I shall make your weapons with all of my skill. This I do so swear. Would you prefer the Kodaki made first or the Tanto? What'll be quicker? Naruto asked. Making a pair of Tanto is fairly simple. If you pick the same blade design, I can have them ready for you by next month, the smith replied. Huh. Tenten, recovered from her shock, explained, there are different designs of blades for Tanto. Here, take a look at this display over here. She pointed at the rack next to the counter, which had 12 different Tanto mounted on it, all unsheathed. They all looked very impressive. I don't know. What would you recommend? Naruto asked, feeling a bit out of his depth. As you're just starting out with them, I'd recommend a pair of Hira blades. Tatsuhiko mused, they're one of the more common designs for Tanto. Hira is the one at the top, the plain one. The design was indeed plain, but it looked deadly nonetheless. Sounds good. Naruto decided, I'll leave it with you then. Do you sell practice versions? Sure. Connie said, Ten-chan, go and get 2 of the Hira variant practice blades from the back. Grab a Kodaki one as well. Hi, Kaya-san, the bun-haired Kunoichi replied as she dashed off to fetch the requested items. That will be 7,500 ryo. Connie said with a professional smile. Fishing out the cash from Gama-chan, Naruto handed the notes over to Connie, who nodded her thanks. "Here you go, Naruto," Tenten said as she handed over a pair of dull and blunt tanto and an equally blunt kodaki. "These simulate the weight and balance of the real thing, so you can use them to get used to wielding them. I made all of them, so they're all of good quality and can take a beating. Just don't break them, K. Not in a million years." Naruto agreed hurriedly as he sealed the practice weapons into the scroll. The last thing he wanted was an experienced genin out for his blood. Speaking of which, aspiring weapons mistress. LV-20 Higurashi Tenten. Master blacksmith. LV-17 Higurashi Tatsuhiko. Assistant blacksmith. LV-15 Higurashi Kani. Tenten was very high level for someone who had only been a genin for a year, so either she had killed some powerful opponents or she had been doing some insane training. Possibly both. Even her parents were, he noted as he and Irika bid the three Higurashis goodbye, above the usual level he had seen for civilians. Irika-sensei had mentioned that they were retired shinobi, so shouldn't their levels be higher than that? Or did retiring from a profession to take up another reset your levels somehow? Naruto? Irika asked in concern. The usually rambunctious boy had been quiet ever since they had left the weapon shop. It was slightly unnerving. "Oh, sorry," Naruto said as he snapped himself out of his pondering. "I was just wondering where I'm going to get a Naito Ryu Tanto style and a Kodaki style. Does the shinobi section of the library have anything like that?" "Highly likely. I'll have a look for you," the Chunin-sensei promised, "which reminds me. I completely forgot to train you in another clone jutsu that I was supposed to. Up for a lesson?" "Hell yeah!" Naruto cheered. Dojo room, Amekage Apartments. "Now then, Naruto," Irika began in his lecturing voice, "the jutsu I am going to show you is highly advanced, well beyond the basic Bunshin no Jutsu and the IWA Bunshin. It is called the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Does it have anything to do with the Nara clan?" Naruto asked cautiously. "Good guess, but no." Irika chuckled. Everyone thought the Nara had something to do with the Shadow Clone Jutsu at first. No, the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu was invented by the Nidaime Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It creates a physical copy of the user using only chakra. No elemental medium whatsoever. Naruto frowned. His studies with Sakura-chan had only briefly touched on the theory of chakra control, but he did know one thing. That means the chakra cost is through the roof, isn't it? Irika nodded. Exactly. The general rule is that creating a shadow clone uses about half of a Jonin-level shinobi's chakra reserves, but that is just a guideline. Nevertheless, the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu is classed as a kinjutsu, so if you learn it, you are not permitted to knowingly teach it to someone with insufficient reserves. Understood. Naruto nodded. Hi, sensei. Good. Now, unlike other clone jutsu, you only use a single hand sign in order to use the shadow clone jutsu, and it is called the clone hand sign. Irika said. Catching the look on Naruto's face, he added, "Hey, I didn't name the hand sign. Blame Nidaime-sama for that." Sure. Naruto rolled his eyes. "This is the clone hand sign." Irika continued after glaring at Naruto for a moment. He formed a cross in front of himself using the index and middle fingers of both hands. The shadow clone jutsu doesn't require much in the way of chakra control. In fact, the more chakra you have, the better. Irika continued, "Ordinarily, I would advise experimenting to see how much chakra it takes to form a single clone, but given that you have so much chakra, you should just keep trying until you can form any number of clones." Okay. Naruto cracked his knuckles, and then formed the same hand sign as Irika, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A blast of smoke filled the room, making both of them cough. Once the smoke dissipated, a faint outline of a Naruto clone flickered and vanished. Well that's odd. Irika remarked and unrolled a scroll. I'd better check the jutsu scroll. Ah, here we are. In the event that the room fills with smoke upon execution of the technique, attempt to create as many clones as you can rather than 1 or 3, as it is clear that either your chakra control sucks or you are being lazy. Very blunt, Nidame-sama. Wait, is that? Naruto asked in surprise. A copy of Senjuto Birama's original scrolls regarding the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, copied by the Sandaime Hokage himself. Irika replied, he copied it out especially for the sake of teaching you this jutsu, so work hard. Yosha. Let's try this again. Naruto declared, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. It took Naruto 4 hours to finally produce a proper shadow clone. Rather, it took him 4 hours to become a one-boy army. When he finally succeeded, 24 clones materialized in an explosion of chakra smoke. Naruto fell to one knee at that point, noting absently in his exhaustion that his CP was down to 0 out of 900. Geez, that was exhausting. Skill created. As a result of specific repeated actions, the skill Kage Bunshin no Jutsu has been created. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Instant, LV1, 00.00. The Nidame Hokage's Shadow Clone Jutsu is one of his most widely known jutsu and was originally created for scouting dangerous locations. All clones possess the same physical capabilities as the original, are equipped as the original and can also use any jutsu known to the original. The downsides to this technique are twofold. First, it is very chakra intensive, meaning only the more powerful Heichinin and Jonin can make use of this technique. Secondly, it only takes a single solid hit to dispel the clone, making it impractical as a genuine combat technique. Owing to your exceptionally dense chakra as an Uzumaki, the CP cost of each clone is reduced by 75%. Initial cost for each shadow clone, 150 CP. Adjusted cost for each shadow clone, 37.5 CP. I did it. Naruto cheered. I'll say. Irika muttered in disbelief, 24 shadow clones. Shaking his head, Irika looked at a rapidly recovering and energetic Naruto with a fond smile. Konoha's number 1 show-off, number 1 unpredictable noisy ninja, that title definitely fits you, Naruto, he thought before offering to take Naruto out for ramen at Ichiriku's to celebrate. 3 guesses what Naruto's reply was.